सिंध मुंहिंजी अमा सूह तुंहिंजी मथां छा लिखी छा लिखां छा लिखी छा लिखां सिंध मुंहिंजी अमा।
दुनिया जा सिंधियो हिक मुठ थी सिंध बचायो।
सिंध मुंहिंजी अमा सूह तुंहिंजी मथां छा लिखी छा लिखां।
सिंध जो क़ौमी आवाज़ रेडियो वॉइस ऑफ सिंध लंडन। रेडियो वॉइस ऑफ सिंध लंडन पंहिंजी नशरियात में सिंध जी सियासत, समाज, इक़्तिसादियात, तारीख़, क़ौमी उमंगुनि ऐं अख़लाक़ियात मुतलिक़ सिंध जी हक़ीक़ी तर्जुमानी कंदे प्रोग्रामनि खे असराइतो बणाइण लाइ सिंध जे घण घुरनि ऐं धरतीअ सां प्यार कंदड़ अदीबनि, दानिशवरनि, सहाफ़ियुनि, उस्तादनि, वकीलनि ऐं हर तबिके जे मानवारनि सजणनि खे सिंध में शऊरी इनकलाब लाइ सहकार जो सॾु ॾियूं था। अचो त गॾिजी सूफ़ियुनि ऐं संतनि वारी सिंध जो ओज हिक मुठ थी वरी वापसि आणण वारे सफ़र जा साथारी बणिजऊं। हिक नए सुबुह जी शुरूआत जो पड़ाॾो घर घर, ॻोठ ॻोठ ऐं शहर शहर ताईं पहुचायो। शाल सिंध आबाद ऐं खुशहाल थिए, सिंधी माण्हू सुखियो ऐं सताबो थिए।
रेडियो वॉइस ऑफ सिंध लंडन पारां अॼु के खसूसी प्रोग्राम में इमदाद अली ओढो अव्हां खे भली कार चवां थो। सामईन, गुज़रियल ॾींहुं वर्ल्ड सिंधी क़ांग्रैस जी 3 इंटरनैशनल क़ानफरंस वैस्ट मिनिस्टर यूनिवर्सटी लंडन में थी गुज़री। हिन कॉन्फ्रेंस जा अहम मौज़ू हुआ इनफोर्स डिसअपियरेंस ऐं सिंधु दरिया ते तामीर थींदड़ डैम। इन ई मौक़े ते मुख्तलिफ़ शोबनि जे माहिरनि ऐं तंज़ीमुनि जे अॻुवाणनि तकरीरूं कयूं। पाणी माहिरनि डॉक्टर हसन अब्बास ऐं दानिश मुस्तफ़ा प्रोफेसर किंगस्टन यूनिवर्सिटी UK मुख़्तलिफ़ रिपोर्टुनि, प्रेज़ेंटेशन ऐं अंगनि अखरनि वसीले ॿुधायो त डैम इंसानी जीवत लाइ नुक़सानकार आहिनि। अक्सर मुल्क डैम ठाहिण बजाए उन्हनि खे ख़तमु करे रहिया आहिनि। हिननि चयो त डैमनि बजाए पाणीअ खे बहितर मनसूबाबंदी तहत इस्तेमालु करे घणो हिसो ज़ियान थियण खां बचाए सघिजे थो। हिननि चयो त डैम ठाहिण वारनि जी ॿी का एजेंडा थी सघे थी। जिते असां डैमनि ठाहिण जी कोशिशि करियूं था, उते अक्सर मुल्क वाटर मैनेजमेंट वसीले मौजूदा पाणी मां असांजे मुक़ाबले में घणो बहितर ऐं जजी अंदाज़ में ज़रई पैदावार हासिलु करे रहिया आहिनि। हिननि इहो बि चयो त पाणी वारे मसइले ते संजीदगी सां ऐं साइंसी बुनियादनि ते सभिनी सूबनि जी रज़ामंदीअ सां कमु करणो पवंदो। इन मौक़े ते सिंध मां आयल माइनॉरिटी राइट्स एक्टिविस्ट कृष्ण शर्मा चयो त सिंध में ख़ुसूसन हिंदुनि सां इंतिहाई तासुब वारो रवैयो रवा रखियो वियो आहे। हू पंहिंजे वजूद जी बका ऐं बचाव लाइ परेशान आहिनि। पंहिंजनि ॿारनि ख़ुसूसन नियाणियुनि खे तालीमी इदारनि में पढ़ाइण लाइ ॾुखायूं महसूसु करे रहिया आहिनि। असांजी मासूम नियाणियुनि जूं लॼूं महफ़ूज़ न आहिनि। उन्हनि खे नंढी उमिरि में जबरन अगवा करे लॼूं लुटियूं वञनि थियूं ऐं उन्हनि खे धमकाए कोर्टुनि में मुस्लमान थियण जो एतिराफ़ करायो वञे थो। हिन चयो त हिंदू बि ओतिरा ई मुहबे वतन आहिनि जेतिरा ॿिया शहरी आहिनि। हीउ मुल्क सभिनी जो आहे। क़ाइदे आज़म मोहम्मद अली जनाह जे नज़रिए मूजिबि हिते हर मज़हब वारो आज़ादु आहे त हू पंहिंजी पंहिंजी इबादत गाहुनि में वञी इबादत करे। हिन चयो त नियाणियुनि खे अगवा करे मुस्लमान बनाइण जो सिलसिलो बंदि थियणु घुरिजे। रियासत खे माउ वारो किरदारु अदा करणु घुरिजे ऐं हर शहरी खे हिकु जेतिरा हक़ ॾियणु घुरिजनि ऐं उन्हनि जो बराबरी जी बुनियाद ते तहफ़ुज़ करणु घुरिजे। इन ई मौक़े ते GSN तहरीक जे चेयरमैन ऐं वर्ल्ड सिंधी कांग्रेस जे अॻूणे चेयरमैन डॉक्टर सफदर सरकी सिंध मां इनफोर्स्ड डिसअपियरेंस वारे अहम मसइले ते तकरीर कंदे चयो त हू 21 महीना एजेंसियुनि जी क़ैद में रहियो। 5x7 जी अंधारी काल कोठड़ी में क़ैद कयो वियो ऐं महीननि ताईं हू सिज जी रोशनी खां महरूम रखियो वियो। हिन चयो त इन 21 महीननि में हू पंहिंजी सिहत विञाए वेठो। इन खां सवाइ मुंहिंजे घर भातियुनि जी जेका हालत हुई उहा शायदि मूंखां बि वधीक ॾुखोईंदड़ हुई। उन्हनि खे हर वक़्तु इहो अंदेशो बेचैन ऐं परेशान कंदो हुयो त शायदि मां ज़िंदा बि आहियां या ज़ालमनि मूंखे मारे छॾियो आहे। अॼु बि सभई असांजा सिंधी मज़लूम नाहक जबरन खंभे गुम कया विया आहिनि ऐं सालनि खां अज़ियत गाहुनि में बांदी बनाया विया आहिनि। इन्हनि जे वारसनि जी जेका हालत आहे इन जो मूंखां वधीक केरु अंदाज़ो लॻाए सघे थो। डॉक्टर सफदर सरकी तकरीर दौरान इंतिहाई रंजीदा थी वियो ऐं पंहिंजे ॾुखनि जो दास्तान ऐं सिंध जे मज़लूम खंभे गुम कयल नौजवाननि जो दास्तान ॿुधाईंदे रोईंदो बि रहियो ऐं हिन जी अहिड़ी तकरीर ते हाल में वेठल हर माण्हू जी अखि निम थी वई ऐं हाल में वेठलनि उथी बीही ताड़ियूं वॼाए डॉक्टर सफदर सरकीअ खे ख़राज तहसीन पेश कयो। इनफोर्स डिसअपियरेंस ते अक्सर मुक़ररीन चयो त मुल्क में जेसिताईं कानून जी हुकुमरानी क़ाइमु न कई वेंदी ऐं क़ौमुनि जी हैसियत खे तस्लीम न कयो वेंदो ऐं मुल्क में गैर जमहूरी क़ुवतुनि जी बालादस्ती ख़तमु न कई वेंदी ओसिताईं मुल्क बहराननि जे वर चढ़ियल हूंदो। वर्ल्ड सिंधी क़ांग्रेस जे नवनि उहिदेदारनि जो बि ऐलान कयो वियो। डॉक्टर रुबीना शेख चेयरमैन, सेक्रेटरी जनरल डॉक्टर लखू लोहाणो, वाइस चेयरमैन उमेद लगारी, वाइस चेयरमैन ज़ुबैर बमरो, डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी जनरल हरेश कुमार, फिनांस सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर हिदायत भुट्टो, इंफॉर्मेशन सेक्रेटरी फरहान कागज़ी ऐं कल्चरल सेक्रेटरी गुलसनाई। इन खां सवाइ यूके ऐं यूरोप चैप्टर जो ऑर्गेनाइज़र डॉक्टर हिदायत भुट्टो खे मुक़ररु कयो वियो ऐं मेंबरनि में अब्दुरऊफ़ लगारी, मौज़िम मुग़ल, जाबिर शर, अहमद नवाज़ अंसारी ऐं मारवी बलोच शामिल आहिनि। यूएस चैप्टर जो ऑर्गेनाइज़र डॉक्टर सग़ीर शेख खे मुक़ररु कयो वियो ऐं मेंबरनि में डॉक्टर मालिक ॾिनो शेख, रहमान काके पोटो, मंसूर समो मेंबर मुक़ररु कया विया। कैनेडा चैप्टर जो ऑर्गेनाइज़र हाजन कलोड़ो खे मुक़ररु कयो वियो ऐं सिराज मखदूम ऐं आसिफ़ पंवर खे मेंबर मुक़ररु कयो वियो। कॉन्फ्रेंस में अब्दुल सत्तार सूमरो, डॉक्टर सरवर शाह, सैयद मुजीब शाह, पैमाना असद, शौकत काश्मीरी, रेहान खान, रघुवीर सिंह सोढो, डॉक्टर सलाउद्दीन सैयदी, हमल बलोच, शहरयार कबीर, आतिफ़ तौकीर ऐं ॿियनि तकरीरूं कयूं। कॉन्फ्रेंस में आतिफ़ तौकीर ऐं रूही कलोड़ो पंहिंजी शाइरी पेश करे दाद हासिल कयो। कॉन्फ्रेंस जी पुॼाणीअ ते मशहूर रागी जतन उदासी ऐं वर्षा मंझाणी पंहिंजे सुरनि सां महफ़िल खे झुमाए छॾियो। कॉन्फ्रेंस में अमेरिका, कैनेडा, यूरोप जे मुख़्तलिफ़ मुल्कनि, जर्मनी, पाकिस्तान, इंडिया, बांग्लादेश ऐं यूके जे मुख़्तलिफ़ शहरनि मां सिंधियुनि वॾे अंग में शिरकत कई। सामाइन प्रोग्राम जी मुकमिल कार्रवाई अवां जी ख़िदमत में पेश करे रहिया आहियूं। जीअं त हिन कॉन्फ्रेंस जा 3 सेशन थिया। पहिरें सेशन जी कार्रवाई गुलसनाई सरअंजाम ॾिनी। सामाइन प्रोग्राम जी शुरूआत में कैनेडा चैप्टर जो ऑर्गेनाइज़र हाजन कलोड़ो तकरीर करे रहियो आहे।
Further, WSC's online and social media presence outlines to grow as we now utilize 8 different platforms. This current situation in Sindh is marked by continuous human rights violation and an environment of fear and oppression. The Sindhi people are facing one of the worst onslaughts of violence in their national history at the hands of Pakistani state security agencies. Enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings of political and human rights activists have steadily risen. The inconsiderate implementation of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor (CPEC) continues. In recent months, there has been a cavalier propagation of dams on river Indus by the components of the state machinery in a bizarre fashion. The so-called Chief Justice of Pakistan collects funds for the dam to deprive people in criminal charges and has declared to try people opposing dam under Article 6. It is clear that Sindhi people will be disproportionately and negatively impacted by these projects, including infringement on their lands, misappropriation of their resources, and undermine their survival. Any dam on river Indus will suffocate life of Sindhi people, as Sindh is already reeling under an unprecedented shortage of water. The Pakistani state and its selected Prime Minister have announced plans to give citizenship to millions of refugees, with sole purpose to convert Sindhi in minority in their thousands years old motherland. Additionally, as religious extremism continues to rise in Pakistan and more madrasas are built in Sindh, the exodus and atrocities against Sindhi Hindus increases. The cases of abduction and forced conversion of Hindu girls and women in Sindh has increased as well. Sindhi people are systematically targeted and discriminated against by the government with no end in sight. In light of the current situation in Sindh, World Sindhi Congress has been actively organizing and advocating around the world. This year, the organization has staged multiple protests against enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings, forced conversions, CPEC dams, and the human rights violation occurring in Sindh across the world, including UK, Geneva, USA, and Canada. Additionally, WSC has delivered letters to the Prime Minister of United Kingdom and Canada, undertaking meetings and advocacy work with Canadian Parliament, members of Parliament, and members of the US Congress, as well as members of the European Parliament and representatives of the UN Human Rights Council and Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disappearances. The organization has worked closely throughout the year with the Unrepresented Nations and People's Organization, UNPO, and participated in 3 sessions in the UN Human Rights Council, where representatives of WSC delivered speeches, formally issued statements, and helped organize additional events and protests in Geneva. World Sindhi Congress has also worked to spread more information about Sindhi heritage by hosting some events in US, UK, and Canada, such as GM Sayyid Memorial Events, Sindhi Cultural Day celebrations, and Day of Remembrance of Sindhi Martyrs. Finally, the organization has issued numerous public statements and condemnations of human rights violations in Sindh. During this year, we have strengthened our working with other oppressed nations in Pakistan like Balochs, Pashtuns, and Kashmiris, and have staged numerous joint events in addition to participating in each other's activities and protests. With your support, WSC look forward to continue its advocacy efforts and outreach this coming year with more protests, working closely with other non-government organizations, UN, US Congress, and European Parliament, as well as other oppressed nations in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Thank you very much. Now I take opportunity to introduce Dr. Bhutto. Dr. Hidayat Bhutto is World Sindhi Congress UK and Europe organizer. He's been very active throughout the history of World Sindhi Congress, and he's presented World Sindhi Congress on different platforms in United Nations and all over the world. Dr. Bhutto is conference chair of this year. I request Dr. Bhutto to come and introduce the conference. Dr. Bhutto.
मूं ॾात अनोखी आंदी आ थी तंद विड़े तलवारनि सां टकरायां पंहिंजा गीत जॾहिं थो आऊं संदे दीवारनि सां था तुंहिंजा भारी बुर्ज लुॾनि तूं हीणो आ हथियारनि सां ए क़ौम ॿुधाया थे किसा कल्ह तोखे मूं तक़दीरनि जा अॼु बाग़ी बाग़ी जे सिर ते तो ताज ॾिसां ताज़ीरनि जा तो ताज ॾिसां ताज़ीरनि जा. Today, we are officially announcing the start of our World Sindhi Congress, the 30th annual conference here in University of Westminster, London. Our conference theme or our topic was state terrorism, causes and consequences of enforced disappearances in Sindh. And as recently the phenomena of enforced disappearances has increased, the practice of enforced disappearances has been ongoing phenomena in Sindh since last several years. But since February 2017, over 200 people have been disappeared. No cases has been registered against anyone, and activists' whereabouts are still unknown. Over 1,200 cases since 2010 has been reported. So there is various number of people recently, the missing people, including Khadim Marijo, Hidayat Lohar, Ghulam Shabir Kalodo, Insaf Dayo, Aqib Chandyo, Shahid Junejo, Shabir Chandyo, Ghulam Mukhtiar Almani, and many more. For example, still this enforced disappearances phenomena is going on. Only in last week, Bachal Mehri from Hyderabad and Mehtab Ligari from Karachi has been abducted. So this phenomena is increased without the perpetrators think that we can do anything, we can disappear people and nobody will ask us, because state is providing them immunity and courts has failed to rescue our peoples and to give justice to our people and bring the perpetrators to the justice. Not only the enforced disappearances, but there is another issue has been developed, which is building dams against the wishes of Sindhi people, and Pakistani Chief Justice, whose job is not to build dams but to provide justice to the people. He is not providing justice to the enforced disappeared people and phenomena of lawlessness by the Pakistani agencies, particularly military agency, MI and ISI, with the rangers and police. They are committing crimes against humanity, but the Chief Justice, in spite of providing justice to those peoples, those victims of enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings, he is planning to develop and requesting to develop dams against the wishes of all the oppressed nations, not only Sindhi people, but Kashmiris are against it, Pathans are against it, Balochs are against it, and they are demonstrating, and they have started a campaign on so-called Pakistan's national media and these dens, and we think that this is insult for the Sindhi nation, Baloch nation, and all the oppressed nations of Pakistan, and we want them to stop this campaign of building dams, because, for example, Kalabagh Dam, the Sindh Assembly as well as Balochistan Assembly and Pakhtunkhwa Assembly has passed resolutions and rejected these dams. So we have got here today distinguished speakers. We will they will speak on these topics, and our conference will be on 3 sessions. First session will be before lunch, and that will be our diaspora organizations and struggle for human rights and working together of the various organizations. So that will be first session. Then will be a lunch, and after lunch there are 2 more sessions. One is based on our natural resources, mainly the misappropriation of natural resources and environmental justice, including these dams and water management issues. We have got distinguished speakers on that session. And the last session will be the human rights situation and enforced disappearances. We have got very good distinguished panel who will speak on these issues in last sessions. And after the last session, there will be resolutions, and a short break, and there will be a soul live music by our good singers we have got here, Jit and Adasi, and they will entertain our conference, and the message will be highlighted through our national songs as well, to unite Sindhi people and struggle to further. So I will start this conference. I will hand over to our first session to start, Mr. Gul Sanai to start this session, and I want to start this conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhutto. हकीकत हिन हाल जी जे ज़ाहिर कयां ज़रे लॻे माठ मिरनि खे डूंगर पवनि ॾरी वञनि वण भरी ओभर उभरे की न की. So we are facing very grave situation in Sindh from all aspects, from poverty, resources and disappearances and construction of dams. So whole day we will listen all these issues. Our first session is focused on human rights, struggle for human rights, but main focus is working together. So I will call my speakers on the stage. So I request Mr. Tom Deegan to come on the stage, please. Mr. Tom Deegan. I request Ms. Paimana Asad to come on the stage, please. I request Dr. Savar Shah to come on the stage, please. Dr. Savar Shah. I request Mr. Krishan Sharma to come on the stage, please. Mr. Krishan Sharma. I request Mr. Mujib Shah to come on the stage, please. I request Mr. Abdul Sattar Subro to come on the stage, please. I request Ruhi Kaloro to come on the stage, please. Now, before starting session, I think it would be better to wear adjuncts and give gifts to our speakers first, and then proceed with it. May I request Mrs. Abdul Sattar Subro to come on the stage and to present adjunct to Ruhi Kaloro, please. May I request Saimdad Odo to give adjunct to Mr. Tom Deegan, please. Saimdad Odo.
Thank you.
May I request Dr. Rubina Sheikh to present gift of adjunct to Ms. Paimana Asad, please. May I request Ada Kaloro to present adjunct to Sai Mujib Shah, please. May I request Ada Haresh Kumar to present adjunct to Sai Krishan Sharma, please. May I request Ada Abdul Haq Lohar to present adjunct to Sai Sarwar Shah, please. May I request Mr. Umid Ligari to present adjunct to Abdul Sattar Subro, please. Thank you very much. खरकड़ा लाए सुखन सुता कदें ओसिरो आहे खाओड़न थे पंद जो. My first speaker is Mr. Abdul Sattar Subro. Abdul Sattar Subro is Vice President of Sindhi Sangat United Kingdom. Sindhi Sangat United Kingdom is a social, cultural, non-religious, non-political platform, mostly in northwest of England, Manchester, Bradford, Leeds, and even we had a recent election, and Mr. Sumro has been re-elected for new EC as well. And Mr. Sumro has been very active on issues of Sindh, and especially he has represented Sindhi Sangat United Kingdom on many platforms. So I request Mr. Abdul Sattar Sumro to come on the stage and speak with relation to the conference, please. they can speak from there. Yeah, you can use those. Yeah, time says the time is there. Yes. Thank you. And you won't be disturbed as well, so you'll be there. Thank you.
ती सबका बुख न बासे का मूसी हले सा जा जीअ मिठो न करे. सभई आयल दोस्तो भाइरो ऐं भेनरो जीअ सिंध जीअ लतीफ़. असीं इंतिहाई सिंधी संगत यूके तरफ़ां इंतिहाई शुक्रगुज़ार आहियूं वर्ल्ड सिंधी क़ांग्रेस जा जे असांखे मौक़ो ॾिनो हिन स्टेज ते ॻाल्हाइण जो. अॼु जी जेका सिंध जी सूरताल आहे उन हवाले सां जेके ॾिसजे त UN जी हिकिड़ी रिपोर्ट हुई फेब्रुअरी में 2018 में त जेका नाइजीरिया अफ्रीकन मुल्क आहे उन जी जेका वुमेन आहे औरत जी जेका सिहत आहे उहा बहितर आहे. सिंध जी जेका असांजी ॿाहिराड़ी जी औरत आहे उन्हनि जी जेका सिहत आहे उन खां अफ्रीका जे नाइजीरिया कंट्री जे जेके औरतुनि जी सिहत बहितर आहे. ॿी हिकिड़ी रिपोर्ट हुई UN जी त उन में जेका रूरल सिंध में जेका गुरबत आहे पॉवर्टी आहे उहा ऑब्जेक्ट पॉवर्टी 75% जेका आहे पॉपुलेशन सो ऑब्जेक्ट पॉवर्टी में रहे थी. अफ़सोस सां इहो चवणो पवे थो सिंध वटि एतिरा रिसोर्सिस आहिनि. असां वटि मिनरल्स आहिनि, गैस निकिरे थी, मिनरल्स आहिनि, दरिया आहिनि, पोर्ट आहे, समुंड आहे. उन एतिरनि रिसोर्सिस हूंदे एतिरनि सिंध जी जेको मैदनियात हूंदे आख़िर असां इन एॾी सूरताल में छो आहियूं. असांजा माण्हू जेके TB में, जेके हेपेटाइटिस C में ऐं मेल न्यूट्रिशन में अॼु असांजा माण्हू जेको सो बेसहारा थी ख़तमु थी रहिया आहिनि. थर जिते एॾी गुरबत आहे जो गुज़रियल 10 महीननि में BBC रिपोर्ट आहे त उते 41 माण्हुनि जेको सो ख़ुदकशी कई आहे. ड्राट्स आहिनि उते जेको सो इन ॾिसजे आख़िर 70 years अॻु में असां मुल्क पाकिस्तान में वॉलंटरली जेको या इनवॉलंटरली असां शामिलु थियासीं त उन में रियासत जी इहा ज़िमेदारी आहे त उहे माण्हुनि जो तहफ़ुज़ कनि. क़ौमूं जेके ॿियूं असां जेके क़ौमूं आहिनि उन्हनि जी न सिर्फ़ु जोग्राफ़ी जो तहफ़ुज़ कनि, उन्हनि जी ॿोली जो तहफ़ुज़ कनि, उन्हनि जी सिहत जी ज़िमेदारी उन्हनि ते आहे, उन्हनि जी तइलीम जी ज़िमेदारी उन्हनि ते आहे. पर उहा रियासत हैज़ कंप्लीटली फेल्यूअर, बिल्कुलु नाकाम थी चुकी आहे. न उन्हनि असांजी सिहत जी का हिफ़ाज़त करे सघी आहे, न असांजे जेको तइलीम जी का हिफ़ाज़त करे सघी आहे. बल्कि हिकु अहिड़ी सूरताल पैदा थी आहे जो असांखे इहो हाणे ख़दशो अञा वधी रहियो आहे. मे बी जेको सो असां जेका पंहिंजी क़ौमी हैसियत असांजी ख़तमु न थी वञे. सो कॾहिं कुझु सुवाल आहिनि जेके तव्हां सां शेयर कजनि था त आख़िर इहा रियासत माउ जहिड़ी हूंदी आहे. छा इहा वाक़ई रियासत असांजे माउ जहिड़ी आहे या उहा रियासत जेका आहे असां दे ट्रीट एज़ अ कॉलोनी या असांखे उहे कॉलोनी तौर ते इस्तेमालु कनि था. सो असां उन खां पोइ जेके असांजा काफ़ी नौजवान जेके रिसेंटली शहीद कया विया, जंहिंमें शहीद मुज़फ़र भुट्टो, शहीद मक़सूद कुरैशी, हिकिड़ो तवील सिलसिलो आहे शहीदनि जो. उहे सिर्फ़ु इन ई करे शहीद कया विया जो उन्हनि इन रियासत खे चैलेंज कयो त असां तव्हांजा ग़ुलाम न आहियूं, बल्कि असां सदियुनि खां हिकु आज़ादु क़ौम आहियूं ऐं असां जो जेके रिसोर्सिस आहिनि, वसीला आहिनि, उन्हनि जा वारिस असां आहियूं ऐं असांजा ईंदड़ नसल आहिनि. जेको सो अॼु खां तक़रीबन 30 साल अॻु में असांजे लाजपत जो हिकिड़ो शाइर आहे साईं मोहम्मद ख़ान मजीदी मरहूम, उन्हनि जी शाइरी उनजी हिकिड़ी चौसठ आहे जेको सो उहो चए थो माहरन ऐं माराइण सां ही क़ौम न हरगिज़ खुटणी आहे, वेरी तोसां विढ़ंदी रहंदी जिंद न तुंहिंजी छुटणी आहे. जे माउ पुट ॼणींदियूं आहिनि ॾींदियूं आहिनि भेटा में ऐं पाण बि बणिजी बख़्तावर ईंदियूं आहिनि भेटा में. सो असांजी उहा जदोजहद अञा बि उन्हनि सां जारी आहे ऐं जारी रहंदी। ऐं जीअं शाह लतीफ़ साईं जो हिकिड़ो शेर आहे त सुर सुहिणी जो त कारी राति कचो घड़ो उणठी ऊंधाई चंड नाहे को साहिड़ कारण सुहिणी आधी उथी आई ई कम इलाही न त केरु गिड़े कुननि में जेको सो उन ते असां सभिनी खे इहा ई गुज़ारिश आहे, महिरबानी करे जेतिरो थी सघे कंहिं बि क़ौमी कम में तव्हां पाण शामिलु थियो ऐं जिते जिते तव्हांखे सॾु थिए थो त उनजी कम अज़ कम हिमायत ज़रूरु कयो, उते पहुचो पाण या उनजो फाइनेंशियली या सोशली जिते जिते जेका बि तव्हांजी हेल्प थी सघे थी उहो ज़रूरु कयो। इहो ई हिकिड़ो रस्तो आहे जंहिंसां अॻिते असां निकिरी सघूं था। शाइर चयो हो त कि मूं पक सुञाता पंहिंजा हुआ कि धारियुनि सां गॾु धाड़े में थे वाट ॾसियाऊं वेरियुनि खे वेही वांगीड़नि जे वाड़े में। सो इहे लफ़्ज़ चई ऐं पंहिंजे तमामु
Thank you very much, Mr. Subro. सजल ऐं साणी कई 79 विसरे हैफ़्तनी के होए वतन जिन विसारियो। My next speaker is Mr. Krishan Sharma. Mr. Krishan Sharma is from Amarkot, Sindh, and he has studied from University of Sindh, been member of District Government Association Tharpakar, and he has worked as a journalist for international peace and human rights activist, working for the marginalized people of Sindh, especially including the Hindus and minorities of Sindh and other oppressed communities. So now it's time for Mr. Krishan Sharma.
गुल सनाई साहब, आउं पंहिंजी गुफ़्तगू जी शुरूआत सिंध जे हिकिड़े अरड़े शाइर जे कुझु सिटनि सां कंदुसि त गुस्ताख़ ग़ुलामी न कई अथऊं न कभी हर सिज जी सलामी न कई अथऊं न कभी सिंधड़ी त अमड़ा उन सां कहिड़ो हिसाब ॿिए कंहिंजी ग़ुलामी न कई अथऊं न कभी। सभ खां पहिरीं आउं वर्ल्ड सिंधी कांग्रेस जो थोराइतो आहियां जिन हर साल वांगुरु हिन साल बि पंहिंजे रवायती इवेंट में सिंध जा उहे मामला मसइला जेके सिंध 70 सालनि खां भोॻे थी उन ते हिकु दफ़ो वरी वेही ॻाल्हाइण ऐं दुनिया खे ॿुधाइण त सिंध हिन वक़्तु कहिड़नि मामलनि खे मोह ॾेई रही आहे। ऐं आउं सम्झां थो त पाकिस्तान जे ठहिण खां पोइ जेको एंटी सिंध एलिमेंट आहे पाकिस्तान में उन धरती खे क़बूल करण खां इनकार कयो आहे हमेशह जेका हुन मुल्क जे ठहिण में बुनियादी किरदारु अदा कयो हो। जे पहिरियों रेज़ोल्यूशन पास करायो हो सिंध असेंबली खां, पर जीअं त पाकिस्तान जे ठहिण खां पोइ सिंध खे हमेशह कॉलोनी जे तौर ते ट्रीट कयो वियो। नतीजे में सिंध में हिकिड़ी मज़ाहमत शुरू खां रही जंहिंजी क़यादत रहबर सिंध साईं GM सईद कई। उन मज़ाहमत जे नतीजे में पाकिस्तान रियासत ते क़ाबिज़ उन्हनि धुरियुनि जेके पाकिस्तान खे ख़ासि नुक़्ते नज़र सां हलाइणु चाहिनि था ऐं मुंहिंजी ज़रख़ेज़ ख़ुशहाल सिंध ते पंहिंजा कब्ज़ा मज़बूत करणु चाहिनि था, उन्हनि सिंध खे मुख़्तलिफ़ रुखनि खां मुख़्तलिफ़ तरीक़नि खां यरगमाल करे रखियो आहे। ऐं सम्झां थो त 73 जो आइन पाकिस्तान जी मौजूदा शकिल जो ज़िम्मेवार आहे जंहिं पाकिस्तान खे मुसलमान कयो। हिन मुल्क में सभ खां पहिरीं जेको कन्वर्जन जो केस आहे उहो केस रियासत जो आहे। रियासत खे बाक़ाइदा मुसलमान डिक्लेयर कयो वियो जंहिंजे नतीजे में पाकिस्तान में रहंदड़ उहे माण्हू जिन जा मज़हब अक़ीदा अक्सरियत आबादी खां मुख़्तलिफ़ आहिनि उन्हनि माण्हुनि खे ईज़ी टारगेट तौरु वरितो वियो ऐं उन्हनि जे लाइ उहे रस्ता बंदि कया विया जंहिंमें हुननि वटि ब्रीथ स्पेस हो। चवण जो मतिलबु त इहो रियासत तइ कयो 1973 जे आइन में त केरु मुस्लमान आहे केरु मुस्लमान न आहे, ऐं हुननि हिकिड़ी वॾी आबादी खे अहमदी डिक्लेयर करे उन्हनि खे नॉन मुस्लिम करार ॾिनो, ऐं उन्हनि जे सलाम, उन्हनि जी प्रैक्टिस जेका उन्हनि जी फ्रीडम ऑफ रिलीजन आहे उनखां डिनाय कयो वियो, ऐं जेकॾहिं उन्हनि इहो कयो त उहे तोहीन तसवुरु कई वेंदी, उहा तोहीन बि हुज़ूर पाक जिन जे शान में। इहा शुरूआति हुई पाकिस्तान में रहंदड़ मज़हबी अक़लियतुनि जे ख़िलाफ़ रियासत जी बदमाशी जी। असां सभिनी खे ख़बर आहे त पाकिस्तान जो क़याम रियासत क्लेम करे थी त हीउ ॿ क़ौमी नज़रे ते थियो, ऐं जेके हिंदू आबादी हिकु त लॾे वई 47 में, ऐं जेको माण्हू पाकिस्तान में रहियो ख़ासि तौर ते सिंध में, उनखे अॼु बि शहरी जे तौर ते क़बूल नथो कयो वञे, ऐं बहसियत शहरी मुंहिंजे लाइ वॾी शर्मिंदगी जी ॻाल्हि आहे त आउं हिन दुनिया जे तख़्ते ते हिकु अहिड़ो शहरी आहियां जंहिंजी शनाख़्त मशकूक आहे। आउं शायदि टियों नस्ल आहियां उन आबादी जो जेको इन पेन खे एक्सपीरियंस कंदी रहे थी। हिंदू आबादी जेका सभ खां घणी सिंध में रहे थी, उनजो हिकु हिसाब सां जेकॾहिं तजियो कजे त 8 मिलियन हिंदू हिन वक़्तु पाकिस्तान में रहनि था, ऐं उनजो 97% सिंध में रहे थो। सिंध जेका सूफ़ियुनि जी सरज़मीन आहे, जिते पीस, टॉलरेंस, ब्रदरहुड, कोएग्जिस्टेंस असांजे रूट्स में शामिल आहे। असांजूं दरगाहूं, असांजा ॾियारा, असांजा मेला मलाखड़ा कामन आहिनि, पर गुज़िरियल 20 सालनि खां स्टेट ते क़ाबिज़ उहे धुरियूं जेके हुन मुल्क खे पंहिंजे ख़ासि मिज़ाज में हलाइण चाहिनि थियूं, उन्हनि इहो तय करे वरितो आहे त सिंध खे नुक़सान करण जो हिकिड़ो ई ज़रियो आहे त उते जी आबादीअ खे अक़लियत में बनायो वञे, जंहिंजी ॻाल्हि सवेर भुट्टो साहब कई। बैन अल-क़ौमी यतीम खानो ठाहियो वियो आहे सिंध धरतीअ खे। अफ़गानी, बंगाली, बर्मी राज्यनि खे सिटीज़नशिप ॾियण जो ऐलान कयो थो वञे, पर जेके बुनियादी उतां जा रहाकू आहिनि, सिंध जा जेके क़दीम रहवासी आहिनि, उन्हनि खे उहो शहरियत जो हक़ अञा ताईं न मिली सघियो आहे जेको हू इंजॉय करे सघनि। गुज़िरियल 20 सालनि में बे इंतहा मदरसा ठाहिया विया आहिनि, ऐं मदरसा उन ख़ासि नुक़्ते नज़र जा जेका सॼी दुनिया जे अमन लाइ थ्रेट आहे, उन्हनि खे प्रमोट इनकरेज कयो थो वञे उन्हनि इलाइक़नि में जिते पीसफुल माण्हू रहनि था, जेके माण्हू भिटाईअ जे कलाम ते ईमान रखनि था, जेके माण्हू जिन जा अञा ताईं मेला मलाखड़ा विरायल न आहिनि, उन्हनि जे घर में ॿधल ढॻीअ जे खीर वञा विरायल न आहे, असांजी लस्सी ऐं धोर बि विरायल न आहे, घर में रधल भाॼी बि विरायल न आहे, उनखे तक़सीम करण जी जेका हिन वक़्तु रियासत जी पॉलिसी आहे, ऐं सम्झां थो उहा सिंध जे वजूद जे लाइ तमामु घणी नुक़सानकार आहे। असां बुख ते गुज़ारण को महणो न आहे, असां ॾुकार में गुज़ारूं था, इहो को महणो न आहे। महणो इहो आहे त मुंहिंजी धीउ जेकॾहिं 10 साल खां वॾी थिए थी, मूंखे राति जो निंड नथी अचे, आउं उनखे कंहिं सुठी यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाए नथो सघां, उहो कंहिं पॉलिटिकल प्रोसेस जो हिसो नथी थी सघे, उहो आज़ादी सां बाज़ार मां वणज वापार नथी करे सघे, का शइ नथी वठी सघे। मूंखे 24 कलाक चौकस रहणो पवंदो आहे त मुंहिंजी धीउ घरां निकिती आहे वरी वापसि घर मोटंदी। मुंहिंजा पुट कंहिं सुठी यूनिवर्सिटीअ में आज़ादी सां रही नथा सघनि। हर हिकु माण्हूअ जे पुठियां हुननि अहिड़ियूं लाबियूं ऐं अहिड़ा माण्हू तयारु कया आहिनि जेके ब्रिगेड्स आहिनि, जिन जो कमु आहे हिन वल्नरेबल ग्रुप खे एक्सप्लॉइट करणु। कई नौजवान असांजा नंढी उमिरि जा ॿार, उन्हनि खे अगवा करे, उहे छोकिरियूं बि हुजनि छोकिरा हुजनि, उन्हनि खे ज़बरदस्ती खणी 15 खां 20 ॾींहं ताईं, महीने ताईं ग़ाइब करे ओचितो उन्हनि खे कोर्ट में पेश कयो वेंदो आहे त दादा असां त रज़ा ख़ुशी सां मुस्लमान थिया आहियूं ऐं असां फलाणी माईअ सां या फलाणे छोकिरे सां शादी था करियूं. उन विच में पुलिस में माना हर इंस्टीट्यूशन में हिकिड़ो माइंड सेट हिननि विहारियो आहे. अगवा जी FIR लिखबी. जॾहिं त पाकिस्तान में अहिड़ा कानून मौजूदु आहिनि, वुमन प्रोटेक्शन लॉ, चाइल्ड मैरिज रेस्ट्रिक्ट एक्ट ऐं ज़ना जा ऑर्डिनेंस मौजूदु आहिनि. 378 379 में लिखियल आहे त जेकॾहिं 16 सालनि जी छोकिरी रज़ा ख़ुशी सां या ज़बरदस्ती शादी करे थी, उहो ज़ना तसवुरु कयो वेंदो. पर मुंहिंजी 8 सालनि जी धीउ आहे, 10 सालनि जी धीउ आहे, 12 सालनि जी धीउ आहे, उहो खॼी सघे थी. जंहिं मुल्क में 18 सालनि ताईं तव्हां वोट नथा ॾेई सघो, ड्राइविंग जो लाइसेंस नथा वठी सघो, जेको तव्हां को एग्रीमेंट नथा करे सघो, उहो तव्हां मुस्लमान बि थी सघो था, तव्हां शादी बि करे सघो था. एॾो डिस्प्यूट आहे कानूननि में विधो वियो आहे. जेकॾहिं चाइल्ड मैरिज रेस्ट्रिक्ट एक्ट मुंहिंजी धीउ खे रोके थो 18 सालनि खां पहिरीं शादी जो, त उनखे चैलेंज थो कयो वञे अपीलेट कोर्ट में त इहो कानून जेको सिंध में ठहियल आहे इहो आर्टिकल जे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जे आर्टिकल 2 जे अगेंस्ट आहे. 73 जे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में आर्टिकल 2 आहे त हिन मुल्क में को बि अहिड़ो कानून न ठाहिबो जेको क़ुरान ऐं शरीयत जे ख़िलाफ़ हूंदो. ऐं उतां उहो सुप्रीम कोर्ट उहा बांह उन माण्हूअ खे ॾिए थी जेको क्लेम थो करे. मुंहिंजो रिश्तो ई स्टेब्लिश कोन थो थिए, मुंहिंजो क्लेम ई स्टेब्लिश कोन थो थिए. रिंकल कुमारी जे केस में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ईअं कयो. पुलिस, जुडिशरी, मीडिया, ख़ासि तौर ते नेशनल मीडिया, उहा उन्हनि इदारनि जे कब्ज़े में आहे. सेंसर आहे त जेको टियों आवाज़ आहे, वॉइस आहे, उहो नैरेटिव इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी ताईं माण्हुनि ताईं न पहुचे. उनजा कई उन्हनि रस्ता रोक कई आहे. मुंहिंजो तहफ़ुज़ रियासती ज़िम्मेदारी आहे, उनखां पोइ पूरी दुनिया जी कम्युनिटी जी ज़िम्मेदारी आहे. पर आऊं इहे ॿई जेके सोर्स आहिनि मुंहिंजा प्रोटेक्शन जा, बहसियत हिंदू पाकिस्तानी, हिंदू सिंधी, ऐं सम्झां थो इहे ॿई मिसिंग आहिनि. असांजा माण्हू जेके लॾे हिननि हालतुनि जे करे हिंदुस्तान वञनि था, उते बि उन्हनि सां का ट्रीटमेंट सुठी न थी. उते असीं पाकिस्तानी आहियूं, उते बि असां ते शक आहे. जंहिं मुल्क में पैदा थिया आहियूं उते बि असां ते शक आहे. असीं आबादी जो अहिड़ो हिसो थी विया आहियूं जेके फुटबॉल वग़ैरह आहियूं. रघुवीर साहब वेठो आहे हिते साम्हूं मुंहिंजे. जेके माण्हू हिंदुस्तान लॾे विया आहिनि, उते उन्हनि जूं जेके पॉलिसियूं आहिनि, उते बि किथे शेल्टर कोन्हे. हर माण्हू यूरोप ऐं ख़लीज जी दुनिया में नथो वञी सघे. हू ट्रेन जो भाड़ो अफोर्ड करे सघे थो जेको खोखरा पार खां वञी जोधपुर में लहे. पर उते जूं जेके पॉलिसियूं आहिनि, रिस्ट्रिक्शन्स आहिनि, उनजे करे माण्हू उते बि महफ़ूज़ कोन्हे. कुझु माण्हू वापसि थो अचे, कुझु माण्हू उते पंहिंजी ज़िंदगी भोगे थो. मूंखे जेको हिते ॻाल्हि करणु घुरिजे त मुंहिंजो वकील केरु आहे. मुंहिंजो वकील आहे उतां जी सिविल सोसाइटी, डेमोक्रेटिक फोर्सिस ऐं सिंध जी क़ौमी सियासत करण वारा मुंहिंजा हीरोज़, नेशनलिस्ट पार्टीज़. उहे 1.5 इंच जे प्लाट ते सिंध विञाए वेठा आहिनि. उन्हनि जा मुफ़ाद, उन्हनि खे पंहिंजा ॿार अमेरिका में किथे सेट करण में इम्पोर्टेंस आहे. मुंहिंजा ॿार ते दरबदर आहिनि, उन्हनि जी उन्हनि खे परवाह न आहे. जमहूरी क़ुवतूं सेरिमोनियल स्टेप्स खणनि थियूं. दीवाली ते बिलावल भुट्टो आयो, भई वाह वाह थी वई, वॾी रिकग्निशन थी वई रिलीजियस माइनॉरिटीज़ खे मुल्क में. सभु टोपी ड्रामा. पहिरियों कानून ठहियो, उहो बि ज़रदारी साहब खे कोई इंगेज करणो हो रियासत जे एस्टेब्लिशमेंट खे. उन्हनि पंहिंजो माइनॉरिटी प्रोटेक्शन लॉ आंदो सिंध असेंबली में, उहो पास थी वियो विदिन मिनट्स. ॿिए पासे असांजा पर्सनल लॉ ठाहिण लाइ असांखे 6 साल लॉबिंग करणी पवे थी. उहो वियो, गवर्नर वटां वापसि थी वियो. भई तव्हांखे कंहिं चयो कानून जेकॾहिं तव्हां पास नथा कराए सघो तव्हांखे कंहिं चयो ठाहियो? 5 मौलवियनि बयान ॾिना, सिंध हुकूमत जंहिंजी हिकिड़ी सीट बि मौलवी वटि हेसि ताईं कोन हुई, हिन में 2 माण्हू आहिनि, उन्हनि जे रुॻो प्रेस रिलीज़ ते सिंध हुकूमत पंहिंजो मौक़िफ़ चेंज करे छॾियो। ॿियो अलमियो त असां हाणे प्रोविंशियल सब्जेक्ट आहियूं। 18 तरमीम खां पोइ आफ्टर 18th amendment all minorities are provincial subject. Now the province will decide what laws and actions they can take in. So हिन वक़्तु जेका सिंध जी सूरत हाल आहे उन में मज़हबी अक़लियतूं गैर महफ़ूज़ आहिनि। रियासत जा इदारा जीअं अॻे दोस्त ॿुधाया विया त हू ख़ासि हिकिड़े डोमेन में हिकु मैंडेट ते कमु कनि था, उहो मैंडेट डोमेन एंटी सिंध आहे। असीं सिंधी आहियूं, उन करे सभ खां वधीक मुतासिर थियूं था। असीं ईज़ी टारगेट आहियूं, असांजी धीउ खणणु सवली आहे बजाए के बरोच जे ॿिए कंहिं अक्सरियती आबादी जे माण्हू जी धीउ खणणु। मोनिका 11 साल जी छोकिरी आहे, उनखे 4 ॾींहं गायब थो कयो वञे, उनखां पोइ पुलिस उनखे रिकवर करे थी। जॾहिं दांह पिट थी उनखां पोइ उन छोकिरी खां कोर्ट स्टेटमेंट वरिती आहे त तूं मुसलमान थी आहीं कोन थी आहीं, तो शादी कई आहे कोन कई आहे। उन छोकिरी चयो न मुसलमान थी आहियां, न मूं शादी कई आहे। उनजे बावजूदि हुन सां जेको हशर थियो आहे उन्हनि 4 ॾींहंनि में, उहो उन छोकिरे बि एडमिट कयो आहे ऐं छोकिरी बि एडमिट कयो आहे। ऐं मज़े जी ॻाल्हि आहे त मीडिया उनखे जंहिं तरीक़े सां पोर्ट्रेट करे थी त उहा छोकिरी मुसलमान थी चुकी आहे, शादी खणी न थी आहे, उनखे हवाले करियो। उहो जेको असां वटि सिंध में हिकिड़ो बदमाश आहे मियां मिठू, उहो हुते पहुची वियो हुनजे घर ते, उन सां गॾु हिकिड़ो सुन्नी तहरीक जो सूबाई सदर, उन्हनि प्रोटेस्ट कयो आहे कोर्ट में त हीअ छोकिरी मुसलमान आहे, असांजे हवाले करे, उन्हनि जी माउ जे हवाले छो कई आहे। चवण जो मतिलबु आहे त स्टेट इंस्टीट्यूशन्स मुकमल तौर ते यरगमाल आहिनि उन धुरियुनि जे साम्हूं, जेके धुरियूं जिन वटि स्ट्रीट पावर आहे, जेके रियासत जा दादला आहिनि। घटि में घटि बहस शरी आऊं दादलो कोन्हे, मुंहिंजी आबादी दादली कोन्हे। सो उन करे अवी जेके हिते दुनिया में सिंध जो केस लड़ंदड़ वकील आहियो, मुंहिंजी रिक्वेस्ट अपील इहा आहे त जेके सिंध जा मामलात आहिनि उनमें ही जेको असांजो मामिलो आहे इनखे बि हिकिड़ो हिसो ॾियो। उहो हिसो ऐं सम्झां थो मल्टीप्लाए कंदो सिंध जे जनरल इशूज़ खे, जेके तव्हां जंहिं लाइ तव्हां मथाकुट कयो था, हेॾो विढ़ो था, पंहिंजा वसीला ख़र्च करियो था, ऐं हेतिरो परे रही तव्हां पंहिंजी जड़ूं अञा ताईं सिंध जी उन साह में ॻंढियूं आहिनि, जेको साह अञा ताईं भिटाई जे कलामनि में मौजूदु आहे, मौज जे दड़े में मौजूदु आहे। असीं उमेदु आहे त हिन क़िस्म जा इवेंट्स, हिन क़िस्म जा डेलिब्रेशन्स मदद कंदा असांजी, त असीं हिन दुनिया जे ॻोल्हे ते किथे महफ़ूज़ शहरी तौरु पंहिंजो साह खणी सघूं, असांजो नियाणियूं, असांजो औलाद महफ़ूज़ हुजे, असांजा फ्यूचर महफ़ूज़ हुजनि। तव्हांजी महिरबानी।
We got a very youngest student here with us, signed Mujib Murtala Shah. Mujib Murtala Shah is grandchild son of Saint G.M. Seret. Saint G.M. Seret, founder of the modern Sindhi nationalism, and he was lifelong chairman of World Sindhi Congress. And so we got Mujib Murtala Shah, he's a young student, and he's doing a master's in business administration in the Institute of Business Sciences, Budapest in Europe. So he will share the ideas.
Thank you very much. Honestly, I was expecting to come here in the capacity of a student on the other side of this podium. However, to paraphrase Karl Marx, there is a spectre haunting Sindh. I call it a spectre because, like a spectre, it hides in the shadows. We're not sure who or what it is, but we keep making our guesses, but we're not sure. But unlike a spectre, it is definitely harming us. Student politics in Pakistan has been influential in each and every decade of Pakistan's history. And this goes back to even before the creation of it. The Pakistan movement was primarily launched from Aligarh University by the students of the university, going door to door, society to society, neighborhoods to neighborhoods, propagating the idea of independence and of freedom. However, under General Ayoub's regime in 1958, student politics and student unions were banned. This was owing to the increasing pro-democracy and leftist leanings of popular student organizations. There was a partial lift of this ban in 1960 to allow for more conservative outlets to emerge in student politics to counteract the influence of more anti-government student bodies. Through the 1974 Students' Ordinance, student unions were fully encouraged and allowed to prosper. However, again, in 1984, they were seen to have become agitated, hence were banned. And to this date, student organization and societies politically inclined are banned in our country, to the extent that when I was signing up for my university, when I first enrolled in a semi-public university in Karachi, I was made to sign a declaration that I will not participate in any political protests. I will not participate in any form of student union activities. And when General Musharraf came to address our law class, I had to sit through it and not complain. That being said, I'm neither a historian nor am I an expert on national media policy. However, I do trust my sensory systems. In fact, let's not go to history at all. Let's look back at just a few months ago. Or just a year. So let's talk about the protest against registration of alien Afghans and Bhutanese and Bengalis residing in Karachi. Now, as per law, they were supposed to be given alien registration cards, and they had to prove to the state that they are peaceful citizens, and which is what will earn them citizenship. However, according to some, just before the elections, the Sindh government decided that they are going to give each and every one of them citizenships and essentially make a minority of Sindhis in a city that we founded. Or the protest on the issue of missing individuals. This was back in May, just during Ramzan, where they would rather show game shows on television instead of women and children sitting outside the press club in Karachi, protesting the state's ineffectiveness in locating their missing brothers and husbands and sons. Or let's talk about the elections, where a 12-point rule was rules were taken out, where you are not allowed to speak against the constitution or the army or the judiciary. And if we didn't have a problem with these institutions, why would we contest in the first place? The ruling party in Sindh, I'm not going to take names, but one of the candidates, just an hour into counting, had 120,000 votes, while the opposing candidate had only 20. This steadily rised over the course of the day. However, it defies all logic. I mean, if they wanted to hold these elections, then why call them elections? Just call it a selection. Stop putting us through these shams. Stop making us waste all our money. The threat of Article 6 on the dam issue, the popular saying we have in Pakistan ke ये मत सोचो कि तुम्हारे मुल्क ने तुम्हारे लिए क्या किया, ये सोचो तुमने अपने मुल्क के लिए क्या किया है. Well, I'll tell you what we've done. We've suffered through jails. My great-grandfather, after the creation of the country he helped create, he lived for another 48 years, a majority of the time which he spent under house arrest or in jails or incarcerated behind military prison bars. We've seen boys as young as 21 shot down in front of our eyes during protests, and not a single word being said on the media about the protest or the death of those boys. We sacrificed the wealth and health of generations of each and every one of our families, yet we are treated as second-class citizens in a country that we helped create. However, we are now in free countries. I'm addressing this room, and whoever sees the speeches given here. I plead with the students, the residents, the expatriates who work and live in the West to voice their concerns in forums that exist here in London or in Belgium or DC or wherever you may be it in the form of student societies or think tanks, in parliaments, congresses, conferences, whatever. We matter. What we're saying matters. And we refuse to see our sisters and our brethren in our countries be treated as second-class citizens anymore. Does each and every Sindhi woman living in Pakistan have to bear 11 children each so that we could become a majority and suddenly matter to the government? How much more taxation, how many more bribes, how many more lives must we lay down just to have our basic human rights? It's an open-ended question. I mean, if anyone can give me an answer, I'd be happy to put my life on the line another 10,000 times. However, since I don't know that, I am so glad that I joined this conference and am participating in it in the form of not just an observer, but also as a participant, as a speaker. And I plead to each and every one of you to keep doing the good work, show up, and speak. Mehrbani, Jason.
Thank you very much. And Syed family has been light for all of us Sindhis in Sindh. And let me to conclude to pay tribute to Syed family in words of Shah Latif, just in a couple of lines. Musi di tama jini ditho piriyan ke rahi ache ratri tin jangan sandhi joe me rahi ache ratri tin jangi sandhi ja tini ji sanya thura je tar me. Thank you very much. My next speaker is Dr. Sawar Shah. Dr. Sawar Shah did PhD from Yunioversity, and he has authored more than 25 research papers, and he's been research fellow at Yunioversity from 2002 to 2013, and has been public health consultant from 2013 to 2016. He did his postdoctoral fellow at Guy St. Thomas Trust in London, and now he is a researcher at Oxford University in Biomedical Research Centre. Dr. Sawar Shah.
First of all, I congratulate the World Sindhi Congress for organizing today's conference. This topic, enforced disappearances, is really an important issue, not from the perspective of Pakistan, but from international perspective. And I'm not an expert on enforced disappearances. However, I'm a researcher. I will give an overview of the roots of the issue, what are the common reasons, and what are the consequences of enforced disappearances, what happens. So, for example, if I give like a scenario, what an enforced disappearance looks like. It involves like, if you're sleeping in your house in the middle of the night, some people come, armed people come and drag your husband, brother, father out of their bed and push him in any army vehicle or in a vehicle without a number plate. And he's taken out to an unknown destination. And next day you wake up and go to the authorities, look at the newspapers, you don't find what happens, and everybody denies. So this is a typical scenario of enforced disappearances. I've taken this from Solar 2006. This book is written about Latin America. But if you read Sindhi newspapers or any English newspapers of Pakistan or any other country where enforced disappearances do happen, and this is the same situation. So this is the typical scenario what an enforced disappearance looks like. So what are the features of enforced disappearances? So they involve either arrest, detention, or abduction of person against their will. So this is really an important issue because sometimes people talk about enforced disappearances and missing persons. I mean, anything could miss without being forced to be missing. So we must look into this one, rather than calling them missing persons. It's like if you do an accident, or this or he or that thing happened because of an accident. So it means there's a benefit of doubt there. And so it's really enforced against your will. Somebody is enforcing it. Okay. So this is mostly done by different levels of government officials, and sometimes it do happen. As my speaker one was saying, there are brigades there. Kishan was saying there are brigades there. So it's organized groups of private people do this on behalf of authorities. And then the other feature is when you go to the officials or people in authority and you say, okay, my person is disappeared, but they refuse to. It's not with us. We don't know. Police says we don't know. Army says we don't know. Nobody claims that they are holding that person, disappeared person. So this is refusal to disclose is another feature of enforced disappearances. And the last is the consequences for the victims' families. So it's because they have been disappeared, so they can't resort to go and to seek the remedy according to the law, national law or international law. And they suffer from all sorts of consequences. The families suffer. So what are the rules of enforced disappearances? I mean, I'll already defined what the enforced disappearances is. But when we look into the post-World War II era, the enforced disappearances were on rise in South America during 1960s and 70s, when there were dictatorships and military regimes there. However, it didn't stop there, and from South America, it shifted to Asian countries, or I would say especially to South Asia. In South Asia, these enforced disappearances are on rise in most of the countries, including Sri Lanka, Nepal, India, and Pakistan. And there are other Asian countries involved. That's because I will focus on Pakistan because we are concerned about this country. And enforced disappearances in Pakistan, there was a rise of this issue since 2001 in the wake of war on terror, 9/11 incidents, which gave an impetus to the enforced disappearances in Pakistan. And then I'll go to a government organization looking into enforced disappearances. In 2011, Pakistan has established a commission called Commission of Inquiry on Enforced Disappearance, COIED, and they define who is a missing person. A person who has been picked up or taken into custody by any law enforcing intelligence agencies working under civil and military control in a manner which is contrary to the provisions of the law. So it means they're defining that any person who is enforced person is being taken by army or any enforcing law agencies. And any person who has been taken by somebody else is a missing person. So when we must therefore say this is enforced, disappearances, which is in the international law as well. There are UN conventions or laws on enforced disappearances. Okay, so this commission of COIED has established a database. Because mostly we talk about so many people have disappeared, so many disappeared. So I thought, let's have a look at the data, what the data is telling us. Whether this is complete data, incomplete data, biased data, what it's telling us. I spent about 2 days to download this data, which is about 350 pages, and putting in Excel and working on this and doing some transformations. So this is the scenario of enforced disappearances. If you see, about 40% is from KPK, which is Northwest Provincial Province. These are the cases from this province. And second highest is Sindh, about 27%, followed by Punjab, and then it's Balochistan highest. Don't think that this is the old data there, but this is the data which is available with this commission is. And I was surprised why KPK is highest number. It's probably because when we look at this data, I will come back to the same point. This enforced disappearances, I will divide them into 2 phases. One phase is since 1990 up to 2004 or 2003 or 2003 means until the war on terror started. So if you look at this data, look from 1990 to 2001, its majority of enforced disappearances are from Sindh. And it's really clear, very clear there, most of the people coming from Sindh. And then from 2006 or 7, and then KPK, the enforced disappearance in KPK are on rise. So people who are going to the commission or lodging their FIRs, so I was saying, why there are more? Maybe some people have gone to the war on terror or war like jihad in Afghanistan, but they disappeared, and people want to get protection, so they go to the police and saying that my person has disappeared. So this could be one of the consequences. Other is because in Sawat, this is Sharia, Nifaze, Muhammadi, there was a military operation against them. They picked up lots of people. So there was really a rise there. But you see the Balochistan is from 2005-06. It started rising the number of disappearances in Balochistan as well. But when you look at the grand total, it says only Sindh is only 900. I doubt this is real picture, okay? This is the biased data. This is the data which is available with authorities. And if you divide them by the population, you see if you calculate the rates, it will be higher. For example, in Balochistan, look at the Balochistan's population, very little, 233. If you put the rate by 10,000, 100,000, it will be really a lot compared to Punjab. This is again the same analysis. Look at the red line, which is from 2008. There was a peak of disappearances in Sindh from 2014 up to 2017. But the important thing I found, there's no data for 2017. What does it tell us? That means there was no disappearances in the whole country in 2017. Was it the second year? So this is another missing gap in this data. Because then I was looking into this commission's data. What are their findings? What happens to people who have been enforced and disappeared? And I would only analyze the cases of Sindh. 54% is still being under investigation. They're under investigation since 1990 until 2018. For the last 20 years, we can't find them under investigation. Just we are looking into this. And then some people were traced to return home. Okay, traced to return home. And I know Sardar is here. He has returned home, but he will tell us the story in maybe the next session. What happens? So you see, and the important was dead body recovered, and there is no information about where, why, how these dead bodies were recovered as well. So, and there are they claim that this person has died in an encounter with either police or law enforcing agencies. So this is the state of affairs. Yeah? And so what we say, why they do enforce disappearances? I want a few slides now. So because this is like government practice, like, of the population to stopping people, like, talking against their policies, against their programs, against any issues. And for the victims, it's really a big consequences, lots of consequences for them. It's not only social or psychological, but economic as well, and political issues for them, and refusal of the rights for the victims' families. For the victims, as I said, they bring emotional sufferings. The person disappears, they can't find the person, so they can't go get a legal remedy for that, and this is a last lines. It's a violation of fundamental rights, and it's a really terror against political, religious, and ethnic minorities and opponents of the government. So this is the reason why enforced disappearances do happen. In conclusion, what I would say, enforced disappearances are very wide, like are in most of the countries, especially in South Asia, in Pakistan. And these enforced disappearances violate people's human rights, fundamental rights, economic rights, social rights, and in Pakistan, the data shows KPK is the highest, but we believe this is a biased data, and if it's really true data comes in, that the number will be higher from Sindh or Balochistan, especially of nationalist and political leaders. There is a very slow progress regarding the recovery of enforced disappeared people. And it's what I was thinking, how do we bring our disappeared persons into into documentation? So as soon as the scenario slide one I showed you happens to any of the person we know or any family, they should have an FIR. But I'm sure there will be a lot of resistance to, you will be successful in putting in lodging an FIR. But at least it will put on the record, okay, these numbers are missing. And this so-called commission has got a online platform, file application form online. So it shows the record so that we are not missed out, people who've been disappeared, not missed out of the legal remedy. And I would urge the international organization, national organization, activity, to support in the recovery of the victims of enforced disappearances. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sadar Shah. My next speaker is Mr. Tom Deegan. Mr. Tom Deegan is a researcher at the Democracy Forum UK, and he has expertise on South Asian issues, and he's been very long supporter of World Sindhi Congress, and whenever we call him, he do come. So Mr. Tom Deegan.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this forum. I'm going to change the subject a little bit and talk a little bit about history and about one of my personal heroes, a man called Allah Buks Sumru. I would like to start by pointing out that the creation of the state of Pakistan was not done in the interest of the Muslims of India. It was done in the interests of the West. It was done in the interests of British imperialism, the protection of capitalism, rather than the interests of Muslims. Muhammad Ali Jinnah is usually given credit for the creation of Pakistan, which is why they refer to him as Baba-i-Qiyam, the father of the nation, but in fact he was simply an instrument of British imperial design. For many, many years before the Second World War, the British knew that they had to get out of India. They could no longer hold back the tide and the demand for Indian self-determination. They have they were prepared to grant it, but on their terms. They wanted to ensure that India remained a client state, if possible, of Britain. And today they're trying to make sure that India remains a significant trading partner of India. The two-nation theory, which I should point out also that Muhammad Ali Jinnah was originally a United India man. He opposed the idea of partition because he recognized that the idea that India could be divided into Muslim and Hindu states was nonsense. The Muslim people were scattered all over India. And there were only a few minor states, relatively speaking, that had Muslim majorities and Hindu minorities. The rest of India had Hindu majorities, but significant Muslim minorities living within them. The states such as Sindh had a Muslim majority, but it had a large Hindu population. Punjab was divided between Muslim and Hindu populations. So the problem with the British was that most of the Indian national leaders were socialists. They were left-leaning. They had sympathy, many of them, for the Soviet Union. And the British were terrified that a united India, which would have been a very, very powerful economic and potential world power, would end up being allied to the Soviet Union rather than to the West. And so they encouraged Mr. Jinnah. The king met Mr. Jinnah when he came to London during the war and encouraged him to stick to his guns. He met Churchill and Halifax and other British world leaders before the partition actually occurred, and he was helped and advised to maintain his stance that the Muslims could not live in a society ruled by Hindus or Christians or any other religion. Muslims have lived as minorities in many different countries around the world and have suffered no ill effects as a result. The fact is that the British wanted a separate northern state as a buffer between India and the Soviet Union. That was the geopolitical strategy of the day. It had little or nothing to do with the protection of Muslims. In fact, the creation of the state of Pakistan was a betrayal of India's Muslims, because there were more Muslims left outside the new Pakistan than were contained within it. There was, however, a fly in the ointment when the proposals for Pakistan, the creation of Pakistan, was being mooted by the Muslim League at the time, led by Jinnah. That fly in the ointment was a man called Allah Buks Sumru, who was a leader of the Sindh people. He was the Prime Minister of Sindh. He was the founder of the Ittihad Party, and he was absolutely opposed to the idea of partition. And he had this support of the Sindh people because of his reputation and his logic. He had to be removed. And so in 1942, during the war, Sir Hugh Dow, the Viceroy or the Governor-General, sacked him, dismissed his government. Allah Buks Sumru won some power again, and he was again dismissed by the government. They replaced his Ittihad party with an alliance of Muslim League and Hindutva, members of the Indian National Congress, an unholy alliance produced for no other reason than to give an alternative to the Ittihad's objection to partition. And as if that wasn't enough, Allah Buks Sumru was assassinated a few months after he was deposed or sacked by Sir Hugh Dow, he was assassinated, probably by the Muslim League. Nobody was ever called to account for his murder. He was shot dead riding in a tanga, on a tanga carriage on his way through the streets of Karachi, I believe it was. I think that very few people in Sindh today would know very much about Allah Bux Sumru, because the only hero they know about is Jinnah, the father of the nation. But Allah Bux Sumru was a hero of the Sindh people. He recognized the truth of partition for what it was, what was its intention. And when India was divided, the Muslims of India were divided. Those that were left inside India were that much weaker politically, and the Muslims in the north, well, they didn't really gain very much. They've all fallen under the hands of a military elite, gangsters in uniform, is the way I describe them. Many countries have generals. Pakistan's generals have a country under their control. They're also among the most wealthy individuals on the planet. If you see an Indian general or a British general in retirement living on their relatively modest pensions, often attending book signing sessions to try and supplement that modest pension, no such thing has to occur with Pakistani generals. They're all fabulously wealthy. They all own properties in London, and they do very, very well out of the state that they own. My own country, Ireland, I'm Irish by the way, spent 700 years attempting to gain its independence from the British. I simply hope that Sindh people do not have to spend 700 years trying to win independence for their nation. However, I can do no more than wish you the best of luck in your endeavours. Thank you.
Of Pakistan was not in interest of Indian Muslims, but for the Western forces, and their geopolitical strategy of the West was Pakistan was created. And he said Allah Bux Sumru was a genuine son of soil of Sindh, and he opposed the creation of Pakistan, and because of his reputation and logic, they were against him. They removed him from Prime Minister of Sindh, and finally they assassinated him. And he said, I'm sure that most of the Sindhi young generation now won't be aware of Allah Bux Sumru, but maybe because of Jinnah. He pointed out that now which I can reflect it, that current history taught in our schools doesn't reflect really our actual real history. And the current history surrounds about Liaquat, Jinnah and those things. So it's very high important for us that we should orient our young generation to the actual and real history of Sindh. He said, I'm Irish and Ireland took 700 years, and I don't want that Sindh takes 700 years of independence to get independence. So he said, I can't do it. Whatever you have to do on the ground and yourself, but my best wishes are with you. Thank you very much, Tanji. We got Payman Asad, Miss Payman Asad with us. She's councillor from this South Hero County. And Miss Payman Asad, whose parents, they came from Afghanistan 25 years ago in UK. And she's playing very active role in British politics. She's got her BSc honours and then masters, and she was recently elected as a councillor in 2018. And her main focus is on community safety, gun crimes, knife attacks and robbery in her area. And Paymana Asad is taking steps to have an impact on the young people's life. So we would like to hear from you, Madam.
Thank you so much for inviting me here today to speak. I'm really honoured I'm no expert in this topic on Sindh. I've actually learned a lot just hearing from lots of the speakers here today. And I'm really, really honoured that you've decided to hold this conference in Harrow, actually. The University of Westminster is based in Harrow. So as I was introduced, my name is Payman Asad, and my family did come to the UK 25 years ago when I was 3. I actually think I spent 8 days in Karachi on my way to the United Kingdom. I don't really remember it, but I think my mum told me I was quite worried on the way here. So I think that's my probably only memory of being in Pakistan, and especially in Sindh. As the politician on the panel, it's really my responsibility to sort of tell all of you here what you can do really to get people to listen to you and to your concerns. When I was walking into this building, there was a sign outside that said the University of Westminster is open to expression, and I think that's what each and every one of you here is doing today, is really expressing your concerns of what's happening to your community in your country of origin. And I think I've come to this conclusion from hearing each of the speakers here today, is that the state has the responsibility to look after its citizens, regardless of what race they are, what religion they are, or what ethnic group that they belong to. And obviously, unfortunately, that's not what is happening in Pakistan at the moment. Since its creation, as Tom said, it's been quite controversial for the communities who've lived in Pakistan since partition, since 1947. From a British perspective, I guess, we have such a close connection with Pakistan. It's a nuclear state. The United Kingdom donates. It's our biggest bilateral recipient of aid. Our history and our connections with its people is very close. But I guess what I'm trying to say is everyone views human rights very differently. So you're all sitting here and you're talking about enforced disappearances in Sindh, which I wasn't actually aware of. And it's good to see that table with the data to actually back up what you're saying. And I guess, as Tom said, the analysis of what's happening in Pakistan from the United Kingdom hasn't come from an imperial or colonial viewpoint. So it hasn't been seen through that lens at the moment, and it's still not seen through that lens. And I guess I just want to leave with 5 things. What you each of you can do to try and raise awareness of this issue. I'm educated completely now hearing each of these speakers on this issue. And I think the first thing is being smart and active about your anger. Obviously, these issues are very emotional. Watching that documentary about girls being kidnapped just because they're Hindu and being forced to convert to Islam, and then basically being separated from their families. Being smart about your anger and being active. So backing up your opinions with facts, using the actual facts on the ground from different organizations. Speak on this issue has really made me aware, and when I do go out and speak to people in the community, I'll be more active in what I can say about the issues that your community is facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paimana, and giving us valuable suggestions. Sajjan ऐं साणी के 79 विस्ते सज्जन ऐं साणी के 79 विस्ते हैफ़तनी के हो वतन जिन विसारियो. Sheikh Ayaz said that दात वॾी शइ न आहे, सच वॾी शइ आहे. दात वॾी शइ न आहे, सच वॾी शइ आहे. ऐं जो सच मचाए मच सो वॾी शइ आहे. We got Adi Rui Kaloro with us. Adi Rui Kaloro is wife of Mr. Hajan Kaloro, who's our executive committee member, our Sindhi Congress. She's been very vocal and supportive, and without our support from home, we are really nothing. So, women participation and their support in the struggle is vital to carry out all these activities. Adi Rui Kaloro has been on forefront in all our efforts and activities, especially in Canada. She's been very active on issues of Sindh. Adi Rui Kaloro, one of her hobbies is that she's very, very good poet. So she has written some poetry. So I would like request Adi Rui Kalolo to share some poetry thoughts with us, please.
Thank you, Ada, and good evening, all my friends. What I feel, I really thank you, organizers of today's event, for giving me a chance to speak few words. But really, I don't consider myself a writer or a poetess. But the pain of my people of sin and poisoning the soul of sin, these pains, they of the common man, or you can say the innocent people are struggling in my back home. It just gave me some strength and some few thinking. They are not actually my pains, which I felt for them. I'm just feeling like I'm saying their words. It's their pain, but they don't have any way to explain, to let people know how they feel, how they live in this type of situation, which is created by the brutal laws or acts by the state. So today, I'm not like a writer or something, but I'm trying to explain those painful moments of those poor people who are struggling and who are just every day the troubles are getting higher and higher. Every day we have a new challenge. It looks like they are living or staying in a state of war, and they don't have anything. Even the media, if you think media is they have to play the biggest role in society for those people, but it's already kind of abducted, or they are showing a different picture. But otherwise, the pain, I have seen them. I have written in 3 different languages. I spoke those words in Urdu, Sindhi, and Punjabi and Saraiki. Today, first of all, I have written a little while ago about the dams. I feel that they are thinking the same way I'm trying to explaining what I think they are going through. So today I will recite some words as a poem about the dam. You just consider it's their words, it's their pain, and it's the reality of that soil. And it's in Urdu. I hope everybody understands that. Some of them, if you have any question, I can explain later on. तुम डैम बनाना चाहते हो, तुम अकल से पैदल लगते हो, ना पानी है ना पैसा है, तुम किस पर डैम बनाओगे? तुम मुल्क को तोड़वाओगे, लोगों के दुख दूर करो, उनको ना मजबूर करो। लोगों के दुख दूर करो, उनको ना मजबूर करो। क्या सब हम अपने दुश्मन हैं? जो चाहो सो आप करो, बस हमारे नाम के फतवे हैं। जो चाहो सो आप करो, बस हमारे नाम के फतवे हैं। किसी को डैम नहीं चाहिए। आपके घर में पानी है, वहां मंसूबा ठीक रहेगा। हमको तो बस माफ ही कर दो। ये कैसी मंसूबा बंदी है, जब सबने ना कर दी है, फिर भी गुंडागर्दी है, और तुमने भी हद कर दी है। Here I meant I'm going to say talking about brothers. Brothers mean the provinces of my country. So-called, you can say that. So I say here, जहां 3 भाई नहीं राजी, वहां चौथा बन गया काजी। हम भी मुल्क के वासी हैं, एक बार तो हमको सुन लो। जहां 3 भाई नहीं राजी, चौथा बन गया काजी। हम भी मुल्क के वासी हैं, एक बार तो हमको सुन लो। हमको डैम नहीं चाहिए। तुम पैसा भले जोड़ो, मगर पैसा जोड़ो इंसान बचाओ। घर से निकल के थर तो जाओ, पैसा जाकर वहां लगाओ, मासूमों की जान बचाओ। डैम का झगड़ा छोड़ दो अब तुम। हमने तुम्हें बतलाया है और बहुत बार समझाया है, अब फिर से समझाते हैं। हमको डैम नहीं चाहिए, हमको डैम नहीं चाहिए। Another one I wrote on another very painful issue. You must have heard about that Prime Minister of ours, when he came into power first, he sent a big amount of wheat, and he donated that. he said that the poor of Afghanistani people need our help. And I felt it's really funny because we have so many people, innocent kids are dying in thirst. Maybe he never even had a look that we need that thing. The most of the poor area of our country is still, we felt like it's kind of another place, another country, another province. And the stuff we have, they have to have that. And it's not donation for them. It's their right to have those kind of help from the government because they are citizen of that country. They should have it first. And I wrote some words for that. गैरों पे करम अपनों पे सितम. ये कैसा तुमने मान दिया है, अब मेरा हक भी दान दिया है. ये कैसा तुमने मान दिया है, मेरा हक भी दान दिया है. मेरे बच्चे तो भूख से मर गए, मेरा रिस्क भी तुमने बांट दिया है. मेरा तो कोई आगाज ही ना था, पर तेरी क़यामत तो आनी है. मेरी ज़मीन का हर बच्चा जो भूख प्यास से तड़पा है, इसका जवाब तो तुम दोगे. मेरी ज़मीन का हर बच्चा जो भूख प्यास से तड़पा है, इसका जवाब तो तुम ही दोगे. ये नन्हे मुन्ने मासूम जनाजे, सबका हिसाब तो तुम ही दोगे. अपने मुल्क में कहत पड़ा है, गैरों से सखी कहलवाते हो. कोई तब्दीली लाने आया है, कोई डैम बनाने आया है, कोई मुल्क बचाने निकला है. गरीब तो कल भी भूखा था, आज भी जिंदा मरता है. जिस रब ने इज्जत बख्शी है, उसका कुछ तुम खौफ तो खाओ. गरीबों को इंसाफ दिलाओ, बच्चों को तुम रोटी दो, मासूमों की प्यास बुझाओ. इनके घरों में जाकर देखो कैसे वो सब जीते हैं, कैसे सब वो जिंदा हैं. तुम सब आन मान भूल जाओगे, सब दैन दान तुम भूल जाओगे. And I have another one. You must have heard about all the problems of the thirst, of the enforced disappearances. We have just like a saying kind of. They said when somebody died, we can just keep it in our hearts. The strength comes from some memories or something. When you guys even, like when we even don't know they are alive, they are dead. So I don't know the people who are struggling on the road, especially the girls. I have same age daughters. They are on the road for so many months and nobody even bothered. They're just crossing over and just looking at them, giving a look, and they even don't know what they are waiting for. They are waiting for their dead bodies, or they are waiting for them, their brothers or their fathers to get back their home safely. This is a big misery which is happening nowadays there. We still, every day we find them crying over the streets, just requesting everyone who has the power a little bit to let their loved ones come back home, at least just tell them they are alive or they are dead. And for their matter, in the same city we have another war going through. We have some people which they just want to break the Sindhi people. They have so many things going on, not even one thing. So the people who just wanted to break up my province of Sindh, this is for them. And this is my last one. I hope you guys like these lines too. मैंने ज़मीन में सहर बोई नहीं है अभी, मैंने ज़मीन में सहर बोई नहीं है अभी, मेरे घर में रात सोई नहीं है अभी. जख्म जख्म है मेरी धरती का सीना अब तक, कहर की कोई रात भी रोई नहीं है अभी. मेरे हौसले को तुम्हारा जुल्म आज़मा ले भले, मेरे हौसले को तुम्हारा जुल्म आज़मा ले भले, मैंने एक सर्द आह भी खोई नहीं है अभी. लहू के छींटे तुम्हारे दामन पे नुमाया हैं, लहू के छींटे तुम्हारे दामन पे नुमाया हैं, तुमने आस्तीन ठीक से धोई नहीं है अभी. हिजरत की माला जपने वालों ने अपनी शनाख्त, हिजरत की माला जपने वालों ने अपनी शनाख्त मेरे सिंध की माला में पिरोई नहीं है अभी. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू. सनी सुई सुबियो, सनी सुई सुबियो मुंह मारीन सी सा, सनी सुई सुबियो मुंह मारीन सी सा, वेठी सारिया सुमरा गोलारा ऐं गा. हियूं मुंहिंजो हुत थियो हित मिटी ऐं मां, पखन मंझि पसा काल पाए कोट में. मुझे ख्याल में वो सब रिफ्लेक्ट करे तो असांजी इंटरनल सिचुएशन थे. थैंक यू वेरी मच ऑल फॉर योर एनलाइटनिंग थॉट्स. टू कंक्लूड दिस सेशन, in couple of lines of Shah Latif. I will just read 2 poems of Shah Latif. One message of Latif is वगर कयो वतन पिरत न छिनन पाण में, वगर कयो वतन पिरत न छिनन पाण में, पसो पथिड़न मानवा मेट घणो।
सामाइन, कॉन्फ्रेंस जो ॿियो सेशन शुरू थियण वारो आहे। इन सेशन जी कार्रवाई अमेरिका चैप्टर जो ऑर्गेनाइज़र डॉक्टर सगीर शेख सरंजाम ॾेई रहियो आहे।
Thank you very much. I hope you had a good lunch. Welcome to the session number 2. Please be seated. We are honored here today to have a distinguished panelist from all over the world actually to be talking about one of the most pertinent issues towards not only just Sindh but all the peoples and nations of Pakistan as well as the entire world, which is the issue of natural resources and water and environmental justice. In this session, we had scheduled 5 of the speakers. Unfortunately, one of our speakers hasn't been able to come. Miss Albania, which you have heard her last year also. So we have Ioana, Rolf, Professor Danish Mustafa, and Hassan Abbas here today. And so this time the format will be slightly different. I will call a speaker one by one instead of asking them to sit there. At the end of the session, I would invite all of them to sit together and be able to available to you for question and answer session. We have about 10 to 15 minutes available for each speaker today. And we want to focus on, as I said, that misappropriation of natural resources and environmental justice. We had a little small documentary to show it to. Instead of breaking the session tempo in between, I'm going to reorder as a moderator to start with the documentary first and then go on inviting speakers. So let me just open up
یہ منظر کسی آثار قدیمہ کا نہیں بلکہ صرف 2-3 سال پہلے تک دریائے سندھ کے کنارے بسے ہوئے خوشحال شہر توکھی بندر کے اجڑنے کے نشانات ہیں۔ توکھی بندر صفحہ ہستی سے مٹ چکا ہے۔ سمندر کبھی یہاں سے 100 کلومیٹر دور تھا۔ یہاں سے دریائے سندھ کی ایک شاخ سمندر میں گرتی تھی جس کے کنارے بند بنا کر بحری جہازوں اور کشتیوں کو لنگر انداز کیا جاتا تھا، لیکن یہ سب کچھ اب ختم ہو چکا۔ شہر گاؤں میں تبدیل ہوا اور اب اس گاؤں کے آخری گھر کے مکین بھی چند دن پہلے یہاں سے جا چکے ہیں۔ جیو کی ٹیم نے سمندر کے دوش پر پورے 1 دن مسلسل کشتی پر سفر کیا، تب خشکی کا یہ ٹکڑا نظر آیا جہاں کبھی سوکھی بندر کا شہر آباد، جہاں دریائے سندھ کی آخری لہریں بحر عرب سے گلے ملتی تھیں۔ یہ شہر خوشحال تھا، لیکن اب یہ علاقہ 100 کلومیٹر تک سمندر کے اندر ہے اور شہر کی خوشحالی کی باتیں قصہ پارینہ ہیں۔
سوکھی بندر ایک بڑا شہر تھا اس زمانے میں، یہاں اسی شہر میں ہزاریں لوگ رہتے تھے۔ یہ سمندر کی وجہ سے ابھی یہ تباہ ہو گئی۔
یہ حشر صرف انڈس ڈیلٹا کے کسی ایک شہر یا گاؤں کا نہیں بلکہ ایسے سینکڑوں دیہات ہیں جو کبھی خشکی پر آباد اور پر رونق تھے، لیکن اب یہ سب جزیروں کی شکل میں سمندر کا حصہ بن چکے ہیں۔ ان سینکڑوں گاؤں میں آباد ہزاروں لوگوں نے خشکی سے ناطہ توڑ کر سمندر سے دوستی کر لی ہے۔ پچھلے کئی طوفانوں میں یہ لوگ یہاں موجود رہے۔ سمندری پانی بڑھنے پر یہ لوگ کشتیوں میں پناہ لے لیتے ہیں اور یوں سمندر سے ان کی آنکھ مچولی جاری رہتی ہے۔ کچھ ایسی بستیاں بھی ہیں جس کے مکینوں کی پوری زندگی انہی کناروں پر بسر ہو جاتی ہے، جہاں بچے ان جھونپڑوں میں پیدا اور جوان ہوتے ہیں اور بڑھاپے میں نحیف جسموں اور کمزور آنکھوں سے ان کناروں پر بیٹھ کر ماضی کے خوبصورت لمحوں کو یاد کرتے ہیں اور انہی کناروں پر مر جاتے ہیں۔ ایسا ہی ایک قصبہ کیٹی بندر ہے۔ دریائے سندھ کے مختلف بہاؤ اور سمندری کریکس کی وجہ سے اگر کیٹی بندر کو دریاؤں کا دیس کہا جائے تو مبالغہ نہیں ہوگا۔ اس کی پہلی بندرگاہ 1853 اور 54 میں سمندر کی نظر ہو گئی۔ اس کے بعد دوسرا شہر آباد ہوا جو 1877 اور تیسرا شہر 1910 میں سمندر کی نظر ہوا، اور اب موجودہ کیٹی بندر چوتھا شہر ہے۔ لیکن اس وقت کیٹی بندر ایک چھوٹا سا قصبہ ہے جس کی گلیوں میں صرف خوبصورت ماضی کی باتیں ہوتی ہیں، اور لوگ ماضی کو یاد کر کے ٹھنڈی آہیں بھرتے ہیں. ان کی آنکھوں میں اس خوف سے بھی آنسو آ جاتے ہیں کہ اب یہ چوتھا کیچی بندر بھی ان کے ہاتھوں سے نکلا جا رہا ہے. سمندر کا تیز پانی روز بروز کٹاؤ کی صورت میں آگے بڑھ رہا ہے، جیسے کچھ ہی عرصے میں سب کچھ ختم ہو جائے گا. دریا سندھ کا وہ علاقہ جہاں وہ سمندر میں گرتا ہے ڈیلٹائی علاقہ کہلاتا ہے. انڈس ڈیلٹا دنیا کا 7واں بڑا ڈیلٹا ہے، جس کی اراضی تقریباً 29,000 مربع کلومیٹر ہے. انڈس ڈیلٹا میں دریائے سندھ سے آنے والے میٹھے پانی میں کمی ہوئی، جس سے سمندر کا نمکین پانی تیزی سے ڈیلٹائی اور ساحلی علاقوں میں داخل ہو رہا ہے. انڈس ڈیلٹا کے علاقے سے لاکھوں ماہی گیر بھوک، بے روزگاری اور معاشی بدحالی کی وجہ سے نقل مکانی پر مجبور ہو گئے ہیں. دریائے سندھ میں پانی کی کمی اور گزشتہ 10 سال سے کوٹری ڈاؤن اسٹریم سے سمندر کو ایک قطرہ بھی پانی نہ ملنے کے باعث حالات دن بدن خطرناک صورتحال اختیار کرتے جا رہے ہیں. 1930 میں جہاں سمندر میں سالانہ 170 ملین ایکڑ فٹ پانی گرتا تھا، جو اپنے ساتھ سالانہ 40 کروڑ ٹن پتلی ریت بھی سمندر میں ڈالتا تھا، لیکن گزشتہ 10 سال میں کوٹری ڈاؤن اسٹریم سے نیچے پانی کا ایک قطرہ بھی نہیں چھوڑا گیا. 20ویں صدی میں جب نہروں کا نظام آیا اور دریائے سندھ پر ڈیم اور بیراج بننے لگے تو انڈس ڈیلٹا کی اس پٹی سے خوشحالی کا سورج غروب ہونے لگا، کیونکہ پانی نہیں تھا تو ریت بھی نہیں آئی، اور ان کریکس کے ذریعے سمندر کا پانی آگے بڑھنے لگا. دریائے سندھ کا 15 لاکھ کیوسک پانی قابل استعمال بنانے کے لیے 1932 میں سکھر بیراج بنایا گیا. 9,50,000 کیوسک پانی محفوظ کرنے کے لیے 1946 میں جناح بیراج بنایا گیا. 1955 میں کوٹری بیراج بنا کر 8,75,000 کیوسک پانی محفوظ کیا گیا. 1959 میں دریائے سندھ پر تونسا بیراج بنایا گیا، جس کے ذریعے 7,50,000 کیوسک پانی محفوظ کیا گیا. 12 لاکھ کیوسک پانی قابل استعمال بنانے کے لیے 1962 میں گدو بیراج بنایا گیا. 1971 میں چشمہ بیراج بنا کر 11 لاکھ کیوسک پانی کو قابل کاشت بنایا گیا. 1976 میں 3,478 میگا واٹ بجلی بنانے کے لیے تربیلا ڈیم بنایا گیا، اور اب دریائے سندھ پر غازی بروتھا ہائیڈل پاور پروجیکٹ بنایا جا رہا ہے، جو دریائے سندھ کا مزید 5 لاکھ کیوسک پانی لے لے گا. آزاد ذرائع کے مطابق سمندر اب تک ضلع بدین اور ٹھٹہ کی 20 لاکھ ایکڑ سے زائد زمین نگل چکا ہے، لیکن حکومت سندھ کے ریونیو ڈپارٹمنٹ کی جانب سے جاری کی گئی رپورٹ کے مطابق اب تک ضلع ٹھٹہ کی 6 تحصیلوں اور بدین کی 2 تحصیلوں کی 12 لاکھ ایکڑ سے زائد زمین سمندر برد ہوئی ہے. گزشتہ 11 برسوں کی اسٹڈی سے پتہ چلتا ہے کہ سمندر سالانہ 47 مربع کلومیٹر کے حساب سے آگے بڑھ رہا ہے. سندھ دریا جو اپنے حیات بخش پانی سے دوسروں کو سرسبز و شاداب رکھتا تھا، آج خود اپنے وجود کو زندہ رکھنے کے لیے ایک ایک قطرے کا محتاج ہے. دریائے سندھ کے اندر سمندری پانی سجاول پل سے گزر کر حیدرآباد کے قریب جھرک شہر تک پہنچ چکا ہے. پانی کی کمی کے باعث انڈس ڈیلٹا پر موجود مینگروز کے 3,45,000 ایکڑ رقبے پر پھیلے ہوئے جنگلات اب کم ہو کر صرف 1,60,000 ایکڑ تک رہ گئے ہیں. یہی وہ جنگلات تھے جو سمندری طوفان کو آگے بڑھنے سے روک کر یہاں کے لوگوں کو تحفظ فراہم کرتے تھے. یہ رن آف کچھ کا علاقہ ہے. کسی زمانے میں سمندر یہاں سے 100 کلومیٹر دور ہوا کرتا تھا، لیکن اب دریائے سندھ سے سمندر میں پانی نہ چھوڑنے اور ایل بی او ڈی کی وجہ سے سمندر بالکل نزدیک آ چکا ہے. کوٹری سے نیچے دریائے سندھ کا پانی نہ چھوڑنے اور سمندر کے آگے بڑھنے کی وجہ سے بڑی جغرافیائی تبدیلیاں آئی ہیں. رن آف کچھ کا علاقہ جو پہلے صحرا تھا اب ختم ہو کر سمندر کا حصہ بن چکا ہے. وہ زمینیں جہاں لہلہاتی فصلیں تھیں اب وہاں نمک اور سمندر کا کڑوا پانی ہے. سمندری طوفان میں سمندر کے آگے بڑھنے سے ضلع بدین اور ٹھٹہ کے ڈیلٹائی علاقے میں موجود 750 کے قریب قدرتی جھیلیں بھی سمندری ریت سے بھر چکی ہیں. گویا ایک ہی دن میں ساحلی پٹی کے ہزاروں گاؤں کے نصیبوں میں بدقسمتی کی ویرانی بھر دی گئی. کئی سو کلومیٹر پر مشتمل یہ نرڑی جھیل ہے جو کبھی میٹھے پانی سے بھری رہتی تھی اور یہاں مچھلیوں اور پرندوں کا شکار ہوتا تھا، لیکن اب یہ محسوس کرنا بھی مشکل ہے کہ کسی زمانے میں یہ جھیل تھی. لوگ گزشتہ کئی برسوں سے نقل مکانی کر رہے ہیں اور گاؤں کے گاؤں خالی ہو رہے ہیں. صرف تحصیل کھارو چھان سے اب تک پورے 26 گاؤں نقل مکانی کر چکے ہیں اور یہ سلسلہ آج بھی جاری ہے. یہ ایک عرب کا دکھ نہیں بلکہ انڈس ڈیلٹا پر بسنے والے ہر گھر اور ہر آنگن کا دکھ ہے، اور ان سب کو حکومت سے شکایت ہے کہ ان کا پانی روک لیا گیا ہے.
ہمارے خالی پانی میٹھا چاہیے تو پھر ہمارے علاقہ کشمیر ہے یہ علاقہ، خالی پانی چاہیے، پانی نہیں ہے تو کچھ بھی نہیں ہے۔
سمندر کو آگے بڑھنے سے کیسے روکا جائے؟ یہی سوال جب میں نے زمانے کے گرم و سرد کو جھیلنے والے یہاں کے بڑے بوڑھوں سے کیا تو زندگی کے تجربات اور مشاہدات سے سیکھنے والوں کا جواب تھا کہ اب سمندر اس حد تک آگے بڑھ چکا ہے کہ اسے پیچھے دھکیلنا مشکل ہے۔ البتہ اگر میٹھے پانی کی رسد بڑھا دی جائے تو شاید تباہی کو روکا جا سکتا ہے۔ انڈس ڈیلٹا پر تحقیق کرنے والے ماہرین کے مطابق سمندر کے ذریعے آنے والی اس تباہی سے متاثر ہونے والے افراد کو متاثرین کا درجہ دے کر انہیں ان کی زمینوں کا معاوضہ ادا کیا جائے۔
اس میں دو قسم کے حل ہیں، ایک تو شارٹ ٹرم ہے، ایک لانگ ٹرم۔ شارٹ ٹرم میں یہ ہے کہ پہلی بات تو یہ مانی جائے، قبول کی جائے کہ اس ساری تباہی کے ذمہ دار ہماری گورنمنٹ، ہماری اسٹیٹ اور وہ ایجنسیاں جو ان میگا پروجیکٹس کو سپورٹ کرتی ہیں، فنڈنگ کرتی ہیں، وہ ساری تباہی کے ساری جو ہے ڈیزاسٹر کے جو ہے وہ ذمہ دار ہیں، اور ان کو وہ ذمہ داری قبول کرتے ہوئے انڈس ڈیلٹا کے لوگوں کو جو ہے ان میگا پروجیکٹس کے جو ہے متاثرین تسلیم کیا جائے، اور ان کا آج تک جو بھی نقصان ہوا ہے ان کو ریہیبلیٹیشن کرنے کے لیے ان کو کمپنسیٹ کرے، ان کو معاوضہ دے۔
لیکن حکومت نے ابھی تک کھٹا اور بدین کے لاکھوں متاثرین کو نہ تو متاثرین کا درجہ دیا ہے اور نہ ہی انہیں کوئی معاوضہ دینے کے لیے کوئی منصوبہ بندی کی جا رہی ہے۔
یہ ایک نیا فنامنا، نئی صورتحال ہے، اس پہ کوئی قانون سازی نہیں ہے کہ سمندر اگر زمین لے جائے تو اس پہ لوگوں کو معاوضہ دیا جائے۔ اس سلسلے میں اسمبلی میں بھی مسئلہ اٹھایا تھا ہم لوگوں نے، اور ہماری حکومت نے یہاں کمیٹی بھی تشکیل دی ہے جو اس مسئلے پہ غور کر رہی ہے، اور ڈاؤن اسٹریم کوٹری کا فیصلہ تو ہمارے اپنے ہاتھ میں ہے۔ یہ ہماری مرکزی حکومت، صوبائی حکومت بیٹھ کے اس مسئلے کو دیکھیں، کیونکہ بہت سیریس ہے اور سندھ کے لوگ، سندھ کا صوبہ بری طرح سے متاثر ہوتا ہے۔
سمندری پانی کے ستائے ہوئے لاکھوں لوگ حکومت سے مطالبہ کرتے ہیں کہ انڈس ڈیلٹا پر صدیوں سے آباد لوگوں سے جینے کا حق نہ چھینا جائے اور ایسی منصوبہ بندی کی جائے جس سے ان کی روٹی خوشیاں لٹائی جا سکیں۔ سوکھی بندر کی طرح یہاں کئی شہر، قصبے اور دیہات آباد تھے جن کے اب صرف کھنڈرات نظر آتے ہیں۔ دریا سندھ کے پانی نہ آنے کی وجہ سے لوگ یہاں سے ہجرت کر گئے اور سمندر کے پانی نے ان شہروں اور قصبوں کو تباہ کر دیا۔ کیمرہ مین عزیز احمد کے ساتھ غلام مصطفیٰ، جیو، سوکھی بندر۔
Well, sorry to have a grim start, but it's a very informative documentary. Our first speaker is Miss Joanna Barakova. She's a research analyst from Netherlands. She's originally from Varna, Bulgaria, and has studied criminology from University of Leicester, UK. Miss Barakova is currently working as a research analyst with the European Foundation for South Asian Studies, where she's mainly focused on the issues related to the South Asian region, terrorism, human rights protection, Indo-Pak relations, and Jammu and Kashmir conflicts. So there's a Joanna. Joanna, do you mind if I give you the Sindhi scarf? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this August gathering. It is a true pleasure for me to speak at the 30th Annual Conference on Sindh organized by the World Sindhi Congress. On behalf of the European Foundation for South Asian Studies, I would like to express our commitment to preventing and combating any manifestation of violence, injustice, discrimination, or abuse. EFSA strongly supports the struggle of those who feel oppressed or persecuted, and we remain dedicated to promoting the protection of fundamental human rights and fair and equal treatment. As per my expertise, my speech will focus on the financial implications and legal issues regarding the building of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, with a particular emphasis on the region of Gilgit-Baltistan, part of the disputed territory of the state of Jammu and Kashmir through which the corridor passes, in order to explain in socio-economic terms how the CPAC will influence the lives of the common people and the geopolitical stability of the South Asian region. In regard to the critical issues and human rights violations which take place in Sindh, I will leave the floor to the experts on this panel who will meticulously examine the subject and provide their invaluable opinion. Now, after more than 3 years since the CPAC has officially commenced, it is high time for an assessment on how Pakistan and China have managed so far to advance this colossal 15-year project valued currently at $62 billion. Electric power projects constitute the largest share of the CPAC portfolio in terms of cost, since the country experiences its greatest deficiencies in this sector. Around $30 billion worth of energy infrastructure is planned to be constructed by private consortia, and up to 15,000 megawatts of energy generating capacity will be brought in order to help alleviate Pakistan's chronic energy shortages, which regularly amount to over 4,500 megawatts. Since the responsibility for the majority of energy projects falls on Chinese companies that have taken over the engineering, procurement, and construction of them, the necessary power equipment will be imported from China, for which Pakistan will have to pay duly. According to the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, in the first 5 months of this fiscal year, the import of power generation machinery stood at $1.4 billion. Therefore, Pakistan's desperate pursuit of electricity exhibits the collective irrationality and precipitance of its Pakistani contractors, since its electric power shortfall might diminish in the upcoming years, yet it will be much more expensive compared to regional competitors, and it will burden the country with unbearable expenditures. The CPAC security surcharges added to the electricity bills of Pakistani consumers will make the new electric power even more costly. Furthermore, there are major disparities considering the financing of those energy projects. First, many of them are funded by loans from China and are not actual investments, which will obstruct Pakistan's ability to pay back. Additionally, the interest rates charged by the China Development Bank and the China Exim Bank reveal that with an estimated debt-equity ratio of 80 to 20%, and investments guaranteeing a 17 to 20% rate of return on their equity, China could recover its investments in less than 3 years, while ripping off Pakistan for at least the upcoming quarter of a century. Not only that, such hugely expensive electricity could paralyze Pakistan's already fragile economy. The current scenario draws quite striking parallels with China's involvement in Sri Lanka. In December 2017, Sri Lanka had to formally hand over its southern seaport of Hambantota to China on a 99-year lease, after being unable to repay its debt. Hence, the debt-trapped Sri Lanka has found itself should provide some useful lessons for Pakistan. First, CPAC might come at the expense of national sovereignty and independence if Islamabad does not carefully review the financial agreements it abides to. And second, the imposition of China's terms and conditions could be hardly interpreted as a win-win situation. The Gwadar port deal vividly illustrates those claims, since the profits will be 91% in favor of China in the following 40 years. Given the above picture, it is possible to forecast the astronomical burden on Pakistan's payment capacity in the coming years. The impact this debt finance project will have on Pakistan has been discussed by various international and supranational bodies. In its recently concluded review of the project, the International Monetary Fund has also warned Pakistan of the looming CPAC bill that Islamabad will have to defray in the end. The IMF has expressed its concerns about the adverse implications of repayments of loans and profit repatriations to China, which could place the Pakistani economy in a lot of trouble than actually encouraging its development. In addition to that, the fact that the repayment capacity of Pakistan remains weak due to lack of any vast increases in terms of exports and due to the volatility of the Pakistani rupee against the US dollar appears as an issue of great concern. For its 70 years history, Pakistan has heavily relied on foreign aid from international monetary agencies. However, this new marriage with China is questionable as the debts it causes may crash Pakistan's financial system, consequently reducing it to a vassal state. Additionally, all the local markets have been flooded by low-cost Chinese goods, resulting in the closure of Pakistani business enterprises. Currently, the population of Pakistan is more than 200 million, with people in their 20s and 30s as a majority, which means a large working age population. Therefore, for many of those young people, the CPAC might have in theory, but not in reality, appeared as a favorable possibility of finding a job. Both Pakistani and Chinese officials and media news outlets constantly give employment figures for different projects. Yet, hardly any of those numbers are substantiated by formal governmental documents. Even ostensibly detailed reports on the CPAC actually provide no specific data on actual job figures, which is highly alarming considering the ongoing public resentment and suspicion regarding who is the de facto benefactor of the CPAC. Yet the informational eclipse does not end here. There is scarcity of information on the types of jobs that will be created, what skills will be required, what their duration will be, which projects will be included, and what will be the amount of the salaries. Currently, the rates of unemployment in Pakistan stand at 5.9%, which accounts for more than 3.5 million of the population. Therefore, even if those job prospects are taken at face value, they are still nowhere near to satisfy the overall demand. Considering the fear expressed by many Chinese citizens in regard to security, a big proportion of those jobs, in fact, will be in the security domain in order to protect Chinese investments and citizens. Therefore, it is imperative for the people of Pakistan to realize that the current Chinese development model will do little for the local economy, as China prefers to use its own companies and employees rather than hire locally. Apart from the Chinese financial invasion, which constitutes securing jobs for its workers at the expense of locals and flooding the market with cheap goods, which suffocate the domestic business, the adverse dimensions of the cultural exchange between the two countries should be also considered. Currently, the abundance of Chinese language courses across Pakistan suggests that with the advent of the CPAC, there will be sufficiently large numbers of Chinese citizens present in Pakistan, which in the long run might trigger cultural frictions. Pakistan submitting to the socio-cultural impact of the introduction of the Chinese language at the expense of its local languages could appear as evidence how the country slowly is becoming a satellite state of China. Although the multi-billion developmental game-changer plan was ostensibly established for the purposes of fostering trade and people-to-people contact, in reality the foundation of the project is settled in very murky waters. Therefore, it is essential to discuss the legal background of the CPAC in order to expose how the building of the corridor is de facto in contravention with international law, and Pakistan is virtually selling out territory to China, which does not belong to it, under the rubric of infrastructural development. CPAC is passing through the region of Gilgit-Baltistan, part of the disputed territory of Jammu and Kashmir, which does not fall within the jurisdiction of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Despite that, the people of Gilgit-Baltistan are heavily affected by the creation of this economic corridor, and they have strongly opposed it. They have been entirely excluded from any say in this project, indicating that China does not take the opinion of the indigenous people into account. Reports suggest that China is digging more than 22 tunnels in Gilgit-Baltistan for deployment of missiles, while other areas in Gilgit-Baltistan are exploited for natural mineral deposits, especially gold, copper, coal, iron, and silver resources. In addition to that, owing to the building of the corridor, the region is already facing serious environmental issues, including climate change due to the air and water pollution, inadequate waste disposal, natural resources depletion, deforestation, loss of biodiversity, and glacier melting. While administratively controlled by Pakistan since the First Kashmir War, Gilgit-Baltistan has never been formally integrated into the Pakistani state and does not participate in Pakistan's constitutional political affairs. In 2009, the Gilgit-Baltistan Empowerment and Self-Governance Order was passed by the Pakistani cabinet and later signed by the then President of Pakistan, Asif Ali Zardari. The order granted self-rule to the people of Gilgit-Baltistan by creating, among other things, an elected Gilgit-Baltistan Legislative Assembly and Gilgit-Baltistan Council. Gilgit-Baltistan thus gained a de facto province-like status without constitutionally becoming part of Pakistan. Officially, Pakistan claims that it cannot integrate Gilgit-Baltistan into Pakistan, as that would prejudice its international obligations with regard to the Jammu and Kashmir conflict. Whether Pakistan likes it or not, Gilgit-Baltistan continues to be an integral part of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which Pakistan does not have a legal right over. It has, however, become vital for China that Gilgit-Baltistan has a political status within Pakistan. Beijing finds it internationally indefensible to invest billions of dollars on a road that passes through a disputed territory claimed by both India and Pakistan. In case Pakistan imposes its sovereign right over Gilgit-Baltistan, India could claim of having a political and moral right to fully integrate Jammu and Kashmir into India and scrap Article 370 of its constitution, which gives Jammu and Kashmir a special status. Any kind of solution to the long-standing issue of Jammu and Kashmir will only be jeopardized by such events. On paper, it might be explicitly and profoundly explained how the CPAC is being constructed in order to fulfill the needs and wishes of the Pakistani population, yet the reality greatly differs from what is being said or written. The Chinese master plan conceives a picture where the majority of Pakistani socioeconomic sectors are deeply penetrated by Chinese companies and Chinese culture. Thus, Islamabad puts itself at risk of facing its finances and social structure experiencing a colossal wreck. The combination of high upfront tariffs, interest rates, and surcharges will complicate Pakistan's efforts to repay its loans, forcing the state to increase its domestic and export prices, making it difficult to compete with neighboring and other countries which maintain lower prices. The borrower is always servant to the lender. The 15-year mega project illuminates how Pakistan voluntarily is becoming progressively subjugated by China and its terms and conditions. Following Beijing's history of trade relations with African countries, it is evident that China will be very careful about its investments and thereafter quite rigid in receiving its money back. Islamabad, or rather Rawalpindi, might have signed the CPAC agreement believing it would be advantageous to its country, but it actually subscribed to an unfair deal for which common Pakistanis will eventually suffer. Although China advertises Pakistan as its brother and all-weather friend, the truth is that their friendship has always had an embedded enduring imbalance. Pakistan is in China's debt, and the debt will only deepen. China has exclusively taken advantage of the fact that Pakistan has managed to isolate itself from the world due to wide allegations of sponsoring terrorism, and Beijing might currently act as the godfather, assuring Islamabad that it will serve its interests, yet is fully aware that this patronizing attitude will only turn Pakistan into a colony which will always require China for its day-to-day survival. As long as Pakistan operates in the shadow of another East India company and does not realize the importance of protecting its national interests, which in essence are the people of Pakistan, any attempts for national development will transform into national calamity. Furthermore, security concerns, such as Chinese installations in Pakistan being attacked, or Chinese workers in Pakistan kidnapped or killed in retaliation for Chinese treatment to Uyghur Muslims, by any of the few dozen Islamic extremist and terrorist groups operating in Pakistan, additionally could impose a strain on the relationship of the two countries. The flaws in the Sino-Pak relation will surface once the Chinese funding fails to lead to the anticipated returns for Pakistan, and violent extremism and instability toward Beijing's initial projections. Such a scenario will not only be disastrous to Pakistan and China, but to the whole of South Asia. Thank you.
So very good. Now my next is Mr. Danish Mustafa. We're very happy to have him here. Danish Mustafa obtained his BA in Geography from Middlebury College, Vermont, and Masters in University of Hawaii. So Mr. Danish Mustafa obtained his BA in Geography from Middlebury College in USA in 1991, and MA from University of Hawaii, and the PhD from University of Colorado. Dr. Danish is the reader at the Department of Geography, King's College, London. His research interests have been at the intersection of water resources, hazards, and development geography. He also maintains an interest in researching geographies of violence and terror, particularly in Pakistan from a social theoretical perspective. Dr. Danish was the co-author of the first climate change response strategies for Pakistan, in addition to being the lead author of the UNDP Pakistan 5-year flood response strategy. In addition, he has also undertaken policy-related work with the Department of International Development, International Organization for Migration, Stimson Center, and United States Institute of Peace. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me over here. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm an academic and typically used to talking in classes, and I find it virtually impossible to sit still when I'm talking, so let's call it nervous energy or intimidation, whatever, but this is what I do. So I'm going to be walking around a little bit, and my voice gets a little loud because typically I have to shout to keep people from sleeping, because students tend to sleep, so apologies for that if I do that. Okay, I was of two minds when I came over here. First, I wasn't quite sure how much time I had, and if I was going to talk for about 10 minutes, whether I should have a PowerPoint presentation or not. But then it was decided that maybe I should have a PowerPoint presentation because pictures are nice, they're good for presentation, people like it. So I thought I'd put up a presentation which might anchor the kind of comments that I'm going to make over here. So there was this work. I had never done any work in Sindh before 2015. Before 2015, I had only been to Karachi 3 or 4 times, and that too from airport to defense and back to the airport within a span of 2 days, and then just left. And 2015 was the time that I spent some extensive amount of time looking at, going to practically most districts of Sindh and learning about water issues over there. And this was on a project for a water and subnational scale water conflict. So mercifully, I'm very pleased to see that Hassan Abbas is here, a friend, and so I'll spare you all the boring details, the technical details, because not that it's boring, I think they're very interesting, but I think Hassan will do more than an adequate job of covering those. I'll talk more about the politics of it. I'd say that Indus Basin is a production. It's a creation. It's a state of mind, I would argue. It's a place, but it's also a state of mind. And I think it is co-produced in certain ways where these terms like Ghaddar, Samraj, and those of us from the old Marxist times probably remember, I think many of the millennials don't even know what Samraj means. But it used to be a very standard vocabulary back when. And environment, development, state, province, identity. These are the sorts of terms वो कहते हैं ना मसाले जो पड़ते हैं एक देग के अंदर इंडस को बनाने के लिए तो ये उन सब मसालों का एक हिस्सा है. तो I'll start off with a couple of quotes over here. The first quote was made to me by the President Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Lahore Chamber of Commerce. And he said, those of you who can read Roman Urdu can read it, I'll translate. He says, everyone who says who's against the Kalabagh Dam is a traitor, is a traitor, is a traitor, and that's what I say. Those were his words. And there were like 5-6 Sindhis amongst us in our delegation, just taken aback at that sort of gumption to insult your own guests who were standing over there. And the second one was when I was talking to a few farmers in Sindh, this one man in a very lilting, beautiful Sindhi accent said to me that, these people are crazy. They talk about, he didn't say they're crazy, he said, Baba, they're talking about Kalabagh Dam. There's a Kalabagh Dam on every canal here in Sindh. Two different realities, if you will, of water in Pakistan. Now, what is Indus? Go to WAPDA, go to the irrigation department Sindh, go to irrigation department Punjab, go anywhere. This is Indus Basin. It's straight lines. It's like a plumbing system. It's like a plumbing system you have in your home. You open the tap, you close the tap, the Sindh behaves exactly the way. The world, according to a hydrologist, is a fantastic world. And at times, in moments of despair, one wishes that world actually worked. where everything was connected to everything else in very tidy manner, everything was known, everything was counted, and so on. Except that the reality is that Indus is a complex ecosystem. It's definitely not a straight line. I think the crux of the problem is not so much Sindh, Punjab, or what have you. It is the engineering profession. It is the technocratic mindset that reduces the complex, multifaceted, variegated reality of a place the size of Indus into this. And if that's not shocking enough, take a look at this one. 144 million acre feet of water come in, 106 million acre feet of water are diverted, this much water works it over there, that much water goes over there, millions of cubic meters of water, million acre feet of water. What do millions of acre feet of water mean to you? What does it mean to the Indus? What does it mean to an individual? But the currency of talking about water in the water sector all across the world, not just Pakistan, but certainly in Pakistan, is these abstractions. I recently wrote an article that if Pakistan was not such a sexist society, and it is a deeply sexist society, and water sector was not even more uber sexist than the sexist society within which it is based, the conversation around water in Pakistan would be very different than what it is. Because you see, guys like to talk about big things. Guys like to talk about dams, millions of acre feet of water. Whereas a feminine concern with water is about water and sanitation. What is Bhasha Dam going to do for water and sanitation in Karachi? Or Hyderabad? Or Islamabad? Let alone any of those. Let's talk about Islamabad. Lahore. And the answer is absolutely nothing. It's a question of life and death. And you are saying, well, then that's the only relevant thing that should be discussed. But no, the reality has to be predicated upon these abstractions. Here's another one. Those of you who cannot read Urdu, this was a sign that I took a photograph of on the Mall Road in Lahore. It says we need to launch, this is the Chief of Staff of the Pakistan Army and certain other generals, and there needs to be a Zarb-e-Azb, which was launched against Taliban by the military. And the plea over here is that we need to have a Zarb-e-Azb, a military operation for the building of dams. India has been conducting an offensive, a hydro-offensive against Pakistan, and we need to have a military response. We demand that Kalabagh Dam be built. Oh, why are they demanding it? Take a look at this quote. I'm not going to read it. I assume everyone can read it. I was invited by the Pakistan Institute of International Studies to give them a speech. It was horribly boring, sort of a seminar. And I meant to insult them, and everyone shook their heads in approval. I said, what is your imagination about Pakistan? What do you want from Pakistan? And I tell you, you want the industry and institutions of America. You want the economy of China and the culture of Saudi Arabia. For a country of 6,000, 7,000-year-old civilization, is this all? Is this all that you can imagine? And this quote right here tells you precisely why we make the Indus into the kind of a tap, precisely why we want to talk about million acre feet, precisely why we try to make up for some sort of a shortage somewhere else for building high dams, because this is who we want to be. The data speaks for itself. हमने अमेरिका बनना बड़े होके शर्म नहीं आती. Okay, and then when the British did the bandobast, the land settlement, there's a certain story at the very basic level where this is the reality that the state sees. Honestly, the state, this is Barbegi and that is Chuck, I think it says, I think there's a 13 lot, in the Khana Union Council. And there's the same sort of a story in your talukas, in all the villages in Sindh. The vision of the state about your life spaces or the documentary that you saw to the state, if it does not exist in this form, it doesn't exist. So what? Kaun sa revenue circle hai? Which patwar circle is there? How many hectares over there? What is the revenue coming from there? And if it doesn't fit into that frame, it doesn't exist. The chairman of Indus River System Authority is a Sindhi chief engineer. And he was very kind to give me an interview, and we had a wee bit of a chat. There is almost become an obsession with dams in Pakistan. I almost never talk about dams in Pakistan because I often say it is no longer a question about logic, reasoning. I mean, Hassan Abbas is very brave to do it, because I gave up talking about it about 10, 15 years ago because I thought it is now a religious issue. It is like discussing questions of maslak and belief, because logic has left the shores. But I suppose I'm very happy that Hassan is talking about it, so I thought, may not hurt to start talking about it again. And the irrationality of it is absolutely stupefying, the conversation around it. And part of the reason why I didn't talk about it, to be honest with you, because I don't think that anyone in this room has to worry about a large dam at all, because it's not going to be built. It cannot be built. There is not enough water in there. There is not enough financing in there. No one in the world is going to finance it. They are not going to finance it. Meanwhile, you think that the engineers, and many of them are that stupid, that they want to build a 933-foot high dam, highest dam in the world, in the most silt-rich river in the world, in the most seismically active zone in the world. You have to be out of your bloody mind. And they say, oh gee, but there are dams in California. Yes, they typically tend to be below 100 feet. They don't build 900-foot high dams there. Oh gee, Tarbela is on near a fault line. Of course, it is a rock and earth-filled dam. It is not a concrete dam. Completely different sort of. There's a wee bit of a give over there. You guys don't know that? Of course they know that. Wagda knows it. And they've known it for 20 years. But, so delicious to have some contracts. The biggest thing I'd like to submit to you, and I'm going to stop because this was an impromptu thing that I'm submitting to you. The biggest enemy of the water sector in Pakistan is the notion of average. I had to teach this course in statistics, and a penny kind of dropped to me. I'd taken multi-base statistics. I don't know it that well to teach it, but I had to teach it anyway. That average is a predictive model of the data. When you're talking about a river system like Indus, averages don't make sense at all. At all. Talk to anyone in rural Sindh and ask them how much average production do you get. They'll have no idea. They'll say, this is the best that I have gotten, this is the worst that I have gotten. And they'll always think, what if the worst happens? What is it that I have to do to be still standing? Whereas the modern paradigm, which I would impeach all of us in there of believing in, is if average conditions continue into perpetuity, what is it that I have to do to get my return? Now the tragedy of it is, Sindhi water administrators, water managers, speak the same language as the Punjabi, as the Indian, as the American, which is predicated upon averages, which make no sense at all. So what does Punjab do? Over the past 10 years, at Kotri, the flow is 5 million acre feet, 2 million acre feet, 6 million acre feet, 3 million acre feet, 0 acre feet, 6 acre feet, and then one flood year, there is 90 million acre feet. So they average it all up and say, see, 35 million acre feet is going into the sea. And the Sindhis, they shake their heads. Oh, yes, but we need it for the delta. I've literally yelled at chief engineers of Sindh Irrigation Department, why do you have to be so mentally lobotomized to buy into that average number? Why don't you say, look at these numbers right here. You can't just say, oh, today I'll give you 0% oxygen, tomorrow you can have 3%, and someday I'll give you 70, and the other day I'll give you 15. It'll all average out to 21%. Kabali. And then within Sindh, about the dams. There's a conflict between all Sindhis are not equal. Everyone knows that, right? Sindh irrigation is probably one of the most mismanaged irrigation departments in the country. It's the only irrigated area where there are actually the chief minister sanctions direct diversion from the main stem canals. It is the only irrigation department where the SDO irrigation is not a magistrate third class and cannot prosecute water theft. And it is also one of those provinces which has a substantial population of fisher communities. And what has happened to the fisher communities? Sindh irrigation department, compliments of them, right bank outfall drain, completely poisoned the entire Manchar lake, destroyed the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people. These are women picking up drinking water in Manchar lake area. This is the home constituency of our chief minister, Murad Ali Shah. By the way, the roads are very nice though. To get to this place, the road is superb, but there's no water. Okay. There are many, many other issues. I'll just finish with this, the conclusion. What is the Indus? To the state, it is a giant plumbing system. It's those straight lines to be exploited for development. What is development? Development for our state is mass production, mass consumption. If we can replicate the mass production, mass consumption lifestyle of the West or China with the piety of the Saudis, presumably we would have become developed, and Indus is a pathway to that. Unless you question that fundamental logic, what you're seeing over here, as I said, someone said about independence or whatever, Rabindranath Tagore used to say, the biggest curse in the world is the nation state. It's an ideology of difference. Keep drawing lines ad infinitum, you will never come to an end. But if the fundamental logic is of mass production, mass consumption, that's what's going to happen. And then there are other things you can do. Take care.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Wonderful, very thought-provoking, I really enjoyed thoroughly. It combined the politics, the misunderstandings, and the power of numbers, and understanding things in a technical as well as political aspects of the water conflict in the Indus region and Pakistan. Really enjoyed it. So our next speaker comes from a very in a way, segue to the political aspects and the environmental justice. Mr. Ralph Bunche, he's the Secretary General of UNPO. Mr. Ralph Bunche is Regional Director for Europe for Fair Trials. Mr. Bunche joined Fair Trials from the OSCE mission in Kosovo, where he managed the section responsible for human rights and the rule of law, including right to a fair trial. In legal practice, he worked for O'Melveny and Myers and Hausfield on competition, financial fraud, and human rights litigation. He also served as a legal advisor to the Liberia's Minister of Finance and as a campaigns officer for the Global Match Against Child Labour. I welcome him. You want to be standing and sitting?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Just, that's it. Okay, all right, thank you.
When it comes to speaking, and I'll end up being nervous. Listen, I have some very unstructured thoughts, and one of the reasons why they're very unstructured is that I'm new to the UNPO. I was elected as the General Secretary of UNPO, which I'll explain who we are, in September, and I'm still sort of working out of my old job before I start in January. So I'm actually just getting my head into UNPO, the movement for self-determination around the world, and its members, and what that means also is I'm just getting my head into all of the things that we're talking about today that is happening in the Sindh province and to the Sindhi people. And as a result, my thoughts are somewhat unstructured, but I want to talk about UNPO, about what we do, and reflect a little bit on some of the interesting things I've been learning about since I've been here, about the structure of Pakistan, the political structure of Pakistan, and about economic and environmental justice. Because I think it's actually quite critical to the future of how we might work with the World Sindhi Congress and what we might do. So just quickly about UNPO. So UNPO is an international membership-based organization. It was founded in 1991 by various different nations and peoples. So it's the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, founded by various nations and peoples who were seeking greater self-determination. That included peoples such as the Estonians, the Latvians, East Timorese, Tibet, and various others who founded the organization. And it was founded in 1991. Why? Because 1991 was the moment at which the world seemed to be changing. The Soviet Union was breaking down, the Cold War was ending, and it seemed like a moment where we might have been able to address all of the problems that came out of, and that were not resolved, that came out of the decolonization movement in the post-war era. Things that were effectively frozen because of the Cold War. And so it was formed at this moment where, people were really excited. You had Fukushima talking about the end of the end of history, and everything sort of becoming a very sort of stable world. And there was this thinking that the right to self-determination of peoples, this concept that actually, in some ways, the nation-state was now going to end a little bit, and you'd have a bit more self-determinations of peoples. Peoples were being able to set their own agenda, could come out of the immediate post-war era. And actually, as you all know, that didn't happen. You had various conflicts in the 90s that have given the right to self-determination a bad name, followed up by 9/11 and the sort of movement around the world to fight terrorism, that has meant that security has become sort of the predominant discussion internationally. And by security, it is hard security. And as a result, the right to self-determination has been given a really bad name. It is, in some ways, a code word for instability, which we very much believe it isn't. But you can see it within UNPO members. We have members who are being persecuted throughout the world for trying to promote the right to self-determination of their people through non-violent means. And that's one of the big criteria for UNPO and UNPO membership, is that UNPO members must be committed to achieving their goals through non-violent means. But even with that, they are being branded as terrorists, if only just to get the compliance of the West to their persecution, people's persecution. And so what you're seeing now is a sort of a movement, unfortunately, against nations and peoples. And it's been there for a long time, but it seems to be ramping up everywhere. And you can see it in China with what's happening to the Uyghurs, who are also a member. It seems to be ramping up. And what we're trying to do at UNPO is we're trying to take the right to self-determination, and we're trying to highlight to the world that it is a real right. It's a human right. It's the first human right. It's the foundation on which all rights are based. And that it is something that is truly meaningful for the international community, and that they should not just think about movements for self-determination as scary things, but actually as things that can create security for the world. And actually, when I've been listening to you all today, I think it really is very, very clear that you all in the World Sindhi Congress have a very good opportunity to help us at UNPO reshape the way in which people think about the right to self-determination and what does it mean. And the reason why I think that is because you all are so very committed to the principles of non-violence. You are very committed to a concept of your peoples that isn't bound by any one religion or or things like that. And it's you have a very strong ability to do that. The one thing, though, that it occurs to me that we need to be talking about more is talking about the right to self-determination in the context of economic development, and in the context of, in your context, in the context of what the political structure of Pakistan is. We've had a bit of a crash course, I think, today on Pakistan and Pakistani federalism, and I think, you know, as I say, I'm getting my head in the game, really, of all of our members. And one of the things that really struck me was I came in thinking, well, Pakistan is a federal country. I know what federalism means. But I've had a bit of a crash course in this session and at lunch about what federalism actually is in Pakistan. And it doesn't seem like any type of federalism that I've ever heard of. It seems a lot more like a centralized government system. And why is that interesting from the context of UNPO and the right to self-determination? It's because, for me, the context of the right to self-determination was that it is a valuable right on which everything is based, including economic development. Because we understand that the closer the government gets to their people, the more effective the government is in promoting the rights of its people and in promoting economic development. And what's interesting about that is that there's a whole movement around the United Nations. They have these sustainable development goals that is the big focus of the United Nations development community right now. And it's about sustainable development. How do we develop the world in a sustainable manner? And within that dialogue, they're not talking about self-determination, but they talk a lot about local self-government. And that local self-government is the way in which, one of the most valuable ways in which we will achieve the sustainable development goals, that we will, as a people, develop ourselves sustainably. We understand that climate change and all of those things requires a global solution, but it also requires a very local solution. And what's very disturbing about the economic and justice session that we're talking about today, and that's what I've heard about them in federal Pakistan, is how little that seems to be playing out in reality in Pakistan. And I was struck by the discussion from the lady from, and I'm sorry, I forgot your name, from the European Foundation for Southeast Asia, or South Asia, excuse me. I was struck by the discussion of the Belt and Road, and it's Beijing and Islamabad talking about the Belt and Road, and then you've got Washington, D.C. and the IMF saying we don't really like it. And I was thinking, well, so we're talking about the development of a very local place, but we're actually talking about it in a context that's Washington, D.C., Beijing and Islamabad. And in what way is that a reflection of what we'd all hoped the decolonization of the world would look like in a post-war society? It struck me that it looked nothing like it, that it looked only like you're replacing one rule from distance with another rule from distance. And you're not going to get the economic development that you want. You're not going to get the ability to grow the people, to fight climate change, and to do all of these big goals that these organizations, these big international organizations and states profess that they believe in. You're not going to get it unless you have more of a discussion locally. And in that presentation, I heard nothing once, and I don't know if that's just because you were giving the whole thing, but I heard nothing about consultations with the people in Sindh province. I heard nothing about the government of Sindh province having a discussion in that, and you're shaking your head because it sounds like it's not happening. And that, I think, is what I would like us to be doing at UNPO with the World Sindhi Congress, is to try and highlight to the world the value of more local government in Sindh province, and frankly, throughout the world. And to try and combat this sense of, well, we've had a decolonization of the world and it's stopped here, and now we have these nation states with these boundaries that are the way that we're going to develop the world. Because it's not the way that we're going to develop the world. It's just going to be the way that we end up creating instability in the world through poverty, through ineffective tackling of climate change, and through, frankly, the suppression of people's wants and desires, which ultimately doesn't lead to security. And so that was what I took away from that. I'm sorry that it was a bit unstructured, but this is my reflections on this, and I'd like to work with you all to try and message that a bit better build on that and message that better internationally, because I think it's a very powerful message. So that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Just for your information, as Mr. Ralph Munshi said, it was really very good speech. I am happy that Unpu had a new leadership like him, because Sindh has honor to be member of the UNPO, and we are happy that we are part of this 40-50 members family who recognize each other. And then the fact that you want to take this organization and link to the environmental justice, economic stability, and linking the right to self-determination as one way of tackling to it is really, I hope we World Sindhi Congress would love to work with you, learn from you, understand and share our experiences, what we believe and what we think we can contribute to UNPO. Thank you very much. Wonderful thing. Yes. So finally, our speaker, who, as Dr. Danish said, that trying to put some sanity to the insanity of water politics in Pakistan, is Dr. Hassan Abbas. He's a scientist and social activist. Has an extensive research and industry experience in water resource evaluation, hydrological field investigations, climate change, environmental instrumentation, hydrometry, civil engineering works, GIS applications, groundwater modeling, environmental modeling, data analysis through massive databases, and project management. Dr. Abbas has worked on different regions of the world, including the Great Lakes Basin in USA and Canada, Murray-Darling Basin, Australia, Hunter River Valley, Australia, Indus River Basin, and Makran Coast Belt, Pakistan, Euphrates Tigris Basin, Iraq, and Riyadh Central Province, Saudi Arabia, and Doha, Qatar. Dr. Abbas did his Bachelor in Civil Engineering from National University of Sciences and Technology in Pakistan, Masters in Hydrology and Groundwater Management from University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, and PhD in the field of hydrology and water resources from Michigan State University, USA. We are honored that he is ever with us. Please welcome.
All right, first of all, I would extend my deepest thanks to World Sindhi Congress for giving me a chance to speak for the first time in my life in the United Kingdom, England, and London. I won't say any more words of introduction. Straight away coming to this one, that Indus River Basin has been a source of conflict for last at least 150 years. The conflict and the resentment of Sindh province began with the British authorities all the way back in the 1850s, when the first major works of river diversions were started on the Indus Basin. The first one was Madhupur Canal, followed by Sirhind Canal, and Sindh objected to those. And since then, those works are taking place, and Sindh is objecting, and not just Sindh is objecting, but there is a conflict between upstream and downstream, whether it is Sindh or within Punjab. Upstream and downstream conflicts are there, and they are always there, and they are not going anywhere. Now the problem is that we want to use waters for our benefit, and one of the benefits other than just drinking water and producing food is making some money out of it, using it as an economic engine for us. And to use water as an economic engine, you have various economic models that you can apply to the river to use it as an economic engine. And most of the models, or I would say almost all of the models which have been applied in Indus River Basin are the ones which create conflicts. But there are other models that we'll talk about as we go, which instead of creating conflicts, create peace and unity. And when I say paradigm shift or a new paradigm, this is what I want to start talking. I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but at least we should start talking about those paradigms which actually convert a river system into an instrument of peace rather than conflict and discord. What you will be looking during my presentation is not just my work. We are a small but highly qualified integrated team. We all work together, and these are three of my major colleagues who have done a lot of work in the slides that you would subsequently see during this presentation. And because they are not here with me, but I want to acknowledge my work and want you to have a little bit of introduction about these three guys who are working together with me. Now, Indus is often called a mighty Indus River. Look at this one. This is a Google image, and this river is Indus. The stretch covered in this picture is about 10 miles or so. Look at the mountains. These are mountains. They are not small ridges. These are mountains. The mountains are aligned like this, and the river is cutting them through. Now that speaks of the strength of Indus. All the small little rivers of the world, they flow between the ridge lines, not across them. They don't cut it. But these mountains are younger than the Indus. Indus was there before these mountains, and these mountains have risen to quite some height, but Indus did not leave its space. That made this river a very mighty river, and that tells us how robust is the geological, hydrological, and earth energy system which is actually bringing water into this river and making it run. Water is not going to go away from Indus anytime soon. Now this is the watershed of Indus. You see this part, leave out this one. This is Ganga Jamuna basin, and this all is Indus River basin, all the tributaries, and ultimately Indus joins the sea here at Sindh Delta in district Thatta and Badin. Now this small little canal here, this was the first major works of, I would say, mega proportions, which were undertaken near the Indus River system. This canal was built 1358, quite some years ago. And after that, the next major works were undertaken in 1633. Again, massive undertaking. Now this is that canal. Those who are familiar with the city of Lahore, this was the canal which was built by Shah Jahan to bring water to Shalimar Gardens, which are very historical gardens, and water supply of Lahore. Then, when the British were ruling, they developed this canal in 1879 as an irrigation canal command. Before these two major canals, there were inundation canals. That it is when the river naturally gets more water, these canals will also get water, and when the river is running low, these canals don't get any water. But British for the first time brought those locking gates, and they put those locking gates on the river and remodeled this canal to become a canal command area. And this was an economic success and a social success, and it served quite a few colonial purposes. Then you just keep watching the years and keep looking at the map, and one project after the other of massive proportions keeps coming in. This is now the 20th century starts, and at the start of 20th century, this is the amount of plumbing which has been done. Now Danish was showing you those straight pipes and lines and stuff. That's how they figure it out in the decision-making circles. But this is what is the ground reality. This is how those projects are spreading out. And this is like 118 years ago. But things didn't stop here. More. They keep coming. And you see all those projects, they are coming in the upper parts. Now, even if you take one drop of water from upstream, it will have some impact on delta. It's simple mass balance. And Sindh was rightly objecting to all these projects. There is history on this. Then massive undertaking. This 1927 was a massive undertaking, Triple Canal Project and stuff. You can find more about these projects in the history books. And this was the first project which was done in Sindh. This was Sakhar Barrage. Now, because Sindh was always objecting, so this was given as a bribe to Sindh, that okay, we will build one for you too. So this was the first barrage which was built in Sindh. And this barrage was largest of all which was built before it. And then comes 1947, when India and Pakistan were divided, and this was the boundary line which divided India and Pakistan. Now you see this massive irrigation system which had been developed so far was also divided by this line. And 1948, India shuts a few canals which were feeding into Pakistan, and that was where the water wars between India and Pakistan started. Now this yellow part is all the canals which were closed, and this became a bone of contention between the two countries. But look at the size of this area. In isolation, this is a big area, but compared to the rest of the system, it was not more than 10%. Now, in order to resolve this 10%, Pakistan decided to give 3 rivers to India without consulting the lower riparians who were here. Nobody consulted them. And they decided that, okay, in order to get this area back, we give 3 eastern rivers to India. This was also an area which could go out of irrigation if the rivers are fully diverted. But India did not have any capacity to divert the rivers. Therefore, this was still running and available to Pakistan, and only that much of area was actually impacted. Then India made it clear to Pakistan that they want to get full control of the 3 eastern rivers, and they will not let Pakistan use their waters, and Pakistan should make some diversions from the western rivers into these canals and let them go. And then started a bunch of mega structural interventions on both sides of the border. India to divert the rivers, and Pakistan to retrofit its existing rivers in order to supply water to its existing irrigation system. And ultimately, when all those things were going on, after 12 years of conflict, a treaty was signed which is called Indus Basin Treaty. Now, in this Indus Basin Treaty, I have just masked the works which were done in India, but you can see before the Indus Basin Treaty was signed, these canals were being impacted, and all these works were completed by India. Now these red markings are basically the canal irrigation system completed by India after becoming structurally capable of diverting the waters. So these works were done, and you see these works are massive. And these red lines that you are seeing within Pakistan, those were the works that Pakistan undertook in order to respond to those things. And up until now, the treaty has not yet been signed, and all those structures are already in place. And now I just put here between 1948 and 1960, you see the amount of plumbing which was done before signing of the treaty. There was no treaty, and both countries were undertaking massive projects. And then post-treaty. Post-treaty, there were so many interlinking canals which are marked with red in Pakistan. So these western rivers were diverting water into the eastern rivers. And India, on the other hand, was diverting waters into these new canal systems, and also creating new canal commands and diverting water from Satluj into Yamuna River. And then came the big daddy of all, Bhagra Dam. It was completed in 1963, Pong Dam in 1974, Theen Dam in 2001, Mangla in 1967, and Tarbela in 1976. So those are all the structures which were built. And during all this time, when all these works were being undertaken, nobody was asking these people what's going to happen to you. So lower riparian were kept out. Now, soon after the treaty, these were the works which were carried out on the Pakistani side and Indian side, and this is 67, okay, 70, and back to this one, okay. Now, this is very interesting. This was the situation in 1966. This was the Canal Command area which was operational and working and producing everything, all the food for Pakistan. And then today, this is the area. And I have written spot the difference. The only difference is there are two large dams today. There are no dams here. So my point is that if this system, all this system was already working with those dams, what did the dams do? Since 1966 till today, there is no significant change in the canal irrigation network, for which dams are touted to be the providers of water. They would always tell you that without these two dams, you would have become barren, you would have become a desert, Pakistan won't exist. Sindh would be a desert, Punjab would be a desert. But why Pakistan was not a desert in 1966 when all this system was working without dams? What did the dams really do? I did not have time to analyze both dams, but I did one. This is Tarbela, the biggest of all. World's largest earth-filled dam. Still holds that title. You see, this is, the blue lines are the annual inflow coming in, and red is the annual inflow going out. This is the year the dam started operating. More flow is coming in, less is going out, and then the very next year, more is going out, less is coming in. And then you can see, every year the bars are exactly the same. Whether there is low flow, or there is high flow, or there is average flow. So what this dam is doing? It is just taking all the water which is coming in and it is letting it go out. It's not doing anything. They tell you, the dam lobby, they tell you that, hey, we always get big floods and the water gets wasted, and if we have dams, we will not let it go wasted. But what did the dam, the biggest dam, did? It did nothing. And any dam which is now being proposed will do nothing. Well, there's something but these dams are doing. Let's see that one. Now here is seasonal transfer within the year, within the months. Year to year there is no transfer. But within the months, there is some. Here the dam is storing a little bit of water because there is more water coming in. These blue lines are water coming in. So dam is storing this much water. So now again, this is, by the way, this data is from WAPDA, those who are the custodians of dams, through which I have made these graphs. This water is going into canal, these green lines. This is being stored in the dam. And after this supply gets less, this much is being supplemented into the canals by the dams. So here you can see very clearly that the contribution of dam is actually not as big or as significant as you are made to believe. Here is a summary of this graph. This is your river flow. This is going to the canals. And this is the contribution of the largest possible dam that you could ever build in Pakistan. Here you would have a fair idea that 6% of intervention, in order to achieve that intervention, you gave away 3 rivers, you did project worth billions of dollars, you deprived your downstream communities of their livelihood and So many things that we have seen in the movie. That was very nicely composed movie. And I've been to those areas. I've seen those things up close and personal, the destruction and everything. And then the worst of all, you have created regional conflicts, community conflicts, ethnic conflicts within your own country just to get disadvantage. And your efficiency, this is the water which you are using to produce food, and you are the most water wasters of the world, the biggest water wasters of the world, because India produces about 30% more crops with the same amount of water. Countries like Egypt and Turkey, they produce about 50% more than us. And advanced countries like Australia and California, they go about 70% more, and Israel is doing about twice as much. So if you had invested the same money that you invested here into making this a little bit more crop per drop type of a thing, you would not even need that water. So this is where our priorities and our thinking goes completely skewed. And that's why they say things not worth doing are not worth doing well. Now, you have seen the movie, and here, the obvious impacts. Now here, you can actually see the scale of the operation. This is your Indus Delta, only this much. And this is the impact of all the projects. This is the massive scale which is impacting this small little portion. Now, Indus Delta used to have about 220 million acre feet of water every year. That was the amount of water flowing through this area into the sea, and not just water but silt and water, and it was maintaining the culture, ecology, geology and everything of the delta. Today that is gone. And now once that is gone, you are getting, like Danish was saying, it's 1, 2, 1, 2, and then they try to average it out and make it look bigger. This is an analyzed satellite data image in which you can see two different colors. Those dark red areas are the ones which are completely submerged in water. And the start of this image is 1984 and the end is 2016. So between 1984 and 2016, what happened? All the red areas, they are completely submerged in seawater, and the light red areas are the ones which are seasonally submerged in seawater. Like if your land is now coming under high tide in some high tidal seasons, you can't use that land for any good purpose, and it's destined to go, and practically it's gone. And these are the numbers here. This number, the years from 84 to 2016, 24 acres per day is being lost in this category, and 67 acres per day is being lost in the other category. So this area is about, the lost area is about half the size of Lebanon. Now Lebanon is an independent country. I was there 2 days before, so I just calculated. Now these are some scenes. You have seen the movie as well. And this is eroding delta. Now you see, this is high tide, and this plant, it grew in freshwater environment. This is a freshwater plant. It is now dried, and you can see on the horizon is the land. And before it was land with sweet soil and sweet water. And not too long ago, because the tree is not a very old one. So that's the kind of, so these are the real scenes of erosion of delta. Whenever when the tide is going down, it is eroding it. Erosion gullies and stuff. This is now quite common if you travel in the coastal belt. And the cities are not spared. This is seawater intrusion. These are the remnants of a rice mill, which are only visible now in a low tide. And this is the drinking water in your delta. Delta, which was once the sea of fresh water, today, without those kind of interventions which are done by NGOs and donor agencies, what you and the dogs get is this fresh water, and this is the only fresh water now available to these communities and these animals, and they have to share it. Well, sharing is good. And then there are those, I would always call them cosmetic projects. The people would go and they would say, somebody inaugurates, this is a children's playground, Katie Bandar. And the year is 2007. And I took this picture January this year. This is playground for children. And the children are playing outside the playground, but not without hope. Those who can read it, they can read it, but what it's written is, now we will have a new Katie Bandar. Because they are talking about new Pakistan, so they are thinking about new Katie Bandar, that's their term. And the deserts which are made to bloom. Now this is very interesting. That okay, we know delta is being deprived, but where the water go, all those canal command areas, I would not talk much about the agriculture economy of this. I will only start with the very basic, the drinking water part. First of all, this area, it received excessive water, and that excessive water caused waterlogging and salinity. So the land which was once very productive, you lost it to salinity and waterlogging. And this is what happened to their towns. And this is the drinking water. Because, those canals were built and taken to the deserts. And deserts were made to bloom. But a desert is a desert because there is no rainfall and the groundwater is brackish or non-existent, and that's why nobody lives there and the place is called a desert. When you take a canal to irrigate that desert, that canal water is the only source of fresh water for those communities. And you cannot operate a canal 12 months a year. It has to go down when the water is less in the river. And it has to be closed for at least 2 months for cleaning. And these communities are going through hell when the canal is closed. And you go there and the water level is going down. It is accumulating all that kind of nasty stuff on it. But you have no choice but to drink this water. So this is called unsustainability. There's a problem to every solution. They say there's a solution to every problem, but here the things are reversed. There's a problem to every solution. You see, they brought irrigated water and they caused these two problems. Then they solved this problem, waterlogging and salinity, and they caused these problems. Then they said, okay, we'll have gravity flow without pumps and stuff. This innovation, this had these three problems. You keep going, herbicides and pesticides, because there were too many insects which were coming in. They brought in herbicides and pesticides, and they had these three problems. Then they created those barrages to divert canals. They had these problems. And then dikes to protect floods, these flood protection works. All those works, all those green lines, behind those green lines are projects, behind those green lines are interest groups, and behind those green lines are loans coming into your country. And somebody is taking a huge advantage from that loan money, and the rest of the nation is paying for it. And we call it economic externalities. And they don't have any accounting of these red elements in their cost benefit analysis of the projects that they are doing or they are proposing. And despite those billions of dollars of projects, those treaties and everything, water still remains a flashpoint all across the region. Treaty was signed, then they are still threatening each other with war, investments, but population still lives below poverty line. Lower riparian communities are always unhappy, and environmental refugees, the number of them is increasing with every passing day. So what's the future discourse that we can take. We want to sustain our agriculture because now we are a population of 200 million. We have to eat something in order to live. But we also want to deal with these crises. And we want to restore our degraded ecosystems. And one of the biggest degraded ecosystems is Indus Delta. Actually, Indus Delta is quite akin to Aral Sea, but it doesn't get that kind of coverage or that kind of visual appearance in the press and stuff. Otherwise, I mean, if you study closely the destruction of Indus Delta, I think this is a story not less than Aral Sea. But there's a way forward. There's a way forward because knowledge has the answers. After doing all these right or wrong things, we have learned a lot and our knowledge base has increased a lot. The tools and the brains which contain those knowledge and who have the ability to use the tools is a lot more than what we had in the 30s or 40s or 50s or 60s. So there are basic principles these days. Now this is the changing global mind. Once upon a time, like Danish was saying, I am a big man, I will big projects, million acre feet, pouring concrete, dams. Now the global mind is shifting towards integration. And one of the basic principles which is being applied on every river system is free flow, contemporary school of thought. This is one of the books which is published by UNESCO. It's a very good one. And there are so many books on this theme that you can get these days. They say water belongs to no one, but to the river, the way it is and where it is. That's the core principle. And then there are linkages. And there are so many linkages within a given system. And we should know that those linkages are there, and we should also know that we do not fully understand those linkages. So this is the time when we are coming out of an age of total ignorance to informed ignorance. Before we didn't even know that we don't know, and today at least we know that we don't know. And that would make us way more cautious in our next projects. And then go with the flow, it's almost the same point. So this is a conceptual sustainability matrix, that this is free flow and this is full structural control, and this is the sustainability reader. It's more sustainable, that's unsustainable. Structural control will push you towards unsustainable solutions, and this is full adaptation and this is no adaptation. We want to be somewhere here. So that's the concept. Before you are even thinking of a project, you should have this picture in your mind, where you are going. Then we have the biggest opportunity in the world to save water, because we are the least efficient water users. So in terms of efficiency, we have the biggest opportunity. And Sandra Postel actually said that this is last oasis, which will bring you more water, which is efficiency. And I think we are the richest in terms of the last oasis. Here it comes. When we apply water for irrigation, we lose water in evaporation and deep drainage, and only this water, which is the smallest part of the pie, is the one that is actually needed by the plants. And this is our opportunity, and this is our smiley face. Now, efficient irrigation, if we start doing it, as per estimates of many other authors, we can save from 40% to 90% of water in Pakistan that we are currently taking out of our rivers. So if, say, 60 to 70% water comes back to the rivers, then I don't think so we have any problem with the flowing rivers. Because currently we are diverting 104 million acre feet of water out of 140 million acre feet of water for irrigation. And if instead of diverting 104, we are only diverting, say, 20 to 30, I mean, our water woes are a thing of the past. And what do these water savings look like? This is our irrigated area, 14 million hectares. And this is all the water that we put on it for irrigation. And this is 130 billion cubic meters, or 104 million acre feet. We can do the job with this much water through efficiency, and we can save this much. Now, I say that if we have to achieve this, we have to go one step at a time. We think that we can apply efficiency on half of our area, and out of the possible efficiency, we only achieve half of that efficiency, and we are here, then we can save this much water. And this much water, say we put a goal that we do it in 20 years. So I call it a 50-50 scenario, and we can save this much water in 20 years, and this is what this saving looks like. This is your total water. This much is currently being diverted to irrigation. This goes into your dams. This goes into the environment. And finally, in 20 years, you can save this much. This one cuts it here and puts it here. So you have more water coming back to the environment. And if we go on another 30 years, in 50 years' time, we can conveniently save this much water. It cuts from here, goes from here, and here you have the flowing rivers. So if we start thinking on these lines, keeping that matrix and those sustainability principles in mind, it is possible to achieve this thing in 50 years' time. After all, we have wrecked our river system over a time span of 150 years. I think it would be reasonable if we get back to normal in 50 years. Then rivers can flow again. So these are the rivers which can flow again. Unfortunately, the other rivers which we gave to India, we don't have any control on them as yet. And we can create a riverine corridor of about 2.5 million hectares. This could be the environmental engine that would clean water, produce fresh air, kind of a mini Amazon in the Indus Basin. All those migratory birds would return, and you can have a lot of natural things, fish and frog coming back into the river. But what do we do with the flowing river other than having nature restored? Here we talk about invoking economic engines into your flowing rivers. And there could be many. You can think of so many different economic engines which can actually generate economy for the communities. But we don't put any economic engine on ground unless that economic engine goes through a very rigorous due diligence test. And in this due diligence test, any project that you propose out of these engines, you assess its life cycle cost, then externalities, and then internalities, and then do the last count. But here I have put this thing highlighted, impact on delta. Like in the environmental assessment, in order to see the health of an environment, to pick up an indicative species, like for example for cold water streams you pick up trout, and you count the number of trouts with certain interventions, that if the trout population is sustained, that means your system is sustained. If it goes down, you should do something to bring it up. So you take Indus delta as some kind of an indicative species in order to judge or evaluate any of these projects. So if there's anything going wrong with the Indus delta, that means your system is not good. And then finally, I suggested a few things in a project where you can actually do some irrigation here, navigation here, some water supply to Karachi. This was a detailed article, and New York Times published a story just yesterday, and they have actually hyperlinked to this article, and they have also quoted me, and they have actually quite systematically ridiculed this crowdfunding for dam. So this article is worth reading. Please read it. I've given you the link as well. And again, this is the article, and this article you can actually go here on this link, and you can see this one. These are 3 different projects, but presented in an integrated way as a conceptual demonstration of the kind of thinking that is going on these days and what we can do. This speaks of our potential. And mighty Indus had historically been navigable. There are so many navigation activities which have taken place on this river, and the river is still navigable. This is again, I am putting this statement based on a complete paper which has been, which is under publication, but our team has done a lot of research on this, and we can share with you as so that you know how it is done. And what do a flowing river and a navigating river looks like generally is this one. This is a boat on the Sava River, Belgrade, and these are the people who are living in the watershed. These are the river people. And today we have spent billions of dollars in order to dry up our river, and here is a dammed and diverted river close to Keti Bandar. This is the boat, and unfortunately these are the people. So this is the difference between a flowing river and a dammed and diverted river. So dammed and diverted rivers are not making money for you, they are making you poor. They are making sure that you do not live a life any more than subsistence. Whereas the flowing rivers, they have much better economy. This is a proven fact in the world, and we want that Indus should be thought of on these lines. Any development project that we are thinking or conceiving is conceived on the lines which are like this and not like this. And then if you have navigating rivers, this is my final point, then if you have navigating rivers, it brings regional peace back, because who is at the most advantage in this economic model? The person and the community which is connected to the sea. Because inland navigation, the biggest client is the open sea, and they are the biggest beneficiaries. And the ones who are the upper riparian, they depend on the lower riparian. So this is an economic model which, if we adopt, we as a lower riparian can get advantage. But unlike the other model in which when the upper riparian gets advantage, the lower riparian is disadvantaged, here when you get advantage, the upper riparian also gets advantaged. So this is a win-win situation. So this is what we should be thinking about our river system, because it not just ends with 200 million people of Pakistan, it also connects to Afghanistan, and another 20 million people can benefit from it. And then Afghanistan can actually connect to Central Asia and Western China, the biggest landlocked region in the world. They can establish inland ports for those countries. And imagine how the economy of Afghanistan will boom if they can provide this service, and they can only provide this service if they cooperate with you. And when internationally you are benefiting, you are partners, you are friends. And that is where the conflict starts ending, because everyone is now getting benefited. And not just this, because then this part of the world, northern India, it is also kind of a landlocked region. They don't have very nice access to the sea. And there, if you offer them, not today, but maybe 50 years from now, that you let the water flow in these tributaries and we will give you access down to the Arabian Sea, the peace would return in the region. So this is a win-win situation, a peaceful situation, environmentally friendly situation, and a huge boon to the economy. So what's wrong with this? Why don't we start thinking about it right now? So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I guess I will ask Conference Chair, do you want to have a Q&A session or move to the next session because our other guests have arrived and we are very, very happy. It was indeed a very, very, I learned so much in last 1.5 hours. Really, it's humbling experience from all four scholars, academics, activists, and lawyers. It's just really wonderful. You are educating me about my issues. I've been advocating and didn't know a whole lot about it. All right, thank you very much once again. So I will invite Dr. Lakhuluhana to immediately start next session. We are kind of running late and our distinguished guests are all here. We are waiting, our audience is waiting for them to hear. So without much ado, Dr. Lakhuluhana, please take over.
Dear friends, we are starting the third and final session of this conference. The emphasis of this section will be, because in our title we have put the state terrorism in Pakistan, in Sindh, enforced disappearance, its causes and consequences. Enforced disappearance is just one of the human rights violations against the oppressed nations in Pakistan. The speakers in this session, they come from various oppressed nations, from Sindhis, from Balochs, from Pashtuns, from Pakistani occupied Kashmir, from Saraikis, and they will be talking about the persecution of these nations in various ways. And we are really honored that we have got very, very learned and distinguished panelists, and we start the session. The first, because there was a MEP, and Julie Ward, she was supposed to come today, but due to her commitments, last minute commitments, she couldn't come. But she has been kind enough to send her video message. So we'll play that video message, and then we'll start the session.
Dear friends, my name is Julie Ward. I'm a member of the European Parliament representing the northwest of England, and my constituency is very diverse. It includes many Sindhi people. Since the beginning of my mandate in 2014, I've worked closely with various indigenous groups trying to bring their issues up higher on the agenda here in the European Parliament. Along with unrepresented nations and people's organisation, I've worked really hard to give a platform to indigenous groups and to push the EU to include them in all areas of policy, especially with a gender perspective. I've also closely followed the situation in Pakistan, and as a critical friend of the country, I will continue to support minorities and advocate for human rights and democracy for everyone. Although I will personally continue to stand by these values, I need to warn you that Brexit will have disastrous consequences for minorities. British MEPs like me, we are currently the best allies of minorities in Pakistan here in the EU. And if Brexit goes ahead, we will lose our seats and you will lose your voice. We must start building relationships with MEPs from other countries now if we want Sindhi to remain on the European agenda after March 2019. Good luck.
Thank you. So let me start our third and final session. Just my request to the honorable speakers that as it always happens, that we have slightly behind schedule, and there has been a little bit more time taken. So may I request that you take 10 minutes, and for your deliberations, that will be great help. May I request our honorable guest, Sanshaya Kabir, to come and take his seat. And it will be my opportunity to give Majra. May I request now Sardar Shaukat Kashmiri to come and take his seat, please. And may I request Adi Razia to present Ajrak. May I request Adi Rehan to come and take her seat, and may I request Adi Dua, please come and present Ajrak to Rehan Khan. May I request Hamal Haider, and may I request Ada Gulsanai to present Ajrak to Hamal Haider. May I request Sai Atif Tauqir to come here, and may I request Saeed Sheikh to present Ajrak. May I request Ada Sardar Sarki to come his seat, please. And may I request Adi Humaira to present Ajrak to Sardar, Dr. Sardar Sarki. May I request Sai Raghuveer Singh Sodo to come and take his seat, please. And may I request Ada Rauf Lagari to present Ajrak to Sai. May I request Dr. Zakir Sadat to come and take his seat, please. And may I request Faisal Shahani to present Ajrak to Dr. Zakir Sadat. Thank you very much, all the panelists. Our first speaker of the session is Sardar Shaukat Ali Kashmiri. He is exiled chairman of United Kashmir People's National Party. Sardar Shaukat Kashmiri lives in exile in Switzerland since 1999. Sardar Kashmiri believes in freedom, democracy and equality and advocates an independent United Socialist Kashmir. His party UKPNP was founded in 1985, which envisages Kashmir as United States of Kashmir, consisting of former states of Burshal, Dardistan, Balochistan, Ladakh, Purg, Kishtawar, Dogarth, Poonch and Kashmir Valley, which would be achieved through a national democratic revolution. During the period from 1999 to 2016, he delivered speeches during the session of United Nations Human Rights Council and Subcommission on Human Rights in Geneva on the subject of human rights violations and Kashmiri's right to self-determination for the establishment of United States of Kashmir, and presented UKPNP in different international forums. Amnesty International declared him a prisoner of conscience when he was abducted by ISI in 1994 and 1998. Sardar Shaukat Kashmiri, the...
First of all, I would like to congratulate World Sindhi Congress to organize such a wonderful conference where I learned a lot from different experts. Before our panel, I learned very expert opinion regarding dams and water crisis in Pakistan and Pakistani peripheries. Although I am not well and I was actually unable to attend this conference, but it was my commitment with the Sindhi people, the great and historical nation, the land of the history and culture. I call it a historical nation and a historical nation. I am working with World Sindhi Congress and the Sindhi activist since many years. I learned from Sindh. My teacher was from Sindh. They graduate me. They actually educate me how to define your friends and folk. They educate me how to defend and how to read the history of the nations, history of the historical lands. So, it is my privilege that I am here. And thanks God that God will help me to attend this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I belong to that part of area which is divided, which is occupied, and the people are displaced. Many years, since 70 years, when the two countries, with the help or the design by the Great Britain, I was before these two countries of inceptions. I was independent. We have all infrastructure. We have bar and bench. And our land was feeding our people. They were not accept any kind of migration. They were not forced. But after 1947, we are the Kashmiri. You people can experience. You can see each and every, even very small area of the world. You find the Kashmiris. Why? Because our all natural resources is occupied and plundered. And the Kashmiri is actually forced to leave their own country. Over all literature and books, it is only the land where all the books, even the map of the state of Jammu Kashmir is banned by the Pakistani establishment. We are living in such state of conditions where we cannot define ourselves because we have no any indigenous media. 70 years has passed, but we have no indigenous media, whether it is print or the electronics. And all the books belongs to the history, belongs to the culture and literature, but banned. It is not any kind of bashing, it is not any kind of propaganda. It is official notification and all the books snatched from the booksellers. And our people here, before our learned technocrats graduate us regarding the dams, Mangla Dam, it is on the soil of state of Jammu Kashmir. We are just waiting for 300 megawatts. But the government Pakistan and their bureaucracy is not giving us only 300 megawatts. Whereas that dams produce electricity 1300. And we have not got any kind of royalty. The government of Pakistan diverted two rivers, the Neelam and the Jhelum. They diverted their natural flow, and due to their diversions, whole of capital city of Muzaffarabad is facing worst kind of deficiency of waters, environmental, and people is searching, they are migrating to search the water, whereas the Kashmir is the richest source of water. We have 5 rivers, Jhelum, Neelam, all 5 rivers, it is came from state of Jammu Kashmir. But we cannot use that waters for the irrigation purposes. Our voice is suppressed, our freedom of expression is totally compromised through the constitution, draconian laws. The interim constitution 1974, which is presumed that it is a constitution which imposed by the federal government of Pakistan, that constitution forces us live with the state of Pakistan. And anybody who believe independent state of Jammu Kashmir, who believe that Kashmir is a nation of different religions, different cultures, and we have nothing to do with Pakistan or India, he is liable to take cognizance against him. And it is the section 7, subsections 2 of the constitution. Whereas Pakistan itself declared that state of Jammu Kashmir is not part and parcel of Pakistan. The constitution of Pakistan section 257 declared the areas which is comprises of the Pakistan. But we are illegally occupied. We are illegally annexed. And we are forced to displace. And if anybody who is talking about the human rights, it is the example of me. When I studied in Karachi University, Mr. Shahid Khan, we are all in an alliance, a progressive nationalist students' alliance for the restoration of democracy against the theofascism which was employed by the General Ziaul Haq and Jamaat Islami. We were an alliance to resist the theofascism in the institutions. My job was only to raise the questions and talking about. I was never ever involved in any kind of militancy. But even then, I was kidnapped twice. One in 1994 and completely disappeared. My family was unaware about me. And when I came in exile, I heard one news, very little news in the print media, that Dr. Safdar Sarki has been disappeared. 6 and 7 times I was intervention in the United Nations Human Rights Council. And one time, one Pakistani officers, representatives in Geneva, he was asking, why you are intervene for Dr. Sarki, although he is not Kashmiri, and why are you again and again? I was asking, all those people who are struggling for the rights of their own peoples, actually they are from me and I am from them. And I can imagine the family of the Dr. Safdar Sarki, because my mother was always, when I was completely disappeared, I am facing 9.5 months solitary confinement. And all 9.5 months, my mother was crying. She did not eat anything. And ultimately she lost her eyes. Right? So, what kind of a country where we are living? Where the media is suppressed, where the human rights defenders is living in harassment, where the historical nation is deprived, and the government is not recognized their language, their culture, their identity, two-nation theory, which is still to be defining what is the two-nation theory, but they are trying to impose each and every person and asking them to live your historical identity. So this kind of situations actually is very harming for us. And when we are saying something regarding the situation of our own people, some people they are bashing Pakistan. We are not bashing Pakistan. We are not bashing any country. But we are actually saying the truth, the facts, where our people is facing, our women are facing, our boys are facing. And especially in the Kashmir, which is known as poetic Azad Kashmir. It is the land which used Pakistani state agencies, intelligence agencies as a launching pad for the terrorist activities. Still, there are many terrorist training camps which is headed by the state institutions, and the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and so many extremists are there. We are the people, secular people. It is the ethos of the Kashmiris. They are trying their best to countering extremism. But they will come, maybe our resistance is defeated by the sources of the state and their extremists. So we have the historical relationship with the Sindhis. And Sindh is the land where secularism, democracy and harmony is very much there. And we have a source of inspiration from the Sindh. Thank you very much. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shaukat. Dr. Sardar Shaukat Kashmiri is really very kind of you. I know personally that in what pain he is, and he was so brave. He came here to show his solidarity with the Sindhi people, with all the oppressed people, and we are really, really grateful. And we wish you that you will get well soon. Thank you. Thank you. Lay down. My next speaker is Dr. Zakir Sadat. Dr. Zakir Sadat is the chairman of Afan Unity Movement. Dr. Zakir Sadat.
Suggested actually 3 years ago for an umbrella to be worked together for a unity. I did not get any result since last 3 years. Doctor is my witness. And once again, I repeatedly saying that conference is what we making, you make it, Baloch are making. And we believe in democracy. That's why we do it. But clearly I would say the establishment of Punjab, they do not believe any kind of democracy. They do not follow any democracy on the region, even in the world. If they can kill you here, they would kill you. The harassment, what they do, they send to everyone a separately message to stop them from that struggle for freedom. And the only solutions against that all issues, my experience from that age what I have, there's nothing to do with this world. Nobody gonna get involved with you unless they're looking at benefit of them with you. Do we have any offers to the power of the world that we can offer them until we can get that freedom from that enforcement of Punjab? What they can offer to the world and we cannot do it. Probably a lot of things that's against of the culture, against of the religions, but they built this country on the name of Islam, which is shameful of that misusing of that name. I'm sorry that Miss Reham is here, but probably if she was not agreed, she will have some words about it. Since 1947, the Black Day for all of the region, or probably the lucky day for Punjabis, I couldn't see any kind of humanity under the rule of Punjab, even inside Pakistan or in the region. Any type of terrorism act in the world were happening is it behind us involved Punjabs. Were they trained in Pakistan? How they get there? How they approaching there? Who helped them? Nobody find that research. I heard from one of professor before about the rivers It's a very good suggestion what he was giving us. But these type of research, even like our Sindhi brothers, we have with our other side of the imposed Duran lines, we are one nations, we are all one Pashtun, we are Afghan, from Amu to Abbasin to Margala. Who has been divided us? Even one of us from this conference approached this Parliament of UK for that reason, sometimes. One of us approached United States White House? I don't believe. I'm not saying that's positive for myself, no, but I tried. I have been stopped from this Parliament to go now. Now we are complaining for what? For who? From who to who? We are coming together in here, we are listening to each other, but this is not the solutions at all. I think the umbrella for the unity and one revolution for freedom, this is the only point we can get our resources under control of our own lands. And I wish all my brothers of Sindhi, Baloch and Pashtuns to approach that day. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sadat. My next speaker is Reham Khan, who's a journalist, social activist. Reham Khan has a bachelor's education, postgraduate in sociology. She later pursued career in the media industry. Reham joined Legal TV in May 2006, and in 2008, Ms. Rahman took up the position of broadcast journalist on BBC South for 4.5 years. Despite her grueling schedule, Reham was devoting time regularly to causes like women and ethnic representation in the police force, also dealing with the issues such as the radicalization of youth. However, in 2012, Reham decided to resign, moved to Pakistan to cover the 2013 Pakistani general elections. So, floor you to Reham Khan.
Assalamu alaikum, Haro. Hello and good evening to everyone who's gathered here today. And before I say that it's very kind of you and a privilege for me to be invited here, I'd like to confide that I got a lot of telephone calls in the interest of course, protecting me and protecting my interests, politically and otherwise, not to attend the conference. The interesting thing is that this is something that I'm very used to. You see, as a woman, a lot of us I can see, and I'm very encouraged to see more women here today than men. And as a woman, you're used to being protected and being told what not to do and what to do, what to wear and what not to wear, and how to sit and how to speak. So it doesn't come as a surprise to me. Of course, that's an extension of how we feel here, whether we are from Pashtun origin or Sindhi origin or Baloch origin or indeed Kashmiri origin. Women are used to the suppression of their freedoms, their voice, and the ability to think and the ability to speak their mind. But as a lot of people know, and perhaps my brother from another mother from Afghanistan doesn't know, but I don't listen to people much. I do as I want. I always give the example of myself and my family when I try to talk to people about human rights. And I give the example of a family and a household where you have a parent. We were very lucky to have two parents, and we had, I say lucky because we had parents who gave us the opportunity and the freedom to be who we wanted to be. However, in a household, you are brought up with other siblings, with brothers and sisters, and you may or may not choose to live in that house or that home for the rest of your life. This is how I see human rights and different racial origins, different linguistic origins. I don't really think that everyone has to prove their love to each other by living together. And I think everyone has the right to live in their own homes, but still have that parent where you can go back for, say, Eid and Christmas. However, I moved back to Pakistan 5 years ago, and I say that I'm a born-again Pakistani because I spent all my life trying to run away from Pakistan, and I chose back in 2012 to go back to Pakistan for the love of someone that I wanted to look after. And I went back for the love of one person. It's not who you think it is, it's my mother. But I found a lot of mothers and a lot of other family members who embraced me, invited me into their homes. I rediscovered my Pashtun roots. I went to Sindh for the first time. I found out that actually the Pashtun hospitality is best served in Sindhi homes. I found that Pashtun dishes that I was very fond of were best served in Hindu homes in Tharparkar. So I learned about other races, other cultures, with an open heart and with an open mind. And I'm one of those people, probably on this table and in this room, who is privileged not only to have had a lot of freedom as a child, as a teenager, but also as a human being who's lived in different cultures. So in England, as a British, Pakistani woman working in mainstream media, I never had any negative racist encounter. I went back to Pakistan and I learned to don the chadar for areas such as, which used to be the tribal belt, areas like Waziristan. And I was amazed at the lack of sexism, lack of misogyny. I was surprised that I was treated like one of the lads wherever I went, in these remote, so-called backward areas of Pashtun belt. Then I went to Balochistan during 2013 to the run-up to the elections. And for me, the Baloch belt and the Pashtun and Baloch rivalry, of course, I had heard about it, I witnessed it as a journalist. And I was welcomed in Baloch homes as if I was a member of the family. Not once was my Pashtun origin a barrier for me there. I'm Sunni by origin, but I have mourned with the Hazaras in Quetta, and I have witnessed children see their parents blown up to pieces in front of their eyes. And not once did I have a trace of fear in my mind, in my heart, and not once was I branded a non-something. I was always regarded as one of us. And why is that? Is it because maybe I don't see people because of the color of their skin, because of where they come from? And I do that because I genuinely have absolutely no consciousness of whether there's a man sitting in front of me, a woman sitting in front of me, a Hindu sitting in front of me, or an Ahmadi sitting next to me, that's not my concern. And I find that with that positivity, I've never had a negative encounter. I do believe that no one has the right to tell me how I should dress up. I can choose to wear a skirt one day and a chadar another. I can choose to speak in English one day and Pashto another. I'm learning Sindhi. Sutto Sindhi. Similarly, I don't think that anyone has the right as a domineering parent to decide how a child, once they're adults, learn to live their lives. So I don't have a right to sit in Islamabad and make rules for Sindh. I don't have the right to sit in Lahore and make rules for Bannu. I don't have the right to sit in Karachi and make rules for Tharparkar. And that is a simple understanding that I have as a person, and that is a simple understanding that human rights activists across the world have. But the reason this simple fact is not understood is because it's not in the interest of politics. It's not in the interest of governments. It's not in the interest of weaponry, of war economics, for us to be united. It's very, very simple. It's very obvious. This is why when Dr. Hassan was talking about this is a peaceful solution. It's a peaceful solution for North India, it's a peaceful solution for Afghanistan, it's a peaceful solution for Pakistan. This is what we should be doing. Why are governments not thinking about it? Because they don't want peace. That's the simple answer. Now the problem that I have with this independence is only this, that I've recently made a new friend, and she happens to be Sindhi. And so I thought to myself that I really like Razia. And if Sindh was to separate today, can't see Razia anymore, I think she's gone to make me coffee. And I thought, well, I really like Razia. And so what if she one day decides to sort of separate, and how am I going to approach her if there's a border between me and Razia? If I can't from Peshawar reach her in Sindh, in Hyderabad, I would be devastated. So I thought, actually, you know what? I could just maybe cage her, confine her freedom, not let her go back to Bolton. Because I think she's really useful and really competent, so I need to keep her here in London. So I might just decide to do that, because she's so valuable to me that the only way to keep her from going to Bolton is that I sort of some way make sure that she cannot go back, confine her freedom. But of course, if I did that, because she's nodding her head as I say that, I think she has no problem with me confining her in London. But maybe it's because I mean it. I mean to confine her with my love and not by force. And that's perhaps what governments, not these governments, and I'm not sure what my brother from Afghanistan meant, and I don't know why you're sorry that I'm here. I'm very happy to be here. Yes, and so I'm proud to be a Pakistani origin. I'm proud of Pakistanis. I'm not proud of how Pakistan sometimes behaves with its policies towards other regions, other provinces. And I have the courage to say that. With the Pashtun Tahaffuz movement, I have been following these youngsters who have been crucial post-Zarb-e-Azab operation in 2014 with the IDPs. I worked day and night with Mohsin Dawar. And he is, of course, an integral part of Pashtun Tahaffuz movement. And maybe my brother doesn't know, but I am actually a huge supporter of the Pashtun Tahaffuz movement. And I thought I was here in the capacity of that. But here we have people, youngsters, asking for their basic freedoms, and they're branded traitors, they're branded agents. Again, this is nothing to be fearful of. God knows, I wake up every morning and I'm in the news and I find out that today I'm an MI6 agent, on Thursday I'm a RAW agent, on Sunday I'm a CIA agent, and I thought that Mossad was probably the one that they would not connect me with. But last week, you'll be pleased to know I'm also part of the Jewish lobby.
Congratulations.
I have no problem, you see. The problem with this is only two things, and I'll conclude with that. And you see, the problem with being branded an agent is that I think it's such... I'm a huge fan of Angelina Jolie, so I really, it has put a lot of pressure on me to hit the gym, because I think agents should look fit. And the only problem with that is that none of these agencies have actually paid any of my salaries to date. So could you please arrange a gym pass so that I could actually look like a really fit agent, because I would be very proud. If you're branded an agent for speaking out, if you're branded an agent because you are speaking out for women being raped, if you're branded an agent because you speak out for pedophilia, if you're branded an agent because you see your seniors of your community stripped of their dignity, told to take off their shawls, told to take off their patkhas, told to take off their shoes, if you are branded an agent because you see women in burqas line up and be shunted like sheep, which I have seen at Bannu Sports Complex in the middle of Ramadan, women fainting in front of me, queuing up, where nobody had thought to bring them water. If you're branded an agent for standing up for people's rights, I would be very happy that you brand me an agent and you brand everyone in this community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Riyam Khan. My next speaker is Ragveer Singh Sodo. He is a long-time human rights defender and currently lives in Rajasthan, India, and is the director of Indus Valley Research Institute. Mr. Ragveer Singh Sodo.
हमने सुबह से आज सुना जितने भी मसाइल हैं, बलूचों के साथ हैं, पख्तूनों के साथ हैं, इवन पंजाबियों के साथ भी हैं, पैदा करते किसके हैं? सिंधी तो आप यूँ समझें कि 1940 से सफ़र कर रहे हैं. जिस दिन ये पाकिस्तान का नाम उसमें आया है, उस दिन से रेजोल्यूशन ऑफ पाकिस्तान जब से बना है, तब से सिंधियों ने ये समझना शुरू कर दिया कि अब हम शायद चार्ज एटमॉस्फेयर में मुसलमान होने के नाते, मेजॉरिटी मुसलमान सूबा होने के नाते, हम लोग पाकिस्तान में आ तो गए हैं, मगर लगता है कि ये फैसला सही नहीं है. जो फिर साईं जेन सैयद ने 72 में जाकर सिंधु देश का ऐलान करके इस चीज़ को बाकायदा सामने लाया, और उन्होंने एक्सपीरियंस किया कि अब यहाँ इस सेटअप के साथ पाकिस्तान में जिस तरह के इलेक्शन होते हैं, या ख़ास तौर पे इस दफ़ा जो हुए हैं, 93 to 95 पोलिंग एजेंट्स जो हैं, वो उनके बगैर, पोलिंग एजेंट्स के बगैर जो इलेक्शन हुए हैं, उन पे सब ने भरोसा कर लिया. पार्लियामेंट में लोग बैठे हैं, एक प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी वहाँ बन गए हैं. पावर किसके पास है ये उनमें से किसी को नहीं पता. तो ऐसे हालात में कोई सूबा वहाँ कैसे खुश रह सकता है? उसके अब आप पानी को ही देख लीजिए. सिंध में पहले से मेरी ज़मीन जो है सिंध में, वो थी जहाँ से रेगिस्तान शुरू होता है, यानी कि सबसे नीचे वाला जो एरिया था, जहाँ हमेशा पानी खड़ा रहा करता था. मैंने खुद देखा था कि हमारे वहाँ सिर्फ और सिर्फ चावल बोए जाते थे. आज की तारीख में वहाँ महीने में शायद मुश्किल से 15 दिन भी पानी नहीं आता है, 15 दिन बंद रहता है. और सीज़न में ख़ास तौर पे ये सर्दियों वाला जो रबी का सीज़न आएगा, इसमें तो लोगों को पानी मिल नहीं पाएगा. आज ये हालत हो गई है. तो ये फसलों की ये हालत है, वहाँ के लोग किस तरह रह रहे होंगे. आज की तारीख में आप अगर सिंध में जाएंगे, जहाँ रोड्स, स्कूल और हेल्थ हुआ करती थी, जो आज से 20 साल, 25 साल, 30 साल पहले, वो आज बिल्कुल एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं कर रही है वहाँ, सिवाय चंद वडेरों के गाँवों के. बाकी किसी जगह पे वो चीज़ें मौजूद ही नहीं है, डेवलपमेंट नाम की चीज़. और हम देखिए, हम सब लोग एक गवर्नमेंट इलेक्ट करते हैं, जिसको वोट देते हैं, मगर हमारे लोग गायब हो गए हैं, डिसअपियर हो गए हैं, टॉर्चर हो रहे हैं. सड़कों पे मार के उनको फेंक दिया जा रहा है, हम उस गवर्नमेंट को कुछ नहीं बोलते हैं. क्यों नहीं बोलते हैं? ये एक माइंड सेट हो गया है कि इनके हाथ में कुछ नहीं है. तो फिर ये आखिर है किसके हाथ में? तो जिसके हाथ में है उसको मैं खास तौर पे, हमारे शहीद बशीर खान कुरैशी ने 2012 को एक बहुत बड़ी रैली की थी कराची के अंदर. अगर कोई ये कभी समझे कि भाई सिंध में मूवमेंट नहीं चल रही है तो उस रैली की क्लिप जरूर देखिए. बशीर खान कुरैशी अपील टू यूएनओ, उस आप क्लिप को आप देखेंगे, आपको अंदाजा होगा कि कम से कम 10 लाख लोग आपको उसमें दिख रहे होंगे जिन्होंने सिंधु देश का नारा वहां पर क्लियर कट दिया था. 23 मार्च को बशीर खान कुरैशी ने यह कहा है, 12 अप्रैल बशीर खान कुरैशी को जहर देकर शहीद कर दिया गया है. तो ये जब हालात डिसअपियरेंस, लोग ये देखिए, कोई टीचर है जिसने कभी कोई मीटिंग अटेंड कर ली, उसको डिसअपियर कर दिया गया है. उसमें से कई लोग जो हमारी लिस्टों में मौजूद हैं, कई लोगों का ऐसे हैं कि जिनके पेरेंट्स जो हैं या उनके वाइफ जो हैं, बच्चे हैं, उनको ऐसा डरा दिया गया है कि वो बताते तक नहीं है कि हमारा आदमी नहीं है. ये हालात है वहां के. तो ऐसे हालात में अब आप देख लीजिए, आज भाई कृष्ण ने जो है वो बताया वहां कि जो हालात हैं माइनॉरिटी. मैं एक अपील करूंगा मेरे अपने दोस्तों से, भाइयों से, कि आने वाले वक्त में सिंध में कम से कम ये माइनॉरिटी लफ्ज जो है उसको छोड़ दिया जाए. वो सिंधी है और सिंधी है और सिंधी है. मैं जो देख रहा हूं कि इस लफ्ज ने जितना तकलीफ दी है लोगों को, इस लफ्ज ने माइनॉरिटी कहकर, कई लोग तो शौकिया तौर पे अपने आप को माइनॉरिटी कहते हैं, जैसे इंडिया में शौकिया तौर पे माइनॉरिटी कहते हैं. क्यों? कि माइनॉरिटी के राइट्स जो है वहां शायद वाफर तादाद में मिलते हैं. कई लोग वहां पर, पहले जातें हुआ करती थी, वो जातें टूट के आजकल जातें बन गई है अपर कास्ट, जो है वो जनरल, और फिर SC ST. अब लोग SC और ST फख्र से बनते हैं वहां, क्योंकि उनको राइट्स ज्यादा है. तो ये इस तरह का माइनॉरिटी वाला चक्कर करके आप आने वाले वक्तों में भी अपना खराब करेंगे सिलसिला. इसलिए प्लीज इस माइनॉरिटी लफ्ज को आप निकाल दीजिए सिंध में से कम सिंधी भाइरनि सां मुंहिंजी इहा अपील आहे त वो माइनॉरिटी लफ्ज कढे छॾनि. वो सौ सिधो ॿार जो नालो जेॾी महिल खणंदा ख़बर पइजी वेंदी तो कहिड़े तालके में. जीअं आहियां मां सोढो आहियां, साईं सरकी आहे, तव्हां कलोड़ो साहिबु आहियो, इहो खोड़ आहे. हिन में माइनॉरिटी चवण जी ज़रूरत न आहे. त उहा उते जेका ज़्यादती आहे माइनॉरिटीज़ सां, उहा हिंदुस्तान अचण जो सिलसिलो जीअं 40 में शुरू थियो आहे, 1940 में, उहो अञा ताईं जारी आहे. अञा ताईं हर अचण वारी थार एक्सप्रेस, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, थार एक्सप्रेस कराची से चलती है जोधपुर तक, जहां मैं रहता हूं. जोधपुर से कराची जाती है एक ट्रेन, और एक ट्रेन जो है वो कराची से जोधपुर जाती है. उसके अंदर आने वाले लोग हर हफ्ते कम से कम 400-500 एवरेज से आते हैं. कभी 600 हो जाते हैं, 700 हो जाते हैं, कभी 400 हो जाते हैं. आजकल वीजा बहुत मुश्किल से मिल रहा है, इसलिए शायद तादाद कम हुई है. 20% लोग वापस जाना पसंद नहीं करते, वो वहीं रहना पसंद करते हैं. अब जो लोग वहां रह गए हैं सिंध के अंदर, जो हिंदू लोग रह गए हैं, उनको जो है वो सोर्सेज नहीं है वहां जाने के, किसी के पास भाड़ा तक, किराया तक नहीं है, और वहां जाएं तो करें क्या. ऐसे हालात में वहां पर NGOs हैं जो लोगों को रखते हैं, उनको खाना पीना देते हैं जब तक वो अपनी मजदूरी करें, उसके बाद तक. तो ये हालात अभी तक चल रहे हैं साहब. वो सिलसिला जो पाकिस्तान के नाम से शुरू हुआ था माइग्रेशन का, वो अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है. खुदारा ये दुनिया से मैं अपील करता हूं कि लोगों के लिए कुछ कीजिए. वठी हर हर जन्म वरबो, मिठा महराण में मिलबो, खत्म थी वेंदी ऊंदाई, चिटी चांडाण में मिलबो. जी साईं जी से.
Thank you, Azhar Agri Singh Soto. My next speaker is Hamad Haidar. Hamad Haidar Baloch is from Turbat, Balochistan, and currently living in London. Mr. Hamad Haidar Baloch did his basic education in Turbat and bachelor's from Balochistan University, Quetta, and recently did master's from Big Back University of London. Hamad Haidar Baloch is a spokesperson of Balochistan National Movement internationally and engaged to raise the voice of Balochistan's national movement of independence around the world. He has organized numerous protests, conferences, and spoke at many events. Its platform is yours.
میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ جب تک بلوچ کو اپنی سرزمین آزاد نہ ملے یا سندھو دیش آزاد نہ ہو اس وقت تک کوئی مسئلہ حل نہیں ہوگا. کیونکہ میرے دوستوں نے بہت تفصیل سے بات کی دریائے سندھ کے حوالے سے، جو ڈیم بنا رہے ہیں وہاں پہ کالا باغ ڈیم کے نام سے. حالانکہ سندھی عوام دہائیوں سے اس کی مخالفت کرتے آ رہے ہیں، لیکن اس کے باوجود پاکستان اس بات میں مصر ہے کہ ہم اس ڈیم کو بنائیں گے، کیونکہ انہیں سندھ یا سندھ کے عوام کی کوئی پرواہ نہیں. جب بھی ان کو ضرورت پڑے گی وہ سندھ کی سرزمین کو، سندھ کے وسائل کو لوٹتے رہیں گے، سندھ کی سرزمین کو اپنے مقاصد کے لیے استعمال کرتے رہیں گے. اسی طرح بلوچستان میں بھی انہوں نے میگا پروجیکٹس اسٹارٹ کیے ہوئے ہیں، جن میں آپ کو پتہ ہے گودر ڈیپ سی پورٹ کے نام سے کافی چرچا ہے، شور شرابہ ہے. ہم بلوچوں نے اس کی مخالفت کی ہے اور کرتے رہیں گے، اور پوری قوم اس کے مخالف ہے. ہمیں اس چیز کا اندازہ ہے کہ وہاں جب پورٹ بنے گا تو کچھ ہی عرصوں میں ہم اپنی سرزمین پر اجنبی بن جائیں گے، اقلیت میں تبدیل ہوں گے. لیکن کبھی پاکستان نے اس کی پرواہ نہیں کی. ہمارے وسائل چاہے وہ سونے کی شکل میں ہو یا دوسرے معدنیات کی شکل میں ہو، پاکستان لوٹتا آ رہا ہے پہلے دن سے، پاکستان کے قیام کے پہلے دن سے. ہماری مخالفت کے باوجود پارلیمنٹس میں ریزولوشن پاس ہوئے، لوگوں نے احتجاج کیے، لوگوں نے اپنی جانیں قربان کی، لیکن پاکستان ڈٹا ہوا ہے اور وہ مسائل کو لوٹتا آ رہا ہے. کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ نہ اسٹیٹسٹکس پہ جانے سے، نہ ہی یہ اویئرنیس کمپین چلانے سے، نہ ہی پارلیمنٹ میں جا کر ریزولوشن پاس کرنے سے ہمارے مسئلے حل ہوں گے، اور نہ ہی ہم صرف اس امید سے بیٹھ سکتے ہیں، اس امید پہ بیٹھیں کہ عالمی قوتیں کسی دن ہم پر مہربان ہو جائیں اور وہ پاکستان کو توڑنے کے لیے آ جائیں اور ہمیں شاید ہمارا آزاد وطن مل جائے. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ تمام مسائل کا حل اپنی سرزمین کی آزادی ہے اور اس کے علاوہ کچھ نہیں. میں اس چیز کا گواہ ہوں کیونکہ میرے اپنے دوست، میرے رشتہ دار، میرے قریبی دوست بہت مہربان اور سیاسی لوگ تھے جنہیں پاکستان نے اٹھا کر اپنے ٹارچر سیل میں اذیت کر کے اور ان کے دوستوں کے سامنے ان کو مار کر ان کی لاشیں ویرانوں میں پھینک دی ہیں. تو ہم بلوچوں کا فیصلہ اٹل ہے اور ہم سندھی دوستوں کے ساتھ کہ ہم اکٹھے اس جدوجہد کو آگے بڑھا سکتے ہیں. کچھ باتیں جو ہم اپنی کمزوری کے بارے میں کرنا چاہتا ہوں یہ کہ، اور ہمیں اس غلط فہمی سے نکلنا چاہیے کہ شاید ہم یہاں کوئی کیمپین چلائیں گے، انسانی حقوق کی کوئی تحریک چلائیں گے یا کوئی ڈیٹا پرووائڈ کریں گے تو کوئی عالمی قوت شاید ترس کھا کر ہمارے لیے میدان میں نکل آئے اور پاکستان کو اس معاملے میں روکے. نہیں ہوگا ایسا. ہم نے کافی احتجاجات کیے، ہزاروں کے حساب سے ریزولوشن ہم نے پاس کیے. ہم نے حتیٰ کہ ڈیٹا دیا لوگوں کو. 25,000 سے زیادہ بلوچ سیاسی ایکٹیوسٹ غائب ہیں، جبکہ دوسری طرف بلوچستان میں منشیات فروش، قاتل، ISI، پاکستانی فوج اور اس کے اداروں کے تعاون سے دندناتے پھرتے ہیں. لیکن ایک سیاسی شخص اگر ایک نعرہ بھی اٹھاتا ہے تو اگلے دن اس کو اٹھا کے غائب کر دیا جاتا ہے. یہ صورتحال ہے پاکستان میں. تو میرے کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ جب تک ہم ایک مضبوط قوت کے طور پر اکٹھے دنیا کو باور نہیں کرائیں گے کہ ہمارے بغیر اس خطے میں امن نہیں آ سکتا. بہت شکریہ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad Haider. Our next speaker is Mr. Shahryar Kabir. We are really privileged to have him here. Mr. Shahryar Kabir is a human rights activist, writer, filmmaker from Bangladesh. He is a Bangladeshi journalist, filmmaker, author of more than 70 books focusing on human rights, communism, fundamentalism, history, and the Bangladesh War of Independence. Currently, he is present and he is one of the founders of what we call Nirmal Committee, the committee which launched the struggle to try those who were the collaborators in the genocide conducted by Pakistan and in Bangladesh in 1971. Shahryar Kabir has been imprisoned twice for protesting against government-sponsored minority persecution and was declared a prisoner of conscience by Amnesty International, while several international journalist forums and human rights defenders campaigned for his release. He has made a number of documentaries very powerful on the genocide of Bengali people during 1971. He is the recipient of numerous awards for his contribution to Bengali literature, including Bangla Academy Literary Award in 1995. Shahryar Kabir, Mike, it's yours.
Thank you, Dr. Lakuluhana. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As you know that I'm a human rights defender for Bangladesh, extensively writing about the liberation war of Bangladesh, history of the liberation war, because it is very important for you to know how we succeeded, because as you are fighting for your rights, for your freedom, so it is sharing our experiences also very important. I can recall that first time when I visited Pakistan in 2001, I met some nationalist leader in Balochistan in Quetta, and they were asked me that how Sheikh Mujibur Rahman succeeded to liberate Bangladesh and how he ensured the support of India and all these things. Well, my first observation was that, look, the advantageous position we had in 1971, first of all, Bangladeshi people, the Bengalis, they were the majority people of Bangladesh. And next, in 1970s election, they were the majority people. They won the election in Pakistan Parliament. Next, our territory, it was 1,200 miles apart from one place to another, West Pakistan and East Pakistan. And above all, we had an undisputed leader like Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and that you don't have. But that doesn't mean that freedom-loving people across the world, be it in Pakistan or other part of the world, they will be just ignored just because that they have less number of people or their voice is not heard like us in 1971. I have seen a very interesting documentary, I think most of you have seen, that made by one Sindhi filmmaker, Sumar. She made a documentary entitled Peak of Dances. Have you seen the film? So in that film, she has drawn a parallel between the Sindhi nationalist movement and nationalist movement in Bangladesh. One was led by G.M. Syed and one was led by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. And the main war slogan of Bangladesh, that Joy Bangla, that we hired from Sindh. First it was, I have heard this slogan, GS Sindh, when we were in universities. We were fighting, for our rights, 1960s. At that time, GM Syed was the anonymous and disputed leader of the Sindhi people, and that GS Sindh slogan was so popular. And we borrowed that slogan from Sindh and we started, chanting Joy Bangla. It is a similar one. And this is the way the Sindhi nationalist movement that led by GM Syed that inspired us when we were in universities. But again, we had certain advantage and that was why we succeeded, but that we had to pay a lot for them. I have seen Islam, I have visited Sindh several times, since 2001. I am deeply overwhelmed by the hospitality of Sindhi people, even in the rural areas, wherever I went. They just hugged me when they came to know that I'm from Bangladesh. They just, offered all kind of hospitality. And from Karachi to in deep interior, I have seen. And we have seen a lot of similarities, the cultural similarities between Sindh and Bangladesh. In fact, my next film, I'm going to make an observation on this part, that my next film title, about a great Sindhi, classical dancer, Sima Kermani. I'm making a documentary on Sima. And there I will portray parallel between the similarity of cultural similarity of Sindh and Bangladesh, or the eastern part of India. The Seema will explain that how the Sindhi culture, that is the culture of Indus Valley civilization, influenced or shaped the entire South Asian culture or South Asian civilization. So that is my focusing point of my next documentary. And while even last year when I went to Sindh, Karachi, just after that incident, when those Islamists, those terrorists, they bombed the shrine of Hazrat Shahbaz Qalandar, and that is also a pride of Sindh. And there, you remember that after that, incident, the bomb blast, more than 100 people were being killed, and several hundred women and children were basically mostly injured. And Seema Kirmani and her friends, those artists, writers, human rights defenders, they went there because the mullahs, the fundamentalists, they said that music and songs are prohibited in Sindh. No one can sing, particularly in the shrine. No one can dance. You know about the dancing tradition of dances in the shrines, of particularly in Shahbaz Qalandar. But Seema, this courageous Sindhi, classical dancer, she went there, she danced before the shrine, and she said, music and songs and dance, it will continue in Sindh. No one can suppress us. So this is the courage, the people who are living in Sindh, and they are fighting against those odds and repression in the name of religion or in the political repression that goes on. Even after the, creation of Bangladesh, there was a commission, headed by Hamudur Rahman, and that commission also suggested those who are responsible for killing innocent people or raping women, they should be tried, those generals should be tried. But Pakistan establishment government never disclosed that, commission's report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shariat Kabir. My next speaker is Atif Tawqir. Mr. Atif Tawqir is a poet, journalist, and communication researcher. He was born in Ghazal, Jhelum, and raised in both Jhelum and Karachi. During his student life, he excelled in his career on Radio Pakistan, producing, developing, and hosting the program titled Bazme Talaba. From 1994 to 2000, he did Bachelor's Political Science from University of Karachi and Master's degree in Mass Communication, and later his second Master's degree in International Media Studies from University of Bonn, Germany. Mr. Atif Tawqir.
Thank you so much. I'm privileged to be part of this conference. Since morning I'm here, and there were diverse topics, diverse opinions. It was wonderful. I myself feel now very educated about Sindh and the problems of Sindh, although I write all the time about the issues. And especially one thing normally I would really like to extend here, that most of the time we talk about the problems and the complaints and simple emotional slogans. But here I saw proper reasoning, concrete reasoning, especially about the dams. It was a wonderful, we learned a lot. So this was really, here we have a topic, enforced disappearances. And of course, when we speak about enforced disappearances, first thing comes in my mind, or comes in our mind, is people. But there are many things are disappeared in our society. There are enforced disappeared narratives. There are enforced disappeared cultures, enforced disappeared languages. And most of all, and the most, a thing which really worries me, it's enforced disappeared brains. From the childhood, if you steal the ability of rational questioning or critical thinking, you create a society where you can enforce anything. And this impunity and all these things are outcome of of what we have created. Over the last 70 years, our education system is failed to create brains. The people you see here, they are exceptions. And that's why they are subject to target. You are in danger because you were not actually the product of the industry, the mass industry of creating dumps. You know, so it was you guys are important, and yet you are in danger too. So it's like that. I mean, we are already quite late. I wanted to say a couple of things, and this was one of the important things. I think the worst form of child abuse is if you steal the brain from a kid, or if you steal the ability of questioning. If somebody is able to question, I think a universe is there to speak to him. There are whispers. Universe speaks to us all the time, and questioning enables us to hear these whispers. I think this is one of the most important things. I remember I was hardly 4 or 5 years old. Once I said to my grandma, and I said that my mom wants me to be intelligent, and I heard in the school that I should be wise. So what should I be actually? I should be intelligent kid or a wise kid? What is the difference between intelligence and wisdom? And she said that, look, intelligence is everything what you see in this universe it's in circles. And intelligence is if you manage this journey from point A to point A quickly, as quickly as possible. That's intelligence. And wisdom is just turn around and you're there. So unless you don't teach your children how to see things with multiple views or multiple perspectives, you cannot create a better society. Every human has a brain which is a supercomputer. So we all have that. We are rational animals. We are Homo sapiens, so called. But the ability of having supercomputer or being rational means a person who or a processor who has the ability to process 2 or more ideas at the same time. But you need to have 2 or more ideas. And such conferences, they give us the opportunity or provide us the opportunity to sit and listen to others and see what others are saying or thinking. So thank you very much for inviting me here. In the end, I just wanted to recite 2 of my poems. I think that's better. That's right. जी पहले एक नज़म सुनाता हूँ, उसका नाम है मशवरा, बिकॉज वो इस टॉपिक पर ही है. मशवरा है मुझे मेरे अहबाब का, मशवरा है मुझे मेरे अहबाब का, होंठ सीलूं के खतरा मेरी जान को है. मशवरा है मुझे मेरे अहबाब का, होंठ सीलूं के खतरा मेरी जान को है. रोशनी के शिकारी है निकले हुए, वहशतों की जरूरत शबस्तान को है. रोशनी के शिकारी है निकले हुए, वहशतों की जरूरत शबस्तान को है. वो जो शमशीर मेरे तहफ्फुज को थी, वो हमेशा मेरा सर उड़ाती रही. वो जो शमशीर मेरे तहफ्फुज को थी, वो जो शमशीर मेरे तहफ्फुज को थी, वो हमेशा मेरा सर उड़ाती रही. वो जो मामूर मेरी हिफाजत पे थी, मेरी बंदूक मुझको मिटाती रही, मेरी बंदूक मुझको मिटाती रही. मैं कलमकार था जिसने हर हर्फ को अपनी मट्टी की अजमत का उन्मा किया. मैं कलमकार था जिसने हर हर्फ को अपनी मट्टी की अजमत का उन्मा किया. कौम की सरनिगुनी के एहसास से अपने लफ्जों को वहशत पे कुर्बान किया. चुप रहा कि मेरे लफ्ज सच्चे सही, खलकते शहर पर खौफ तारी न हो. सोचता था कोई सोच का जाविया हाकिमों की समात पे भारी न हो. पर मेरी चुप में घर मेरा जलता रहा. मेरी गलियां के खबरें उगलती रहीं. मेरे अपने कई गुमशुदा हो गए, मस्ख लाशें तवातुर से मिलती रहीं. سلسلہ ہوسناک چلتا رہا، شہر جلتا رہا، دیش جلتا رہا، لوگ مرتے رہے، گھر اجڑتے رہے، ایک کے بعد ایک در اکھڑتا رہا۔ آج سندھو سے فاٹا تلک خون ہے، آج سندھو سے فاٹا تلک خون ہے۔ میرے کشمیر بولان سنسانیاں، میرے شہروں میں عسکری ٹولیاں، میرے کھیتوں میں اگتی ہوئی گولیاں۔ مشورہ ہے مجھے میرے احباب کا، شہر میں زخم پر چیخنا جرم ہے۔ مشورہ ہے مجھے میرے احباب کا، شہر میں زخم پر چیخنا جرم ہے۔ ظالموں کو سہولت مہیا کرو، سوچنا جرم ہے، بولنا جرم ہے، سوچنا جرم ہے، بولنا جرم ہے۔ گمشدہ دوستوں کی شکایت نہ ہو، مسخ لاشوں پہ کوئی عبارت نہ ہو۔ شعر کہتے رہو گیسو زلف کے، خاک اڑنے کی لیکن حکایت نہ ہو۔ شعر کہتے رہو گیسو زلف کے، خاک اڑنے کی لیکن حکایت نہ ہو۔ میرے احباب مجھ کو بتاتے نہیں کیا میرا دیس بس خواب رہ جائے گا؟ ہو جو محدود پنڈی سے لاہور تک، کیا میرا ملک پنجاب رہ جائے گا؟ مشورہ ہے مجھے میرے احباب، مشورہ ہے مجھے میرے احباب۔ دوسری ایک نظم تھا نا غدار، وہ بھی سنا دیتا ہوں آپ۔ غدار، بھوک غدار ہے، بھوک غدار ہے، بھوک میں پیٹ پر ہاتھ رکھنا گناہ۔ بھوک غدار ہے، بھوک میں پیٹ پر ہاتھ رکھنا گناہ۔ پیاس غدار ہے، پیاس میں آسمانوں کو تکنا گناہ۔ بھوک غدار ہے، بھوک میں پیٹ پر ہاتھ رکھنا گناہ۔ پیاس غدار ہے، پیاس میں آسمانوں کو تکنا گناہ۔ لفظ غدار ہیں، سچ میں لپٹے ہوئے جستجو کے نئے راستے کھولتے لفظ غدار ہیں۔ سچ بھی غدار ہے، سچ بھی غدار ہے۔ فہم و ادراک دیتا ہوا سچ کسی دوسرے ملک کا کوئی جاسوس ہے۔ فہم و ادراک دیتا ہوا سچ کسی دوسرے ملک کا کوئی جاسوس ہے۔ سچ بھی غدار ہے، سچ بھی غدار ہے۔ فہم و ادراک دیتا ہوا سچ کسی دوسرے ملک کا کوئی جاسوس ہے۔ خواب غدار ہیں، خواب غدار ہیں۔ زندگی کو نئی کروٹیں بخشنے والے سارے تصور، نئی جستجو کے قرینے، نئے راستے پر اٹھائے گئے سب قدم، سب سوالات غدار ہیں۔ وقت غدار ہے، وقت غدار ہے۔ وقت کا ساز و آہنگ بھی اور نئی لے پہ اگتی صدائیں بھی غدار ہیں۔ بھوک کے راج پر، خوف کے آج پر، غم کی آواز پر ناچنے والے سارے مداری محب وطن۔ بھوک کے راج پر، بھوک کے راج پر، خوف کے آج پر، غم کی آواز پر ناچنے والے سارے مداری محب وطن۔ دیس میں بسنے والا ہر ایک سچ پسند، ظلم و وحشت سے دوری پہ ہر کاربند، سانس لینے کا حق مانگنے والا ہر نوجوان، زندگی کی رمق کھوجنے والا ہر خاندان۔ سارے غدار ہیں، سارے جاسوس ہیں، سارے غدار ہیں، سارے جاسوس ہیں۔ حاکموں، سپہ سالاروں، اشرافیہ کے اشاروں پہ نہ ناچنے والے کفار ہیں۔ حاکموں، 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 سپہ سالاروں، اشرافیہ کے اشاروں پہ نہ ناچنے والے کفار ہیں۔ ناقدین سازشی، سوچنے والے گستاخ ہیں، اور وہ سارے قلمکار ایجنٹ ہیں جو نگوں سر نہیں، اور وہ سارے قلمکار ایجنٹ ہیں جو نگوں سر نہیں۔ وہ جنہیں فطرت سبز نے جاں فشانی سے لوگوں کے چہروں پہ اگتی تھکن، وحشتیں، تیرگی، دور پرشور کی سچی تاریخ میں ٹانک دینے کی گستاخیوں کا جریدہ کیا۔ آیت مفلسی سے کوئی سرکشی، گنبد تشنگی پر شکایت کوئی۔ آیت مفلسی سے کوئی سرکشی، گنبد تشنگی پر شکایت کوئی۔ مذہب تیرا بختی کی توہین ہے، مذہب تیرا بختی کی توہین ہے۔ اپنی دھرتی کے غلے سے، اپنی دھرتی کے غلے سے اپنے لیے کوئی حصہ طلب کرنا الحاد ہے۔ اپنی دھرتی کے غلے سے اپنے لیے کوئی حصہ طلب کرنا الحاد ہے، اور ویسے بھی گندم تو شیطانیت ہی کی ایجاد ہے۔ بھوک لگا اچھا اس نظم کی بات یہ ہے کہ جب 99 میں ظاہر بچے ہوتے تھے تو یہ مشرف نے مارشل لا لگایا تو ہمارے آس پاس کے دوست مٹھائیاں بانٹ رہے تھے جو کہ بانٹتے ہیں اور بڑے بھی بانٹ رہے تھے 50-60 سال والے بھی اور اس 17-18 سال والے بچے کو بھی پتا تھا کہ یہ امکا جا رہے ہیں. تو یہ تب لکھی تھی تو یہ لکھ کے کہیں ظاہر میں کہیں سیو نہیں کرتا. تو جب یہ پاکستان میں شکریہ راحیل شریف شروع ہوئی کیمپین تو وہاں پاکستان سے ایک دوست نے میرے پرانے دوست نے مجھے بھیجی کہ آپ بھائی یار وہ آپ اگر نظم آپ کی پرانی اگر آپ کو یاد ہو تو وہ آپ ذرا سنا دیں. تو مجھے تب یاد ہے کہ وہ 99 کی نظم ہے وہ 2013-2014 میں بھی وہ چل رہی تھی. تو میں وہ برسلز میں مشارف میں نے کہا تھا کہ یار یہ ہماری بدقسمتی دیکھیں کہ 17-18 سال ہو چکے ہیں نہ اس ملک کے حالات بدلتے ہیں نہ ہماری نظمیں پرانی ہوتی ہیں. تو چلیں پھر پتہ نہیں کب تک چلے گی, اللہ کرے ہماری نظمیں پرانی ہو جائیں. اس کا نام ہے شکریہ. دل گرفتہ ہے مٹی کی تحقیر پر, کون ماتم کرے اپنی زنجیر پر. دل گرفتہ ہے مٹی کی تحقیر پر, کون ماتم کرے اپنی زنجیر پر. تم شہنشاہ ہو تم شہنشاہ گر, ہم نے سر رکھ دیا خود ہی شمشیر پر. تم شہنشاہ ہو تم شہنشاہ گر, ہم نے سر رکھ دیا خود ہی شمشیر پر. تم ہو کون و مکان تم زمین و زمان, شہر یاراں کو دکھ ہے تو تقدیر پر. تم ہو کون و مکان تم زمین و زمان, شہر یاراں کو دکھ ہے تو تقدیر پر. داد بھی دے رہے ہیں تمہیں مفلساں, شکریہ غاصب ہو شکریہ فوجیو. داد بھی دے رہے ہیں تمہیں مفلساں, شکریہ غاصب ہو شکریہ فوجیو. تم نے مٹی میں فرقوں کی بو گون دی, تم نے نسلوں کی نسلوں کو ویراں کیا. تم نے ہر صبح کی روشنی قتل کی, تم نے روشن مکانوں کو سنساں کیا. تم نے بچوں کو نفرت کی تعلیم دی, دیس کے دیس کو مثل زندہ کیا. اور کیسے ہو تعریف و نکھت بیاں, یہ میرا دیس ہے جو شفق رنگ تھا, جس کے مشرق سے مغرب تلک رنگ تھا. یہ میرا دیس ہے جو شفق رنگ تھا, جس کے مشرق سے مغرب تلک رنگ تھا. جس کے کھیتوں کی ہریالیاں مثل تھیں, جس کے شہروں کی پہچان مہک رنگ تھا. جس کے لوگوں کے چرچے تھے سنسار میں, ہر گلوکار و شاعر تھنک رنگ تھا. اور اب ہر طرف وحشتوں کے نشان. شکریہ غاصب ہو شکریہ فوجیو, شکریہ غاصب ہو. کوئی آواز اٹھے تو غدار ہے, کوئی آواز اٹھے تو غدار ہے, تم کے بنگال کاٹو مگر خیر ہے. کوئی آواز اٹھے تو غدار ہے, تم کے بنگال کاٹو مگر خیر ہے. امن کی بات تشویش ہے اور خود پیر دشمن کے چاٹو مگر خیر ہے. امن کی بات تشویش ہے اور خود پیر دشمن کے چاٹو مگر خیر ہے. کوئی بولے تو سر تک اڑا دو گے تم, سارا بولان پاٹو مگر خیر ہے. قوم ہے ناسمجھ تم ہو فکر جہاں, شکریہ غاصب ہو شکریہ فوج.
Thank you very much, Atif. My next speaker is Dr. Safdar Sarki. He is a Sindhi American physician, a former chairperson of World Sindhi Congress and Secretary General of the GSN Qawmi Mahaz and current chairman of GSN Tahreek. Dr. Sarki is a former missing person detained for 26 months by the Pakistani security agencies as one of the many disappeared during the period of General Pervez Musharraf's rule. The campaign to find him and get him released included prominent human rights organizations including Amnesty International and the Asian Human Rights Commission calling for his release, while the New York Times and other news organizations reported that his life was in jeopardy because the Pakistani government refused to allow him necessary medical attention. So it is Dr. Safdar Sarki, the distinguished.
G.S. Sindhudesh, G.S. James here. So I'm thankful to you again, and Rubina, Dr. Lakhu, Saghir, Hidayat Bhutto, Gul, entire team. If today I look back and see, we have crossed too many years. This is 30th conference. So it's an amazing journey. with no resources, just hard work, commitment, and here we are. In 30 years, we progressed so much that we became UNPO's member. We are attending United Nations all sessions around the year. And you guys are bringing all people from different walks with different opinions to come and give us their knowledgeable input that we can learn from them. साईं जो बर्बादी पे मातम करूं तो कैसे और आंखों को पुरनम करूं तो कैसे, कोई एक तमन्ना तो बर्बाद नहीं, हजारों पे मातम करूं तो कैसे। हम बदनसीब सिंधियों की, बलोचों की, पख्तूनों की और जितने गुलाम कौमें हैं उनकी कोई एक बदनसीबी नहीं है। जैसे शहरियार साहब ने फरमाया, they have learned GSN from Sai GM Sayyid, from GSN, Eastern Federation at that time. They progressed to Bangladesh and we just progressed to GS Hindu Desh. From GSN to GS Hindu Desh. They were lucky that after that much sacrifice, they got their own country. We are still walking on that path. Sir, learning from you guys. बहुत कुछ बोला गया है, बताया गया है, and I am really thankful to you personally. I'm personally thankful to everybody here who is sitting here. All 3 sessions were wonderful. Because yes, definitely we need friends. And Sindhis are not racist. Trust me. Never. शाह लतीफ ने कहा है, साईं सदाई करी सिंध मथे सुकार, दोस्त मिठा दिलदार आलम सबाबाद करें। हम रेसिस्ट नहीं हैं, हम नियो नाजी स्टाइल नेशनलिस्ट नहीं हैं, हम नेशनल मूवमेंट है। और नेशंस को, इन सिविलाइजेशंस को, जिस दरिया की आप बात कर रहे थे, इनको मैंने, किसी फर्द ने या किसी करारदाद ने नहीं बनाया, उसको फितरत ने बनाया है। इन सारी सिविलाइजेशंस को, जो भी 4-5 मानी हुई सिविलाइजेशंस हैं दुनिया की, उनको फितरत ने बनाया है। आप फितरत कहें, खुदा कहें, गॉड कहें, अल्लाह कहें, वॉट एवर यू लाइक टू, भगवान कहें। तो आप फितरत को कैसे कंडेम करके रिवर्स कर सकते हैं? आज मिसिंग पर्सन्स पे बात हो रही थी और स्पेशली ये कॉन्फ्रेंस उस हवाले से है। कोई एजेंसीज वाले, कोई पाकिस्तान गवर्नमेंट के लिखने वाले सुन रहे हो तो प्लीज वो भी सुने, नोट करें, अपने जनरलों को, अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर को, अपने चीफ जस्टिस को बताएं। आप लोगों को याद होगा, ता सभिनी के इहो याद हूंदो त इमरान खान जी जॾहिं धरणो थियो हुयो, पहिरियों धरणो थियो हुयो नवाज शरीफ जे दौर में, तॾहिं मखदूम जावेद हाशमी इमरान खान खां अलग थियो हुयो। He left Imran Khan, and what blame and what reason he was telling us on the media that why he departed PTI. वो क्या रीजन था? उसने एक चीज बताई थी कि इमरान खान ने मुझे बुला के मुझे कहा है कि डोंट वरी, जनरल्स आर ऑन आवर साइड एंड वेरी सून judiciary will be on our side because they are bringing judges on their own choice, and then we'll get our government to finish the work. ये अखबारों में छपी हुई चीज है. उसकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस मीडिया पे आई थी कि उसने कहा है कि फलां जज आ रहा है, उसके बाद ये होगा. I am just coming to this time. Really, this is amazing that somebody from ISPR is saying that we all are on same page. And information minister Chaudhary, what is his name? Chaudhary Fawad is telling that no, not only on same page, we are reading the same book. So what is that book? What is that book? Unfinished work to be finished. जो सिविलियन गवर्नमेंट्स पीपल्स पार्टी की और नवाज शरीफ की न कर सकी, वो काम इस गवर्नमेंट को, जितना भी गंदा रहता हुआ काम है, वो इस गवर्नमेंट को करना है. फौज उनके बैक पे है, उनकी ताकत है, और जुडिशरी उनको पूरा सहारा दिए हुए है. नहीं तो कभी भी किसी भी मुल्क का चीफ जस्टिस ये नहीं कह सकता who is custodian of law, who is custodian of basic human rights, or supreme judge of the land, वो कहे कि जो इस डैम के खिलाफ बात करेगा वो गद्दारी के जमरे में आएगा. So this is the book that they can complete all CPEC agenda. They can completely occupy Balochistan and murder as many Balochs and make them disappear, to suppress Sindhi people's voice by killing leaders like Bashir Khan Qureshi and others. Try to assassinate people like me and kidnap all those people. 160 people, more than 160 people, which we know are missing in Sindh. Thousands in Balochistan. भाई उधर क्या होता है? Missing person, फोर्स्ड डिसअपियरेंस सिर्फ 2 वर्ड नहीं है, इसके पीछे एक कहानी बन जाती है कि मैं वो जहन्नम देख चुका हूं. मैं 28-21 महीने फौज की ISI और MIA के पास मेहमान रह चुका हूं. मुझसे ज्यादा, मेरी फैमिली से ज्यादा, मेरे बच्चों से ज्यादा उसको कोई और एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता. The humiliation, the insult, the torture. Not only this, मैं आपको इससे भी बड़ी बात बताने वाला हूं. साईं शहरियार साहब is little bit emotional for me because it's my personal story. मेरा बड़ा बेटा उस वक्त, he was exactly 15 years 9 days age, जो सबसे बड़ा बेटा है. And I was picked up from my home in Karachi. They were in US. My family was in US. My business was in US. I have struggled. I joined St. James's when I was just 16 years age. Metric class का student था. Since then, 36 years, non-stop. ज़िया की मार्शल्लाह, ज़िया के जेल, सब सख्तियाँ, माँओं बहनों ने मारे खाई, फैमिली ने मिलकतें गई, हर चीज़. लेकिन मैं डिसअपीयरेंस बताता हूँ. वो जेलें खाई, मारें खाई, हर चीज़ उसको छोड़े. वो जेल थी. आदमी धूप देख सकता था, सन देख सकता था, मुलाकात आ सकता था, हियरिंग पे जा सकता था. ज्यादा से ज्यादा बंदवाड़ जो काली कोठी में भेजते हैं या मार देते हैं, मोचड़े देते हैं. लेकिन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हेन यू आर enforced to disappear, how they make it disappear. सबसे पहला एक्सपीरियंस मैंने आपको बताया, मेरा बड़ा बेटा 15 साल 9 दिन का था. सबसे पहला एक्सपीरियंस जो मुझे हुआ जब उन्होंने मुझे पकड़ के मेरे ही घर के अंदर गिरा के, और साईं ये रात में नहीं होता, आप समझ रहे कि रातों में सिर्फ होता है. वो दिन के टाइम आए थे. जुमे का दिन था, मुझे इसलिए याद है कि जुमे के दिन पहली अजान जो है पहले आती है. मुझे वो इसलिए याद है कि अजान का टाइम हो रहा था, अजान आ रही थी, जुमे का दिन था. एंड जो सबसे पहली चीज मैंने सीखी, रियली जस्ट इमेजिन, आपको हथकड़ी लगती है, उन्होंने गिराया, पीछे से मेरे हाथ बांधे, उन्होंने मेरी आंखों पे कस के पट्टी बांधी. ये भी समझ में आया. जो तीसरी चीज मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम सीखी वो थी, एक टोपा था जो मैं देख नहीं सक रहा था, पर मेरे ऊपर कोई ऐसी चीज पड़ी जिसमें बदबू भी थी कि मैं चकरा गया. लिटरली I fainted. I just felt like I hit the ground. And they just pulled me up and threw me some kind of vehicle. Okay. Just imagine. Really, you can do it at your home. Just tell somebody, even you are at your home, to lock you for one day and take away everything from you and turn off the light and feel just one day. I lived in those cells for 21 months without seeing any light. I lived in those cells where you cannot imagine it is day or night, you just gaze because same bulb light is coming from a hole. And then you, with the time, you learn things. Torture is not big thing. Okay, my body was taking as much as it can. Afterwards, what? They were throwing me back. The thing which was hurting me, that isolation. When for 3 months, 4 months, nobody talked to you, not a single word. Even food, they give you, those dark cells have 2 doors. One those jungla, and from outside it's a hard iron sheeted door. 5 by 7 cell. They give you a bottle, big bottle, or a dabba to piss in and sleep right there. They knew, they were aware of it. They had information that he is too much sensitive. He is very clean person in his life. They made me first 6 months, they made me to eat with my unwashed hand. even after potty, when they were taking me out, it was, sometimes you hear it's azan coming. So it was their routine that you can realize maybe it is asr time, fajr time, morning time, early dawn time. They blindfolded you, they put garb on you, they topi, now I am used to it. They handcuff you, they open your one hand, and you don't know how many people are standing on you and you are doing your shit there. This insult. And remember, one day, one guy opened the door and he called me, Baba, come here. And I say, why he called me Baba? And after 21 months, when they show me first time mirror after 21 months, I was really Baba. I became my Baba. When I released, my loving father was gone. My one auntie, one cousin, and one uncle, they departed from this life. I couldn't see my father anymore. This is not my story. This is their story. This is Baloch people's story. I'm sorry, I'm emotional today. I'm really sorry.
You should not be sorry. They should be sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hopefully, the day will come when the perpetrators of these crimes against humanity, they will be sorry. The genocide that they have committed in Bangladesh, the genocide that they are committing in Balochistan and Sindh, the day will come that they will be sorry for that. I want to make one announcement. Our friend Mr. Imdad Odo is here. We are proud that he started a work in the current world, media and information awareness. Because oppressed people like us, we don't have many resources compared to state. They've put out there hundreds of channels and newspapers and media, and they put their narratives, as Atif Tawqir was saying, that the narratives are missing, our views are missing. In Pakistan, you cannot talk about so many things. Therefore, Imdad Odo, he just on his own started Radio Voice of Sindh, and with very limited resources, and with his unbelievable hard work at his age, he has continued the radio. Now he has moved TV, Voice of Sindh, and I think is really not cause of our work of Sayyid Imdad Odo, it is work of all Sindhi people of the Sindhi nation, that he should be supported in that work. So we request you all that please, because as they always say about us, so Atif was saying that anybody who will talk against them, against their narratives, and against the right of own people, they'll say they are agents. So we all are agents, we all are Ghaddars. So, but in reality, our resources are really very, very limited, and we know how we manage. Is really kind of those friends who help and enabling us to work. And Radio Voice of Sindh and Voice of Sindh TV need your help. And it is not his cause, it's cause of all of us. So
I'm pledging 100 pounds today.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm pledging 108 pounds to her. Please, then, Adai Sabta, Sai, Potato Paso, the pound, Sai Manjani Sir. Our final speaker of this session is our chairwoman, Dr. Rubina Greenwood. Dr. Rubina is elected chairwoman of World Sindhi Congress for second term and founder member of the International Sindhi Women's Organization. Dr. Rubina is a British of a Sindhi origin, is a human rights advocate focusing on the, I think I should read my introduction rather than this written. She has been, because in our society it is really very uncommon that a woman, a girl, plays a role of an activist. Rubina has been in this journey for last more than 20 years. Undeterred, continued for the love of his people and for love of his motherland, has played a wonderful role, and we are really proud to have her as our leader in World Sindhi Congress, and this is your turn.
Thank you, Adalaku, and thank you, first of all, to my team who has actually elected me second time. And it's not that they are proud, actually I'm proud to be part of that team. I think that's a very key message. And today is whatever we are, get together, the all effort is a work of my team and all of us together. So I'm really grateful for my team to do for putting this whole hard work and continuously the work they do throughout the year. I was given the task today to sum up the whole conference and then and try to just address the key set vision for the future. After such an emotional sort of speeches, I don't think so. It's self-evident that they have summed up our agenda and actually World Sindhi Congress vision to some extent as well. So first of all, what I wanted to just, because here there's a lot of diaspora organizations sitting here as well and people. As Ada Amal said, none of us are able to go back home. If we do go back home, you will be seeing our pictures on these walls. And you will be seeing our treatment, what happened to others out there, or probably a list of the killed people. So that's reality. We must think, we all request all the people who are today attending, all diaspora community, what WSC is doing is nobody else in this diaspora organization taking the responsibility to do. And that's a very tough job, it's a difficult job, and nobody likes that job, and we've all been branded with the different names, with different accusations, this and then, agent, Gada, Raz agent, so on, Kafir, whatever you name it, we do get these all names. But the reality is that we actually, or my team, our people, individual, the Harish, the Grove, everybody who's sitting here today, who's making this possible today, covering that media, is putting their life on the risk. It's not me, to some extent. It's these people who are putting their life on the risk. I think that's a very important thing we need to really look at. In terms of setting the vision for the next 2 years for WSC, we will continue to work on enforced disappearances. Each and everybody whose picture is there, more than 250 people disappeared, more than pictures we don't even have with them, not even recorded. WSC will continue to lobby international organization access all their resources, or wherever we can possible, we will raise our issues of our disappeared people. We will continue this struggle for next 2 years until each and everybody is actually known where they are. This is our mission. This is a clear-cut vision World Sindhi Congress is setting for next 2 years. We very clear about the construction of mega dams on Indus. Our position remains straight and clear that any dam construction on Indus is not viable and or a sustainable option for us. Construction of dam is only benefiting the upper parts of Pakistan, which is Punjab, and construction of dams will drive Sindh's agriculture economy to halt, and more so the survival of indigenous communities and people living on the Indus Valley is more miserable than ever. And you've seen quite a number of videos as well today. We also remain focused on the protesting and resisting and campaign against infiltration of extremism, especially in the rural areas and the poor areas of our Sindh, especially more than 20,000 madrasas has been reported in our rural areas of Sindh. We will remain protesting, remain campaign against those formation of these religious institutes in our vulnerable areas. Forced conversion of our Sindhi Hindu girls remain ongoingly issue and remain deeply concerned to World Sindhi Congress, and I'm personally and emotionally very much close to since the Rinkle Kumari's case as well. Every other day, till so much of campaign we have done, still every other day, our underage girl from 11 to 12 to 13, our daughters and sisters are being kidnapped, taken away, forced into marriages, and converted in Islam. This is not our Islam. This is not your Islam, or not any religion actually taught us to do that. So all diaspora community who are believers, or maybe I'm not a believer or somebody's not a believer, but here are so many believers are sitting there. I would challenge and request you to actually stand up and condemn that issue, which is really not our part of our. Our position remained clear on exploitation of natural resources such as oil and gas, and any extra foreign aided projects such as CPEC on our resources, especially most of those the Gavadar projects and the CPEC projects are known for other regions being involvement. But if you look at this list of projects, the 11 CPEC projects are focused on the Sindh. So the CPEC projects, actually the hub and the core remain in Sindh. So we condemn those projects. These are against the people. We are not against development, but they're all development projects. I'm an infrastructure professional in United Kingdom. We have a compulsory duty obligation that any development project must be for the people. It must create the job, must create the safeguard the community, and create the well-being of the community. CPAC project or any other large project are against the people of Sindh. It doesn't give a security, doesn't give a well-being. We remain 70% more than 69% contributor of federal income, and still our 75% people remain under poverty line in Sindh. And that equation doesn't match with us. I won't take long time, but I just wanted to update or remind the people that we have been working at UN level and European level and Washington DC, and especially in Canadian Parliament. Ada Kaluru has been very active. We will remain our work with the other diaspora organization and work with our Baloch, Sindhi, Saraikis, Pashtun, Kashmiri, Afghani, and Bangladeshi and Gilgit people. And I have promised this before, but we are looking into working more collaboratively with other nations. This will remain our agenda, and we are working on it. I know everybody's tired. I just wanted to pay a couple of things. That all above problems, I just wanted to say, all above problem issues are related to marginalization of Sindhis, which could be in the face of introducing of corrupt government and letting on the name of democracy illegal control on our natural resources or illegal migration to Sindhi to change demographic. In the last but not least, I just want to say that I plead to all diaspora organizations and people that if we do not unite to address the issue I mentioned above, or all other speakers have mentioned today, we may not have a Sindh. We might as well just give up the name of Sindhi diaspora organization if you are really not bothered to work together and unite together against these purely human rights institutions. This is not politics. We are not talking about parliamentary politics. We are talking about well-being of people. Even your religion, our religion says, if you are saying zulm diso ta the zulm ki criticize the kayo na etro ta matlab you can do it. This is our religion says so. So I really plea our diaspora people of Sindhi to support us in this agenda. We are standing alone, demonstrating in the rainy days, but 10 people, nobody comes in diaspora community. Hundreds of Sindhis living in UK who cannot come out in the bother to support us in the hunger strike during the forced disappearances or any dam construction. I really request to work as a united front on these agendas. We must and think treat the root cause of this deprivation of sin is actually marginalization. We need to unite and we need to address all these things together. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Regina. So, finally, what will happen? We will present the resolutions as we always do. This will follow by a quick break for about 10-15 minutes, and then we will start with the music session. Once again to all the speakers who really made wonderful contributions.
सामाइन गुज़रियल ॾींहुं लंडन में वर्ल्ड सिंधी कांग्रेस पारां टीं इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फरंस जेका वेस्ट मिनिस्टर यूनिवर्सटी लंडन में थी गुज़री उन जी मुकमिल कार्रवाई अव्हां जी ख़िदमत में पेश कई वई। प्रोग्राम जी पुॼाणीअ ते असांजे क़ौमी रागी जेतन उदासीअ जे ख़ूबसूरत आवाज़ सां पुॼाणी कंदुसि। ओसिताईं पंहिंजे मेज़बान इमदाद अली ओडो खे इजाज़त ॾींदा। शाल सिंध आबाद ऐं ख़ुशहाल थिए, सिंधी माण्हू सुखियो ऐं सताबो थिए। सदाईं गॾु।
आवाज़ ॾाढो बुलंद आहे, माइक जी ज़रूरत ई नथी। भले दुनिया भले दुनिया जे कहिड़ी भी कुंड में हुजा आया सिंधियो मां फ़ख़ुर सां चवां आया सिंधियो मां फ़ख़ुर सां चवां गॾिजे सिंधी जिते गॾिजे सिंधी जिते मां त सिक सां मिलां हा मां सिंधी आहियां हा मां सिंधी आहियां हा मां सिंधी आहियां हा मां सिंधी आहियां। रुगो 15-20 सिंधी नज़र था अचनि, सभई सिंधी आहिनि हिते। कमॉन, हिते ईअं न सम्झो मां परफॉर्म करण आयो आहियां, हिते मौज करण आयो आहियूं, सिंधियत जी मौज, मेला वसाइण आया आहियूं, सभई मिली करे। कमॉन। हा मां सिंधी आहियां हा मां सिंधी आहियां हा मां सिंधी आहियां हा मां सिंधी आहियां। बोलिया बोली मिठी बोलिया बोली मिठी गीत सिंधी गाया हा मां सिंधी आहियां हा मां सिंधी आहियां हा मां सिंधी आहियां। मिली करे सिंध में कोन ॻायो आहियां, पर मां इहा लाइन ज़रूरु ॻाईंदो आहियां। अबा ॾाॾा मुंहिंजा ॼावा सिंध में हुआ हो, अबा ॾाॾा मुंहिंजा ॼाव सिंध में हुआ खणी ॿोली पंहिंजी सारे जग में हलिया, खणी ॿोली पंहिंजी सारे जग में हलिया। गॾिजे सिंधी जिते, गॾिजे सिंधी जिते, मां त सिक सां मिलिया, हा मां सिंधी आहियां। अच्छा, गॾ में सिंधी मिले, जाते भी तव्हांखे सिंधी मिले, कंहिं बि मुल्क में मिले, वाह, हिकु ई पैगाम छॾिजो, हुन सां सिक सां मिलजो, फ़ख़ुर सां चइजो मां सिंधी आहियां, सिंधी में ॻाल्हाइजो त जाम सुठो लॻंदो तव्हांखे बि, हुननि खे बि, ऐं मिली करे बि। हिते ई तव्हां मूंखे ॾेखारो कीअं तव्हां मिलंदव हिक ॿिए सां। न न, तव्हां जेके सुञाणंदव हुन सां न, आसे पासे वारनि खे जेके नथा सुञाणो। गॾिजे सिंधी जिते, गॾिजे सिंधी जिते, मां त सिक सां मिलिया, आख़ुर पाए करे कीअं, मां त सिक सां मिलिया, हा मां सिंधी आहियां, हा मां सिंधी आहियां, हा मां सिंधी आहियां, हा मां सिंधी आहियां। ॿोलिया ॿोली मिठी, ॿोलिया ॿोली मिठी, गीत सिंधी ॻाया, हा मां सिंधी आहियां, हा मां सिंधी आहियां, हा मां सिंधी आहियां, हा मां सिंधी आहियां। ॿोलिया ॿोली मिठी, ॿोलिया ॿोली मिठी, गीत सिंधी ॻाया, हा मां सिंधी आहियां। Thank you so much. लोए तुही जी नदी दो अलग दी रही रात आई वही तू न आए कहीं आँख में तेरा आँख रोंदी रही रात आई
अवां जी समातुनि ताईं रेडियो वॉइस ऑफ सिंध लंडन